Hello, hello. So, for those that don't know, I have done this already today. I started stream earlier, about half an hour ago, but then someone started mowing their lawn immediately after I started streaming, and my internet was being a little finicky. So I went, ended stream, let everyone know, reset my internet, and now I'm back. And they have started up their lawnmower once more, and then they ended it. So I'm praying that that's the end of it. So, hello, Tricks. Hello. Okay, we are actually going to watch it this time. I'm going to give it like 5-10 minutes for people to join in. You guys can ask questions and stuff like that. Then we're going to start this up. Also, just so you guys know, people joining, I'm going to be giving away 10 free memberships today. I do this once a month. YouTube gives me 10 memberships to give away. Those will allow you to become a channel member. Then you can access a bunch of videos, and you can access a bunch of like posts that I have that are basically additional info. It's updates on current videos, and it's also, a future look into videos I'm making currently, all that stuff. There's a bunch of videos I've also pulled off of the public channel because they don't fit with the channel anymore, and I made those members only because I didn't want to delete them because I obviously put time into them. Hello, Sniper Boy. You're a member. Sweet, you're gonna sleep? Alright, well, you can watch the, you can always watch the VOD if you become a member, or I can drop memberships if you want to stay in here and just mute your phone or something like that. Hello, hello. So right now it's just paused in the beginning. I am watching this on YouTube itself. I would be watching the actual, just like the file, like the MP4 file, but this is an older video. It's like over a year old, so obviously I don't have that. I haven't kept it. Back when we started YouTube, we just made the videos and then deleted them. So I don't have them. I have learned since to keep those though. So I do have those for later. What is your favorite idea for a conduit power that hasn't appeared in the game? I've always said that a really cool power for inFAMOUS, it fits with like the theme, I guess more the theme of Second Son. But I've always thought a cool power would be like radio waves. Like you could use different frequencies of like waves and stuff like that. You could have like radio, and then it could also be like light, and you could have microwaves, like just like a wave power, I guess. And it might be like green or a different color depending on what type. But I think that would be cool. There was also a built-in like infrastructure in the real world, satellites and stuff on top, like radio dishes and stuff that you could drain it from. Hello, RO or Arrow. How would that work? I don't know. They would have to get creative with it. It would be just like video or neon, where it doesn't make tons of sense, but it would I think it would be pretty cool. PewDiePie Bridge. I know exactly what you're talking about. Alright, okay, we're gonna probably start this here in about 5 minutes. So 3:45. Get a little bit more people in here so then they can watch the beginning of this. If you want some context about where I was at when I was making this video, I had just passed 1,000 subscribers. My first video that did well came out a month prior to this, and that was the Marvel Needs to Mature. That video was a completely random video. I just decided to make it out of the blue. It didn't fit in with any of my other content, and it doesn't fit in with any of the content since that I've made. But so I had about 1,000 subs when I first made this. That was over a year ago. I think it was August 2023. So it is kind of it's weird to put myself back in the mindset. In this video, I didn't expect anyone to watch it. So go into this with the idea that I'm literally releasing this and expecting it to max get 1,000 views. and it somehow blew up, and it's over 300k, steadily growing to this day. I'm holding like 50. If this guy's asking how much Ethereum I'm holding, like maybe like $50. I sold a bunch of it back a few years ago, back during the bubble. Favorite conduit power idea is paint, because just how that would be a pretty cool one too, and that would be also another. That would also be like another one where it's like already in the world. You could like pull stuff, like you could literally like pull colors off wall. Maybe if it was like a color power, not necessarily paint, that might be pretty sick. Overused lore. Dude, that's crazy. Like, if I think back, I feel like I've been doing this channel for a long time. Like, I feel like I've been doing it for forever. But it's just because each video takes so long to make. Because I enjoy making these longer videos. So, when I think back, I feel like I've been doing this for like 5+ years. But it's really, the actual start of my channel was really only like 2 years ago. Almost to the month. And before that Marvel Needs to Mature video, I had like 100 subs. Like, I had 100, and I jumped up 2,000, then I jumped up to like 6k, and it's been slowly growing since then. And this year, I'm expecting another huge jump. I have 2 or 3 massive, you guys have no idea, massive videos lined up. I'm gonna make like 5 videos this year, but each of them are gonna be massive. They're gonna be huge, and the final one is bigger than you guys can even imagine. I'm talking like 3+ hours. Time travel would be a cool conduit power. Yeah, but time travel is also kind of like, I don't know, time travel kind of messes with things. We would have to, Cole's power is technically I guess a time travel thing. It's like a side effect of his power. But if they could do something cool with time travel, that would be pretty sick, but I don't know if that fits in with their themes. Second Son is really grounded compared to the first 2 games. What game do you want to like, but you can't get over one thing or feature? What's a game that I want to like, but I just can't? I have to think about that. There's a lot of competitive games, like competitive FPS games that I just can't get into. I don't know. I'm just not a super. I really like single player games. I like the art in them. Multiplayer competitive games, I can get in the mood for a competitive game, but if it's only competitive, I kind of tune out. I think a game that people want me to like, but I just cannot like, one of them is Ark. I just am not a huge fan of those like survival-y type games. I just feel like they're always half-baked, and they're always in like pre-release. But one of them I do love is Subnautica. Subnautica is a great game. That's like one of the exceptions, because I think it's a really interesting world. I love listening to your videos as I work. They're great. Keep it going. Thank you. Thank you. I love making I love making my videos because they're the types of videos I also like to watch. I used to love listening to I still do listen to Joseph Anderson. I listened to him when I was going to work, whenever I want to like just have something in the background, and I feel like my videos are great for doing that. Some people say that my videos are bad because everyone's got TikTok brain and they want short form, but I think it's actually a different way of looking at it. Is people like to throw them on in the background, maybe watch them once like fully, or watch them in segments, and then just repeatedly watch them in the background, kind of like an audiobook or podcast. How did Cole summon lightning down at the beginning of inFAMOUS? Hold on one sec. How did Cole summon down lightning in the beginning? Are you talking inFAMOUS 1 or are you talking Prodigal Son? Because that happens in both of them. It would be cool, but it would have consequences by time traveling. Yeah, that's the problem, is time traveling opens up the floodgates for a bunch of shit to happen. I feel like they gave themselves one pass in inFAMOUS 1. They gave themselves one time travel, one time travel thing, and then they were like, nope, done. He just got his powers, he couldn't control everything. Yeah, that could be it. Oh, inFAMOUS 1, yeah, it's just, he just got his power, so he just wasn't sure what was going on. He was probably amped by the Ray Sphere as well. It's refreshing to have like good quality long form content to contrast my TikTok brain rot problem. Trust me, I get that too. No, I actually, what I like to do is I know a lot of people like to do this. They like to contrast. So for me, I'll go from, TikTok, and then I'll be like, I'm gonna go do a task or something, and I'll throw in like a super long video. What if there's clothes conduit can absorb your clothes and put them on and shoot out coat hangers? All right, who's letting this guy cook? All right, okay, it is been about 10 or so minutes since I started. So what do you guys say? Should I start this? Should we actually start watching it so you guys don't have to stare at the same shitty low res screen? Also, well, before we do this, is my mic good? You guys think the volume's good? I'm gonna check up about 5 minutes into the video to see if the video's audio is good, but what about my mic? This is a brand new mic. It's the one I used in the Kessler video. It's very expensive. Sounds good. I'm getting yes. What if, okay, that is a brain rot question. What if someone had a power to make bacon, but when they use it, they can't play games? Okay, all right, buddy. What up, Ashton? All right, okay, Ashton, you're in here. Okay, I'm gonna do this then. Where is this? Oh shit, I gotta hook this up. Hold on, give me 1 second. The screen's gonna go dark, but fear not. The stream is not over. I am just kind of messing things up. Messing with things. Go here. Okay, I'm gonna give 5 memberships beginning of this stream. Redeemer, no, he's not here. Hunter is he had stuff to do today, but also for this video specifically, he doesn't really have a lot of there's not really a lot of info he would add to it. It's a lot of storytelling stuff, and that's my job. So okay, I just gifted 5 memberships, so that's the beginning. Ashton, tell me if you got one. I know Ashton was looking forward to one all last time. Turn this back on. Sorry guys, I'm messing with the chat right now. Okay, so if you want to receive memberships, there should be a little pop-up that says like receive gifts. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember. It was a month ago when I watched. It was like a month ago ish when I watched the tutorial for how to do it. But it should just say like accept gifts. I can try dropping some more. I'll drop 5 more, but you got to make sure when you go to your settings and when you go when these gifts drop, hit like allow gifts. I don't know how old you are. I think if you're under 13, you can't accept them. It's some sort of like FCC compliance thing. But I will gift 5 more right now, beginning of the stream. Why the hell not? And y'all are the loyal ones, so I'll gift these for you. You just have to claim them. So I threw them out there, and you should just be able to at the somewhere in the chat. It should just have you should have the ability to just go in and claim them. Sniper Boy, you're already a member. You cannot claim it. Frost War, Dragon, Halo, you guys have claimed them. Enjoy your membership perks. You can go look at the next video I'm making if you want to go look at that. I revealed that for the members. It's kind of buggy when you allow them when you're still in chat. Here, let me. So I dropped them in the chat. So that's how it works. So if they're not working in the chat, I think they should just expire and I can drop them a little bit later. I will try maybe this way. Oh, there we go. I think it was bugging out, but now people are accepting them. Ashton, if you don't get one, Ashton, if you... Bro, there's a guy named Positively Negative. He used to make infamous videos. He made this long one called Second Age. You have to check it out on your free time. I will respond to that in 1 second. Ashton, if you didn't get one, do I already have your Discord? I can't remember. I'm talking to Ashton specifically, by the way, because he is one of the mods. Okay, it doesn't matter, Ashton. I will get you your membership. I promised you one last time. So if you tell me, did you already get my Discord last time? Because I gave it to both the mods. No, you don't have to buy it yourself. No, I promised I would give you one. You're good. I can get it. Or if you want, you can buy it yourself, and I'll reimburse you. I'm actually totally okay with doing that. I'm not a greedy person. Everyone who just got memberships, make sure you use the perks. So that is bonus videos. There are some videos that I have made that don't fit with the channel that I have put to members only. So they're like unlisted. So if you just go and check the videos, you'll see some extra ones. Every video with the neon border, so the thumbnail will have like a neon purple border. Those are all members only exclusive ones. I have one that's gonna be released here pretty soon. That's about the Outer Wilds videos if you're curious about those. But yeah, go check out those. You can look at the posts. I have stuff about my upcoming videos in there. A lot of stuff is on those members onlys, and you can also watch these VODs. A Resident Evil video would solve world hunger. I got this whole year lined out, but after this year, I have a few other ideas. But after this year, that's when I will be open to video ideas. But that's not a bad one. That's a solid video idea. Resident Evil is a beloved franchise. All right, okay. Let's start this. Ashton, I will contact you after stream, and I will 100% get that for you. So then you can like watch the VOD. If you're gonna stay in here and you're gonna stay in, you feel free to, hang out. But I will contact you. You're good. All right, okay, we're starting this. It's been already too long. We're 20 minutes in. I haven't done shit. So we're gonna start this. I'm gonna restart it. I'm like 3 seconds in. Everyone tell me if the volume is good. Let's get into it. If anyone has any questions, drop them in chat. I will also be pausing it occasionally, and I will be giving some additional info. Let's get into it. inFAMOUS is a series that expanded my love for video games, and from that very first moment I downloaded that one mission long demo on the PS3, I was hooked. I mean, how could I not be? That taste of power I felt when wielding something as unruly as lightning was intoxicating, and I must have played that demo over 100 times before
users of Sony's PlayStation Network have been greeted instead by error messages.
Now what's being called one of the largest digital data breaches in history.
That Sony suffered an external intrusion, which forced their online network to shut down.
Yeah, Sony says the personal information of about 75 million players may have been stolen.
The PlayStation Network hack of 2011 was the lowest point in PlayStation's history. It was an external intrusion in which the personal data of 77 million PlayStation Network users were compromised. This intrusion lasted for about 2 days before eventually PlayStation just completely shut off PlayStation Network as a whole. Okay, so for context on this, first I want to say a couple things. So once more, I'm going to say the mindset that I was in when I was making this video. So what I remember from this time, so I know that there's a few things that are true, but there's also some stuff that I'm not quite sure. So when I was making this video, it was right after the release of the Marvel Needs to Mature video. If you haven't watched that, it's the shorter Marvel one that is it's in my most popular videos. It's got like 150,000 views ish. That video was the first video that really did well on my channel. Before then, the video that had the most views was the Terraria video, my very first one, and it had like 100 views. So I went from 100 views to one day just getting a video that had 150,000 views. It was mind-blowing to me. I did not expect that at all, and I got 1,000 subs from that. So I went from 100 subscribers, literally 100 subscribers, to over 1,000. So 10x to my subs, and I also got access to a bunch of YouTube's perks and stuff like that, like posts and memberships by getting over 1,000 subs. But that Marvel Needs to Mature was released, and that was in the middle. That was literally just like a random video that I released in the middle of working on this. So this video was in the process, like writing process and editing for like 3 months. So in the middle of that, like a month and a half in, I watched, what was it? What is it called? Thor Love and Thunder. That's what I watched. And then I released Marvel Needs to Mature because I was kind of fed up with how Marvel had been going at that point. That got a bunch of views. Then this video I finished, and I let Hunter edit it for a few months, and then this one released. So I went from releasing a video with 100,000 views, and then this video, which I had already been working on at this point, and I was not sure if it was going to do well at all. In fact, I assumed that it was going to do horribly. I thought maybe in the best case scenario, it might get like 1,000, maybe 5,000 views. Nope, that was completely wrong. It got no views for the first 2 weeks. 2 weeks after, video popped off. Now it's my most viewed video. Hopefully not for long, but still, for this video, for me working on this video for so long and being so passionate about it, it feels really, really good having it be my most viewed video. So that's just my mindset I was at the time, where I had Marvel Needs to Mature that released, got 1,000 views. Then this released right after. People were saying, bro, this is going to flop. This is going to be like this is way too long. They're like, dude, nobody cares about this. And then it does really well. So, that led to a bunch of other problems where I just kind of started making random videos. But still, that's the mindset I was at this time. And yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that that's kind of where I was during this. And that's going to inform, like, I had no idea that this was going to get a bunch of views. So there's some stuff in here that if I knew this was going to get scrutinized by 250 to 300,000 people, I would have probably, holy shit. That is not real. No, that is not real. Someone did not just give $200. God damn. Thank you. So hold on, that I'm at a loss for words. Hold on. Solar Hypercane, thank you so much. $200 damn dollars. Holy shit. What their question is, what do you think would be the real world societal and political implications of the beast's arrival in our world, especially in the context of the world in the last few years? What events of Kessler's timeline realistically might actually look like through a narrative style? So basically, what would it look like? I'm guessing you're kind of assuming I'm guessing you're kind of thinking of like how the pandemic and how like the wars in like Ukraine and, you know, stuff going on right now in Israel. I'm guessing you're thinking kind of like how the mindset of that would be implemented into a game where the beast is arriving in our world. So you can kind of see how people would go crazy, and there would be, you know, this pandemic going on as well as this war, and there would be just these mounting fronts of powers. I mean, that's a very loaded question. That is a very good question, but I would probably have to think about that for a while to give you a really good answer. But just let me think about it for a second. I want to, because that's, holy shit, that's crazy. I think that if we got a game that really like took inspiration from what happened in the past couple of years, I think that actually would be really cool to see the events of Infamous 2, like the evil ending, and you kind of pull from real world things like the pandemic and stuff, and you pull from that, and you see people saying like, oh, the beast is a government conspiracy, and then you'd have people being like, oh no, this whole thing is fake or whatever. You could also have a bunch of people saying like it would just, I think that would be so interesting, because then you could see the political implications of what is happening in a world that's like something like the world is literally ending, and you could see like the political implications of that. I would have to think about that for a while. If you want me to make a video on that, I could make a members only video about it, and I will definitely post that if you want. That is a very loaded question, like I've said though, and that's like kind of crazy, but I do think that's interesting, and I would very much like to answer it. It's just kind of crazy. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm trying to look through this. But like, actually, that is a huge donation. That is actually mind-blowing. I struggle to even answer that question because I was just looking at that number, and that's mind-blowing. I do not deserve that. Thank you so much. If like, yeah, that's insane. Thank you a lot. I'm gonna continue with this, but Solar Hypercane, if you want to see that, basically my expanded thoughts on that, feel free to, if you want to. I mean, I'm not trying to ask for more, but that will be on the members page. I could also, if you're interested, maybe try to contact you and get you the link to that or something like that, because $200, definitely you deserve a link to a video. God damn, that's crazy. Dude, the chat reaction to that, everyone's like, holy shit, you gotta answer the question. I tried to answer the question. It's a very difficult question to answer, but I don't know, I tried. I tried my best. Thank you. That is insane. I don't think you understand that. That blows my mind. I worked a half shift today at my job because I was like, I need some extra money, and you blew that out of the water. So that is actually insane. Thank you so much. I cannot describe how much that means to me. I'm going to continue with this, but Solar Hypercane, I promise you, I will get you that damn answer. This was meant to just be a short-lived solution, and PlayStation put out a statement saying that they were going to get PlayStation Network back up and running within a week. But cut to about a month later, and North American servers are finally coming back online. As an apology, PlayStation gave every single user the opportunity to pick out 2 free games in a catalog of about 5, depending on where you lived. In North America, those games were Wipeout HD, Dead Nation, Little Big Planet, Super Stardust HD, and Infamous. Can you guess which one I picked? Okay, I'm pausing this on this screen. If you guys were PlayStation users at this time, which one did you guys pick? Which ones did you guys get? I'm assuming if you were here, most of you got Infamous. But what was the other game you got? For me, it was Little Big Planet and Infamous. I played the shit out of both those games because this was, you have to think about it, before like free games came out. There was demos, which I also played the Infamous demo a ton of, but there was like demos, and then there was like some shitty free games, but every game you had to pay for. So I swear this is how so many people fell in love with Infamous, because PlayStation fucked up and it became your favorite game series ever. Yeah, seriously. I think that's what most people think. Whenever I ask people about Infamous, they literally are like, "Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I got that from that like PlayStation hack that happened." That's because this is like the only game. Like the rest of them kind of, I mean, I don't really know much about Wipeout HD and Super Stardust HD and Dead Nation, but I do know that like those three games compared to Infamous and Little Big Planet, no way, bro. Everyone, I'm assuming most people picked Infamous and Little Big Planet, which both are goated games. That's a great decision. Like, I cooked getting those two games. Also, a little behind the scenes info. I was going to say this earlier, I totally forgot. So, YouTube has analytics where they track basically the click-through rate, and they track how hooked people are and how many times people click off of your videos in the first 30 seconds. I've forgotten exactly what it's called. But this video, for some reason, it has Mr. Beast level impression rate. Like, the thumbnail gets clicked on way higher than my other videos. And I think 91% of people stay after 30 seconds. Of course, 2 hours in, it's only like 5% of people are still there. But like, I've tried to replicate this intro in multiple other videos, like try to kind of get the style down, and I do not know how I got that level of viewer retention. It's absolutely insane. Weird question, but do you know any ways to remember a long script / So are you asking if I memorize my scripts or if I have a way to remember scripts and essays? Because I have two answers depending on what you're asking about. Yeah, it's viewer retention. That was the word I was looking for. I'm still a little bit frazzled by that big ass red thing on my screen that says $199.99. So if you're asking if I have any way to remember long scripts, okay, yeah, I don't remember. You're just asking if there's any way I know to remember like long scripts or essays, or like maybe if you're doing like a play or something like that. I actually do know a really good method that I used. I had a theater class in high school. I wasn't like a theater like person, but I did have one class, and I also had to memorize stuff for like speeches for like English class and stuff like that. And there actually is a very, very good way to remember stuff like that. And if it's a method where you have to look around the room and physically map what you're thinking of to like the room. So you have to like look at a lamp, and you have to start from one point of the room, and you have to like look at a lamp and be like, okay, and then you memorize like the first like couple sentences, and then you look at another part of the room, like another object specifically, and you tie that object to another couple sentences, and then you do that around the whole room. Then when you need to remember it, you don't think of exactly what you're gonna say. You look around, you like remember the room, and you remember the order in which you went around the room. And it's a strange way of doing it, but it works like a charm. I've had to do it before. It's brilliant. And Solar, once more, being an absolute GOAT, just became a member, highest tier, absolute GOAT status. thank you so much for becoming a member. I will get you that video out. I will actually probably work on that as soon as possible, because that level of commitment to my channel is absolutely insane. I appreciate the hell out of that. You beautiful person, we thank you so much. You did not have to do that. Absolutely. For anyone wondering, that's the Redeemer in chat. That is my editor. We run this channel 50-50. So he is jumping in, seeing that, and he should have been here to react to that, because that is insane. He probably would have started crying. I saved your English grades, yeah. Okay, we are not 2 minutes into it, and we've been streaming for half an hour. So we need to continue with this video, and I will try to quit my yapping.
That's right. Wipeout H. Obviously, I picked inFAMOUS, and if I think back to that time, I don't really ever remember caring about PlayStation Network being offline because I didn't really have many online games. But I do vividly remember me and my twin brother freaking the hell out because we finally got the game we both really wanted for free. And as a kid, that was the best feeling ever. And once downloaded, I got to finally experience in full one of the greatest games I have ever played. Even if that first experience was with inverted controls because I didn't know how to change it. I then proceeded to play the entirety of inFAMOUS easily over a dozen times to achieve absolutely everything the game had to offer. However, this was not how I played inFAMOUS 2, because I never actually owned inFAMOUS 2 myself.
For extra context on that sentence, not the inFAMOUS 2 one, but, you know, beating everyone about everything about the game, I actually just recently did that about 2 years ago. I had tried to get all the blast shards in inFAMOUS 1 for years and years, and I could never do it. There was one blast shard that was just hiding from me until I saw one comment in one random YouTube video that I was just randomly watching about inFAMOUS, where they talked about how they had the same problem, and basically instead of searching for the blast shard, like, so it reveals it on the map. So I thought it just revealed it on the map. Apparently it's a sphere around your character. So it's a sphere around Cole of where the blast shard is. It's not just like, it doesn't just show it on your map, and it doesn't show every level. So you have to also not just run on the ground to look for blast shards, you have to climb buildings. So I went and I searched around the entire map one more time, and I went to the top of the prison, and I found the final blast shard, and I finally got the game platinum.
I had to experience the sequel to my favorite single-player game by borrowing it from others or renting it through services like GameFly. This allowed me to enjoy and beat the game, but not play it to the extent that I played the first game. Jump a few years later, and the new PlayStation 4 is being released, along with the new inFAMOUS game, titled inFAMOUS Second Son. Because I was a bit older, I could finally earn some money, so me and my previously mentioned twin brother both over the summer earned $400 to buy a inFAMOUS Second Son PlayStation 4 bundle. Then, just like inFAMOUS 1, I played the absolute hell out of it and beat it easily over half a dozen times before we could finally buy some other games. Now it is mid-2022 and a full 8 years have passed since we got the last inFAMOUS game, and around 13 years have passed since the release of the very first inFAMOUS. In this 13-year span, I have gone from childhood to adulthood, and I found a recent love for storytelling and writing, allowing me to do something I've always wanted to do for a very long time: make my own inFAMOUS game. This concept for a game will include mainly just story elements, but also some ideas for gameplay and environmental aspects. And just to be clear, I am not an expert writer, nor am I a game developer, so keep in mind I'm simply going at this with wild creativity and a soft idea at what developers' limits are.
When I say that, I really mean it. I was very amateur at this time. I have learned a lot. I've continued not to write for just the channel, but I also have a side project that I've been working on also since this channel's inception, since I was at like 100 subscribers. And so I've had that side project going, and I've learned a whole lot about storytelling and writing and character development and everything there is to know about. Mostly I focus on screenwriting, but still just storytelling in general. I've basically enveloped my life in that lifestyle, and I have learned a whole lot. So that's why I wanted to do this. I feel like I've learned so much since releasing this video and since working on Prodigal Son, that I'll have a lot more thoughts about the actual storytelling aspect of it. So that's why I felt like doing this, by the way, if you're curious. Why it's not just in the middle of the, just like the 1 year, like 1 year later, just in the middle of a random time, if you're wondering that. Another donation. Okay, you don't have to keep donating, bro. I promise you, I will check your chat message. Holy shit, another donation. Okay, first donation. The idea behind my question was like Cabazon's The Flood Unleashed, a modern day apocalypse video, but instead of the flood, it's the beast. Okay, so is it like the flood from like Halo, and they like talk about how, is it like the flood from Halo? Am I dumb? Is that what it's referring to? Another donation by Medley's Web. Okay, can we please make Infamous related collab video? I've been trying to follow you on Instagram to message you about the details. I will tell you that I probably, thank you for the donation. I'll say that first off. But I'm probably not going to make any more Infamous videos for the time being. I have the whole rest of the year planned out for videos. I'm currently working on a video right now. It's going to be a long one. It depends what it is. My Instagram is private. It's for myself and my friends and stuff like that. If you were curious, I'll probably get a Discord going up here soon. But it would depend what the collab video is. If you want to put it in chat, you don't have to donate. I promise you. If you want to put it in chat what exactly it is, I can talk to you about it. But it depends what the video is. If it's a really good idea, I'm down. But it would probably have to get pushed to next year. Just because I literally have the whole year planned out, and it's a very tight schedule. But seriously, thank you for that donation. That's insane. You guys do not have to donate. I promise you. I thank you guys a lot for donating. It really means the world to me. I do not make much money from this, so you guys are literally changing everything by doing this. I will everyone like these donations. These guys are crazy. Oh, what up, Sonny? Sorry, Sonny, your message kind of got buried between two donations, so I'm just seeing it now. Yeah, the Halo flood. No, I get you. I think copying a video is different than inspiration. I think what you're looking for is you're like, I really like this style of video. Can you make one about Infamous? That's not copying. You're all good. I get it. Beast has always been fascinating and terrifying. How he just solos the entire world. Yeah, I could definitely check that video out. And then I will try to. It'll be a members only, like I said. But if that's what you're really interested in, I'll try to think about it, and I'll try to get that done. That seems like maybe a thing I could learn something myself as well. Bringing Infamous into live action, structuring a 3-season show of themes, overall messages, and cast. Let Infamous guy know who'd be interested. So here's the thing: a 3-season show. Personally, that's a lot to work on for a That's a lot to work on for basically. I mean, we don't have the rights to Infamous, so it would be like working on something, and it could never, make us any sort of like money, or it can never be really released. I'm also less of a live action guy. I'm more of an animated guy. If you were interested in doing maybe some sort of comic, and you were willing to like reach out to Sucker Punch or something like that, I'd be totally down. But personally, I have a lot on my plate. I already have, side projects going on. I also have this YouTube and a full-time job, and I got other stuff to uphold. But I'm not dogging on you. If you get it, if you want to release something, maybe I'll check out your channel. Maybe you can throw a comment in one of my videos, and I'll check out your channel, see what you got going. If I like it, I'll contact you. But I'm gonna have to not decline, but I want to see what you got cooking before I accept anything. So you want to see the narrative style, like So narrative style instead of telling you how it happened, it's showing you. Okay. So yeah, you're just wanting to basically see how the world would react to something like the Beast. Just all the stuff that's been going on recently in the world. You want to see how all of that would be reflected by some sort of fictional thing. That's not a bad idea. That's interesting. It's a video pitching a show, not really interested in making a whole show. Okay. Yeah, well, if you wanna like make a video about it or something like that, and you want to throw a comment in one of my YouTube videos, I can try to check it out, and I will let you know. Okay, let's continue getting this. We're, again, only 3 minutes in. We got 2.5 hours to go.
Also, before I begin, if you have not played the games or completely forgot the story, then go ahead and watch this video that I made about the full Infamous story, because I will be making many gameplay and story connections to those games, so keep that in mind for if you need to go watch that or not. Also, I would like to ask if you would consider either subscribing, engaging with the video in any way, or just watching it all the way through, as that would help me out a ton. But with all that out of the way, let's finally get into my concept for the next Infamous game, titled inFAMOUS Prodigal Son.
Just saying, I cooked with this shit. I mean, obviously I didn't make this, but I really like this concept. It's fairly cinematic. The bus mission.
When
It's either
first starting out the
horrific or
game,
fun.
you will be shown a short cinematic of a boat floating out to sea. In fact, this is the exact same boat that is at the end of Infamous 2 that some of you might immediately recognize. You might wonder what's happening or what you're supposed to do, but as the boat gets further and further away, at some point the game directs you to hold down on your D-pad. This action is immediately met with chaotic controller haptics, and a bolt of lightning strikes the boat just as it did at the end of Infamous 2. But this time, you might notice that it's a little bit different, as right when the lightning bolt strikes, the boat disappears. You'll then see a body floating in the water, and as the camera pans to the dark night sky, the title inFAMOUS Prodigal Son appears on the screen.
Here, hold on.
There's a
This right here, I made in Photoshop myself. Thank you very much. Not that great, but it's something.
slow fade down as the body washes up on shore.
And this right here is Ghost of Tsushima. So I just went into its photo mode and I just stole it. Yeah, Medley's Web. If you seriously impress my ass, and I'll check it out.
You never get to directly see the body's face, but you know who it must be. Just as this is happening, you might notice the slight sound of a bell slowly growing in volume. As the sound nears, it stops, only to be followed by more sounds of a boat docking. The camera pans to reveal where the sounds were originating from, and an unkempt fisherman exits the boat ramp onto a wooden dock. As the fisherman starts to slowly make his way towards the body, he starts shouting questions, asking if the body's alright, and telling it to not joke around. But once he finally reaches it, he flips it over to show Cole's lifeless face. Just to be clear, the fisherman doesn't know who Cole is currently, but he does find him oddly familiar, as we will talk about later, and for now, he just wants to help someone out who he thinks might be close to dying. Also, I'm gonna get it out of the way now, but I do understand that there's going to be a lot of people who won't like Cole's return. In my opinion, reviving him does slightly cheapen his death at the end of Infamous 2, but at the same time, you gotta understand what these games are based off of. From its inception, Infamous is a superhero game. The developers at Sucker Punch were heavily influenced by comics such as DMZ and Batman No Man's Land. Like every comic, the hero never stays dead for long, and to be honest, if they didn't want me exploring this option at all, then they shouldn't have hit him with lightning at the end of Infamous 2. But seriously, as you keep listening, you will learn that I do have an explanation for his revival, and in my opinion, it is far from just some cheap fan service, and I made it work within the confines of this reality's rules. Now, let's get back to the story before I go on more tangents. I'm doing it now. I'm going off script. When will this end? Will we ever get back to the story? Is it going to be 2 hours of just me doing this? I think as soon as the fisherman...
I like that bit. I don't know why. I've watched his like intro a few times since the video released, but I like that bit. I've done it a few times since then, but it's so stupid. I still agree with the fact that bringing Cole back isn't completely out of the picture. I don't necessarily think he should be brought back. Some people completely disagree with me and are like, that is the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. But I think if it happened, it wouldn't be crazy, but I don't necessarily also think it needs to happen. I think you could also make a sequel I think you could easily make a sequel where it's just Delsin. Maybe I don't know what they would do with the antagonist and stuff like that, but I think you could make a sequel to Second Son, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with the Cole or the Beast or anything like that. But I think that bringing Cole back is also not that dumb. I think bringing Cole back is fine, especially in my personal opinion. In the way I do it, I think it works out because it's not just like, oh, he gets brought back and it's never talked about again. There's like a reason and there's like a twist to why he gets brought back that makes it a bit more interesting, even though it might not be perfect. This guy's asking if we're going to get a Discord soon. Pretty soon. I'm thinking we're going to get a Discord for people to have a way to kind of contact us, so we don't have to, I'm not giving out my email and my personal Discord and stuff like that. Keeping conduits also cheapened his death, so fuck it, bring him back. I agree. I don't think that that's like I don't think that that means he should be brought back, but I do agree with that. Just having conduits survive still and just like going on and just being like, oh well, actually some survived. I also do think that still cheapens his death a little bit. Like there was this huge sacrifice that was made, but it was like, just kidding, not fully. So I think that, bringing him back isn't that big of a deal.
He checked Cole's pulse to find no rhythm whatsoever, and immediately he began CPR, all the while saying stuff like, please don't be dead. After a minute or so, he realized that this probably wasn't going to work, and immediately he began to roll Cole's body onto a net before dragging him onto a boat, where he's then taken to his main quarters.
Also, before I forget, I want to note this. When you guys watch this video, I'm curious, how many of you were confused about the whole, how he gets struck by lightning and then he wakes up in water. Later, it's going to be revealed that it's been I can't even remember, 10-ish years. I think it was 13 years or something like that. But were any of you confused about that? Because to me, it was very obvious that I made this, that he gets teleported or he gets taken into the future. Like when he gets hit, his body disappears and he goes into the future. But some people were like, bro, he's been floating in water for 10 years. That's insane. That doesn't make any sense. Or this video is so dumb. I want to see if any of you got that misunderstanding as well. Did it have to be clarified or did you just kind of get that right off the bat? Because I got a suspicious amount of comments that were confused about what was happening. And it's okay if you're kind of confused about it. You're like, oh, well, that's weird. But even after the explanation in the video that's going to come up here soon, were you still confused about it? Did you just kind of accept it? Did you think he was in the water for 13 years? It might have been 7, something like that. I can't remember. Yeah, it really confused me. Yeah, no, if it confuses you at first, I get that. If you're like, oh, that's weird. It's kind of like a mystery. But if it was confusing the whole time, then that's my problem. And I probably should have done a better job at explaining it.
The fisherman goes to a specific cabinet and starts to look through a bunch of medicine before pulling out a small package. He opens it up and it's a defibrillator which he attaches to Cole. The fisherman starts off small, giving Cole a small shock. This produces a 1-second flashback of memories on screen. He turns up the dial as the first one didn't work and he tries again, this time giving Cole about a 3-second flashback of memories on screen. The final time is at absolute full power and you get a very quick flashing montage of all the events that have happened in the past games that Cole was involved in. Cole's eyes immediately bolt open as he coughs up a ton of water before putting a hand on his head. "Where the hell am I?" he grumbles as he looks around the boat. Cole then sees the fisherman and looks down at the defibrillator that's hooked up to his chest. He looks back up at the man and thanks him for saving his life before asking about his situation, such as how he got here and what the man's name is. The latter is answered first as he responds with the name Jedediah Rose, but his friends call him Jed. This name immediately hits Cole and he instantly starts getting flashes of Zeke, remembering the events which he had forgotten. Jed sees the distress that this causes Cole and asks him if everything is alright. Cole ignores him and again asks.
I can't remember if I mentioned it in the video. The reason why he gets flashes of Zeke, by the way, is because Zeke's middle name is Jedediah. I think he says that in Infamous 1 near the beginning or something like that. But that's why he gets flashes. I don't know if I mentioned it in this video or the Q&A afterwards, but that is why. Also, I was going to say another thing and I forgot. But I will probably remember right after I hit play.
Asks how he was found here, and Jed simply says that he saw him floating to the bank and a minute later decided.
And just like that, I remembered. So I wish I would have wrote this video less like a book. I think it's kind of written like a book. I probably should have done it more like a screenplay, retroactively thinking back on it. I should have done more kind of dialogue heavy and less like less about how they feel and stuff like that, and just kind of just said it. It would also make it a lot shorter, which I think this video is a little bit too long, but I also wish I would have kind of practiced making it in that way, less like a book. I kind of just describe things in this. I wish I would have just kind of let you grasp the environment just by what they're saying and what's shown on screen. But yeah.
To dock his boat to try to help. He then asks for Cole's name, and when he hears it, he asks, "Are you like a movie star or something? Because you seem real familiar." Cole, still slightly in shock, disregards this question and asks where they're at. Jed says that they're New Marais, or at least they're about a 5-minute boat ride from it. Cole looks relieved, but suddenly winces and puts a hand on his head. Cole immediately whispers to himself that he needs to find Zeke before asking Jed out loud how he would get to the main city from here. Jed says that he can give him a ride, and the player finally takes control of Cole. This short boat ride to the city offers both exposition and some tutorial options, but there is a noticeable lack of powers at this point. This is deliberate as Cole has no electricity stored inside of him, and this is how he survived floating in the water and didn't die from it for so long. Once they arrive closer to
People must have missed me saying that, because I don't think y'all understand how many comments I got. People being like, "You know he dies in water, right?" Bro, I've played the games. I'm not a dumbass. I said it. I gave you the reason on the screen. Also, look at this guy's face. It's all melted off. Yeah, I gave you the reason. I said he didn't have any electricity. It was in Infamous, in the beginning of Infamous 2, they do this same thing. And in fact, I might show it right here, but I think Hunter put it on screen, or he should have put it on screen, showing people basically an example of it happening in game. So it's not some crazy thing that I missed or that I screwed up on, because I didn't. I had an answer for it.
To the city though, Cole passes a transformer and suddenly he feels better. He's then able to drain it just purely by muscle memory, and now he has his powers. Jed watches as this is happening and immediately shouts, "Holy shitballs, how did I not notice? You're Cole McGrath. You died. How are you even alive?" And memories instantly start to flood Cole when he hears the word died. He remembers almost everything about his death and his fight with the beast. Jed states that he's confused and asks Cole why he was gone for so long. Cole asks Jed what he means by this, and just then, the city comes into view. But unlike the past, New Marais looks much different. Now, the city is overrun by an overwhelming amount of neon lights. Cole can't believe his eyes and asks Jed just one question. "What do you mean by gone for so long?" Jed disappointedly says, "Cole, you've been dead for 13 years.
13
This is where we
years
get our
it was.
first stylized graffiti cutscene that explains the major antagonist of the game, as well as some backstory.
Also, I say stylized graffiti cutscene for a reason. The first game does like an ink, like a paint, like inked style, the stylized cutscene. The second game does watercolors because of the setting. So the third game, I was like, the antagonist is Delsin. I think it would be interesting to make it graffiti, kind of like in Infamous Second Son. So I was very specific about that. But I think the pacing up until this point is actually pretty solid. I think that there being, kind of an introduction that's not too long. You get a little bit of tutorial, and now you're going to get a stylized cutscene explaining most of, like the main premise. It's you, here's your antagonist, go. This is how the world is. I think that's actually pretty good. Some people didn't like it. They were like, oh, this is kind of dumb. This feels just like Infamous 2. But I think it's a pretty solid and would be nostalgic to a bunch of people, including myself, which is who this video is made for. So
that happened during this 13-year gap. For 7 whole years after Cole's death, the United States had
Solar support making a Discord. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we will probably make a Discord. I mean, every time I stream, a bunch of people want to, talk about a bunch of stuff, and they want to get into contact with me. So I think it's becoming increasingly necessary to make a Discord. So it probably will happen pretty soon. I'm not going to be living my life on there, just so you guys know. Don't expect me to be on there all the time. I have other stuff to do. But that is a fairly good way of contacting me. Also, being a member is a really good way if you want to just kind of have conversations and stuff like that. I see those immediately, and I try to respond to every single one of them. So
had been overrun by an agency called the DUP. In an attempt to enslave conduits, the DUP rounded most of them up and put them in a single prison called Curtin K Station. Again, this went on for 7 whole years until one day an egotistical, tyrannical, and infamous conduit named Delson Rowe destroyed the DUP, and in doing so, stole hundreds of powers from the conduits of Curtin K. Afterwards, Delson went down a twisted path that ended with the nuking of Seattle that was caused by the government trying to stop Delson. This didn't work, however, and only proved that Delson was unstoppable. Eventually, the government had to bow down to Delson because he was just too powerful, and now, to this day, Delson is still in charge. When he first took...
I have a problem with this now. I think that I know why I did this. To me, I was trying to put Delson, instead of kind of naturally progressing what Delson did in Infamous Second Son, and kind of saying, okay, how would the world look like if he did that? I already had a vision for how this world would look, and I was cramming Delson into that vision by any means necessary. I would nowadays go about that completely differently. There's a few reasons why I did that, by the way. Time crunch is one. Like, I need to get this video out, so, by whatever means necessary. Also, I didn't think many people would watch this. I thought maybe you'd get max, my best possible outcome. This video gets 5,000 views. But it didn't, and I ended up getting a lot of views, and a lot of people scrutinized this thing specifically, but I think that that's pretty well deserved. You really like the idea of Delson being evil. I like the idea of Delson being evil and him being the antagonist. What I'm specifically talking about is basically making him like a tyrant of the United States in this version. I think that a lot more world building needed to be done on my end for me to actually come up with how things, like, to come up with an actually like interesting and like kind of a specific vision for how his world would look if he were actually in charge or leading some sort of assault on the United States. Because them just giving up power, to me, is just not, it doesn't really make sense. It's like the DUP is going alongside the US, so it's like it makes sense why they would kind of siphon, the DUP would like siphon power off the US, but Delson would be in direct opposition with the US. I don't see any reason why the US wouldn't be like, yeah, nah, this guy's screwing everything up, nuke the whole goddamn country. Like, to me, that's just how I see it. Obviously, I had to do what I had to do to make the story happen, but if I were to remake this, which might happen, might not, who knows, if I had to redo this, I would probably put a lot more effort into building a world that made sense, not just for the story, but made sense for Delson's character. So,
took power, Delson wasn't interested in ruling at all, and the country fell into a type of anarchy. But slowly, Delson grew more and more power hungry. Eventually, he even founded a personal military that consisted of old DUP agents and allowed the few friends he had to take over and rule the cities of their choice. So that's it. That's the state of the world right now. Cole put down his life to save the planet, and they decided to lock up all remaining conduits, and then yet another tyrant rose to conquer the powers that be. But Cole, being the hero he is, wasn't going to stand for it. Right then and there, he knew what he had to do. He was going to find Delson and put a stop to his tyrannical reign. This is where the cutscene ends, and Cole then asks some questions that are on everyone's minds. First, how did he get here? And second, what happened to New Murray? Jed can only answer one of those questions, but first, they gotta dock their boat. The only problem with this is Jed knows that there are armed thugs actively patrolling the waters in front of them, so Cole must take them down so Jed's boat can get near the dock. It takes a few minutes, but eventually Cole takes down a bunch of enemies using his most basic powers such as the regular lightning bolt, grenades, shockwaves, and missiles. Personally, I felt it was important not to have this infamous game be a complete reset of powers, as I have a lot of ideas for future abilities. And giving the player all of the basics at the start will allow me to stack more things on top of that later in the game. Also, the way it works is when in certain situations,
I agree with that. I very, very much dislike when games, the first game gives you stuff and the sequel rips it away from you. I hate that with a burning passion. No way. Is my neighbor about to start mowing his lawn again? I'm about to become Delson right here. I'm about to destroy a whole ass village to get this guy to go away. Tell me if you guys hear that or if it's really bad. I'm going to try to keep talking, keep the audio going so it's not too bad. But what was I saying? I was saying something about powers. Oh yeah, I hate when games in the sequel rip powers away from you. So that's one thing I didn't want to do. I want to right off the bat give you all of the, arc restraint and the healing and the grenades and the rockets, all that stuff, most of the movement, and then you can stack stuff on top of that, make it a lot more interesting, a lot more modern. But this would just be a really good way of just saying, hey, you're good. Just go and have fun. This is a normal Infamous thing. You are Cole as he was at the very end of Infamous 2. Just a really low humming. Okay, it's not too bad. At least, thank God.
Cole will remember some of his abilities.
Oh, hold on. Now that I'm listening to this again for the first time in months, it reminds me of a book called Steelheart at the beginning. Steelheart? What's that about? It's what I loved about Jedi Survivor. As I was saying that, I literally was thinking that in my head. It's just Jedi Survivor does the good thing where it gives you what you had in Fallen Order and it builds on top of it. Some things are changed, so nothing really gets taken away, but they take the game in a slightly different direction. So some things it doesn't give to you, but it doesn't ever take anything away. It just kind of doesn't give you some of the things you had last time, and it improves upon them in different ways. Yeah, if he didn't lose his powers, you want, because that's one of my problems with Infamous 2 is that they do improve your powers. Like the end of Infamous 1 and the end of Infamous 2 are vastly different. Infamous 2, you are way more powerful, but that's like, I really wished we would have gotten all the base stuff, like rockets, grenades, all that stuff at the beginning of Infamous 2, and then at the end of Infamous 2 we could have way cooler shit. The mower is why the beast burned Kessler's world to the ground. Yeah, he's like, we gotta get rid of this goddamn... Why? Listen, where I'm at, it's almost 5 o'clock. Who the hell out here mowing your lawn at 5 p.m.? That is crazy. Sun's about to go down, bro. Better go inside, lock up.
And the player can then immediately use them as the game instructs. For example, when Cole and the player learn to use his grenade...
Also, Solar, please stop donating. You really don't have to. I want to ask, this may be disrespectful. Is it your money that you're spending? If it's not your money, I'm about to feel really bad. I mean, I haven't even mentally processed that I'm getting this money. To me, it's right now, it's fake money. It's Monopoly money. Please don't tell me this is someone else's credit card. If it is, I will donate it to charity. I'm gonna keep this going, but
Group of enemies in front of him, and suddenly he remembers the muscle memory of what to do in that moment, therefore giving the player a tutorial of what to do and in what situations to use certain things in. After defeating all the enemies, both Cole and Jed move on to the main dock into the main part of the city, and Cole immediately wants to contact Zeke. He asks Jed for a phone, and Jed hands him one, but it's been 13 years, and Zeke's number doesn't work anymore. At this point, Cole doesn't at all know where to go from here. He doesn't even know if anyone will trust or help him, but Jed says that the people of New Marais will trust him. Cole is unsure, but Jed says he can prove it. Jed begins to lead Cole throughout the city, and all the while he explains the whole situation with New Marais. Basically, the whole city is now controlled by a conduit named Fetch Walker, Delson's prior right-hand woman. Since Fetch took control of the city, it has been a seemingly lawless place. Her relapse into drugs has been a slippery slope of chaos, and lately, she hasn't even tried to hide it from the public. Jed tells Cole that he believes that she is broken, and her lack of hiding her addiction is secretly a silent cry for help, and also says that his brother, God rest his soul, did the same thing before his death. Jed also explains that the thugs that oppress this city used to actually be led by Fetch, but now they hold little to no respect for her, and at this point, they are basically just free to terrorize the drug-ridden mess that is New Marais. When they finally arrived at their destination, a rooftop overlooking St. Ignatius Cathedral, Cole saw something that filled him with hope. Cole saw his amp atop a pillar that commemorated his great sacrifice nearly 13 years ago. Jed looks over and sees the shocked yet determined look on Cole's face and explains that the whole world knows and remembers his sacrifice, and with all that's happening right now, they could really use a savior like him. Cole somberly looks down at his amp and then around at the city, finally turning to the horizon beyond. When he died, he thought that that was going to be his final sacrifice, and he would finally find some peace. But now, he knows that that will never happen. Cole is destined to fight for the world when nobody else will, and live up to that title of savior the best he can. Cole turns to...
That right there is the closest thing that this video has to like a main theme. Because when I was writing this, I didn't even really have like a main theme in mind like I would if I were doing it now. Again, I was extremely amateur. I was just kind of just having fun, just writing something. It wasn't really about like it being like a super coherent story or having, you know, I wanted to have consistent characters, but that was just because, you know, I didn't want characters to just jump around and do whatever. I wasn't, you know, I still had like a sense of, you know, making something that was actually good, but I also didn't really have like themes in mind, and I wasn't really sticking to act structure, and there wasn't, I didn't know the rules of like writing, and I also didn't know, and because I didn't know the rules, I didn't know when to break those rules, because, you know, some rules are meant to be broken or are okay to be broken. You don't have to stick to every rule, but you gotta at least know them. If they were to make another Infamous spin-off, do you think it's more likely to be a Kessler backstory or an Augustine backstory? If they're going to make a backstory game, I would assume it's going to be Kessler. I think the Augustine backstory kind of... I don't know if that would be too... I don't know if that would work all that well. In fact, if they were to make an Infamous spin-off, I don't think they would do Kessler or Augustine. I think that if they were going to do a spin-off, it would probably... It wouldn't be a sequel. It probably wouldn't even be a main title game. It might just be like a Miles Morales type thing. And I think it would be the end of Infamous 2, the evil ending of Infamous 2. It would be like what I made, the Infamous Aftermath, but, you know, actually good. Kessler Stories works better for a light novel. Augustine's can make a short mission-based game. Yeah, it all depends. Augustine is Augustine would be coming alive or coming into her power and stuff like that in a very civilized time. Kessler's would also be very like political, because he's like, you know, that's his whole thing, is that he went and he infiltrated an organization and he's trying to rise within the ranks and stuff like that. So I don't know how the gameplay would work. They would have to have like antagonists. They would have to have a ton of stuff. But what if Second Son was the Miles Morales game? See, that's what I'm saying, and that's what Prodigal Son is supposed to be. It's supposed to be Infamous 1, Infamous 2, Second Son, which is like the Miles Morales game, and then you have Infamous 3. But if we're speaking realistically, Sucker Punch is most likely done with Infamous. I would kill for remasters, but I want, you know, I'm okay with Ghost of Tsushima being their new thing and whatever they have cooking in the future after it, because I love Ghost of Tsushima, and I think it's, on paper, I will say I think it's a better game than Infamous, but I do hold Infamous close to my heart. So
thank Jed for helping him out and tells him that if there's anything he will need, just find a way to contact him and he will totally help out. Jed thanks Cole and tells him that he might just take him up on that sometime, and that's basically just a hint that he's gonna have some side mission stuff, but that he's no longer needed for the main story anymore. With their paths now split, Cole drops down from the roof and slowly makes his way towards the pillar. Eventually he climbs it, and as he stands above it, lightning wildly sparks around him, and he sends a message to the whole world by pulling his amp out of the stone. But unlike the tale of King Arthur and Excalibur, this would not go down as a legend. Hundreds of people saw this, and they all recorded it on their phones, instantly making the moment a worldwide event. Every man, woman, and child would learn of the return of Cole, and Delson is no exception. Sitting on his graffiti-covered concrete throne, he watched as the world suddenly gained something they hadn't had for years: hope. On one hand, Delson was absolutely furious. He worked so hard to break down the world this much, and now he would have to do it all over again. But on the other hand, Delson was confident that he would soon make an example out of Cole and gain a new power in the process. Delson immediately contacted Fetch and told her that the whole city of New Marais must go into lockdown.
I just wanted to note for something real fast. The King Arthur thing, I got a lot of flack for that in the beginning. The original, like, 30 comments of this video. People calling me corny. Yes, it's a little corny. I get it. And I felt it in my cringe center when I said it. But I think corny's not bad necessarily. And it's not like it's supposed to be like a thing that the game represents. It was, you know, just like a cool explanation for what I was doing. But yes, I agree it was a little corny. I don't think it's that bad though.
Knowing he can't fully trust Fetch to follow through because of her mental state, he also assigns Celia to capture Cole. I don't expect most of you to know who Celia is, but she is a very minor character within Infamous Seconds.
Okay, this is very embarrassing. So when you hear me saying Celia for the next 5 minutes or so, when you hear that like that name, you may notice there's a little bit, like, it's a little bit weirdly edited. That's because when I was reading it, so Google Docs automatically autocorrected Celia to Cynthia for whatever reason. So when I typed Celia, it would autocorrect. So when I was reading it, I would just read Cynthia because it just passed my mind. I was just like, oh, I must have put it there for a reason. So I just read it. So for the next like 5 minutes, I have to manually go in and I had to try to match my cadence and match my volume and say Celia instead of Cynthia because I didn't want to go through and re-record 20 minutes.
Son, and she is the main kind of antagonist of Infamous Paper Trail, but I know not a lot of people played that, but just know she has paper powers and she kind of looked up to Delson. But you'll see in this game that that's not exactly how it is. You can kind of treat her as a new character. As Celia symbolically stands on the right-hand side of Delson's concrete throne, she sends her very loyal origami ninja army to look after the city of New...
Oh, that's cringe, bro. Origami ninjas. Why didn't I come up with a name for that? That's corny right there. That's pretty cringe. Like, I just kept calling them her origami ninjas, her origami army or whatever. Why didn't I come up with a name for them? Like, I should have come up with an actual name. The problem is that was like a placeholder, but then by the end I was like, fuck it, I'm not doing that again. Like, I didn't want to have to do all the research to come up with a name that made sense and stuff like that. Because again, in my mind, this video is getting 1,000 views. Nobody's watching this shit. So to me, Origami Ninjas worked perfectly fine as a placeholder, and it just stayed in. But today, rewriting it, I would use actual, like, yeah, I would use an actual name for them. Something that would actually make sense.
Array, and to scout out and keep an eye on Fetch as she cracks a sinister.
Okay, maybe y'all are more corny than me because your guys' names are pretty cringe. The scissors, alright, bud. The paper cutters, that's worse. Origami, that's somehow even worse. Okay.
Smile, knowing exactly what she's about to do. Zeke woke up in his bed like it was any other day. He kissed his pregnant wife on the forehead before moving to check on his twin daughters. He had only been married for about 4 years, but honestly, these were the best years of his life, and his kids were the best things that had ever happened to him. As he made his way to the living room and turned on the TV, the sun was just coming up because he lived on the west coast of the United States and he wanted to see what the crazy tyrant Delson was up to. As soon as Zeke switched the channel to the news, he saw the regular broadcasts. The hosts were talking about famine, death, and surely they would soon get to talk about the other two horsemen. But of course, none of this was new to anyone in the world, and especially not Zeke. As he started to make his way towards the kitchen, he began his daily ritual of reminiscing about the world before the blast and thinking about Cole before suddenly the news feed switched. As he heard the breaking news, Zeke immediately bolted towards the TV and stared in stunned silence as he saw the long-awaited yet impossible return of his best friend. After the act of holding the amp high above his head in a victorious pose.
Alright, who just said I was canonically one of Zeke's twin daughters? Listen, I would not mind that, you know? I am a twin. Ashton, you're gonna be gone? Alright, see ya. Peace out. I'll see you in an hour. I'll definitely still be streaming. I still have over 2 hours of this. We've been streaming for an hour 20, and we're only 19 minutes in.
Cole brought the amp down to inspect it. He noticed that it was in pristine condition, and as he was wondering how it went so long without being touched, hundreds of people began to rush towards him. Most, if not all of them, were taking pictures, shouting questions, and cheering out of pure excitement. After all,
alright, Sniper Boy said I sound like a girl, and that's a 5-minute ban. You're going into timeout. Sorry, 5 minutes. Bye. Everyone shame him. Everyone say Sniper Boy cringe. Sniper Boy cringe. Dunbar beamed. Okay, buddy.
this was his city, and nobody knew how he was back, but at that moment, nobody cared. All they knew is that the prodigal son had returned. Alright, now I think it's time.
Alright, I like that. I fucks with that meme. That was a good one. The prodigal son had returned. But you know, I was like winking at the audience. I was like, guys, I get it, I'm corny. I like that. Now you're about to listen to my explanation on all this stuff. And let's see if it's good.
And that I addressed the elephant in the room. You may have noticed that unlike the other Infamous games, I have left basically zero room for Cole to be the bad guy, and to be honest, that was a deliberate choice. For a multitude of reasons, I felt it best to not have a karma system in this game. And please, before you freak out and rush to the comments, hear me out and hear my plan to appease the players that do love being the bad guy. Okay, so first off, why did I remove karma from an Infamous game? Really, there is one main reason. I want this game to be a shift for the series, very similar to that of Uncharted 4. Both those and this game are very story focused, and so far, the last main...
Alright, for you said Sniper Boy is trying to hit on me. That's even weirder, because Sniper Boy is my brother. Sniper Boy's my little brother, and that's why if that annoying little shit is always in chat, yapping up a storm, and he has a Fortnite profile picture, so everyone flame his ass. So no, he was not hitting on me, and if he was, we need to call the police.
In games and their respective series. And for this reason, I didn't want to water down the story by having two very separate paths that would only make the development for this game more difficult and therefore make each path more shallow. This problem is very clearly seen with all the other Infamous games, but mostly with Infamous Second Son. When I replayed that game, I noticed that most of the dialogue had to be shared between the two paths. This forced Delson's character to be what I would call a lovable asshole, as he couldn't be too much of a good guy or the bad playthrough would look very weird, and he can't be too much of a dick or the players who chose to be a good guy would be very put off. But I do understand why this decision was made on the part of Sucker Punch, and I'm not really blaming them. If it was any different, they would basically have to make two completely different games with two completely different scripts, and each of them would have to react to the player's input, and overall they would basically be making two different games for the price of one. But by streamlining and focusing on the good playthrough in this game and making it more fleshed out, we can save some time on development, and things within the story can make much more sense.
I was trying to find the right time to pause. Well, first off, I'll answer Solar's message. Prodigal Son and Aftermath are, in your opinion, the best way to end the Infamous series. I sort of agree. I actually the idea of them I agree with. I agree with, maybe Cole coming back, wrapping up Delson's story, and then having like a side DLC game to show the ending of Infamous 2, kind of wrapping off both major timelines. I think that's a good way to end the series, but I do think that Prodigal Son has its problems, and I think Aftermath, if I had to redo it, I would completely just wipe off. I do not like Aftermath almost at all. I wrote Aftermath very quickly, like extremely quickly. If you guys know, there's a sponsor in that video, and because of that sponsor, I was on a deadline, and I wrote that video in 2 weeks. 45 minutes, I had 2 weeks to come up with a completely original story. It will never happen again. I will never give myself that short of a deadline ever again, because that's why the video has a lot of problems with it. Immediately after making it and recording it, I would, think of solutions to stuff in the story, and I could make it a better story if I was just given a couple more days. But because I was given such a short deadline to literally write, record, edit, and release a video in 2 weeks is absolutely insane, let alone a video that's 45 minutes long. So Aftermath I have a lot of problems with. But the general idea that releasing a Prodigal Son type game than an Aftermath type game, I do agree with. That would be a solid way to end the series. What up, Cooper? You back? Oh, what was I saying? Okay, yeah. So just barely, we watched the part where I was like explaining why there should only be one karma in Prodigal Son. I slightly agree with that. I do. I think just having, so to me, again, the problem with Infamous is they're making two games, and they have to be the same game. They're making a game where you can be a good guy and a game where you can be a bad guy. But because those can't be so different, they can't have two different maps and a whole different set of characters and all that stuff, they have to put them in the same map, same setting, same antagonist. They kind of blur the lines. Everything starts to bleed into each other. Second Son felt that the most, but Infamous 1 and 2 also had some sort of like it was a Venn diagram, and in the center there was a bunch of stuff that they shared, both between the evil and the good path. My idea was, let's just take one of those and flesh it out as much as possible. Imagine if just the good path had as much development as both the good and evil path. It would be twice as good as the other games in the series. I do also think, though, that I think that that's fine, and that's a good idea on paper, but also Infamous is a series. The staple of the series is that you're playing as either a good or a bad guy. So I think taking that away is kind of like removing the main thing that makes this series stand out. Without it, it's kind of just prototype, which it's not a bad, it wouldn't be a bad game, but I think people would go into it like maybe if they didn't hear that beforehand, they might go into it and being like, oh, what? I wanted to be the bad guy. Then they would refund or something. They'd be mad. So that's why I personally think that they stopped making Infamous games, because there's no right way to do it. I think if they make an Infamous game with two karma systems, they're shooting themselves in the foot because they have to make two separate games. And again, for the price of one, you're making two games and they're buying it for $60, $70. But I also think that they can't just limit it to one karma, because that's not what Infamous is. So their solution is basically, let's just not make Infamous anymore. Let's just wrap it up with Second Son and let's just move on. And I think that's not a horrible idea, although I would kill for them to bring Infamous back. Little idea, what if you play as Cole and Delson, kind of like Last of Us 2, but not being a bad game? Then you could put a karma system for Delson and adjust the story. I think depending on how they do it, again, I'm not a developer, so I have actually no idea of what they could do. I have no idea if that would be possible. But again, that brings up the problem that you're having two half-baked stories instead of one incredibly fleshed out story. You're having half the story you're playing as Delson, half the story you're playing as Cole, and you're forcing people to be the bad guy, then forcing people to be the good guy. And I think the point of Infamous is that you are a bad guy or you are a good guy. It's not you're doing both or whatever. I also think that that's why there isn't ever like a neutral karma system, because that again would be making 3 games for the price of 1. But it's a tough problem, and I think that's why they abandoned the series.
For instance, why would Cole even decide to be the bad guy? He risked his life to save the world, and even if he came back with a grudge against humanity, I can't really see a way to shove him on the dark side without it seeming very contrived. And on the business side, the game wouldn't lose many sales either. A huge majority of players exclusively play the hero in these games, and once they've beaten it, they just move on. And finally, if you're wondering, here's my solution for the players who want to be the bad guy. About 6 to 12 months after this game's imaginary release, there would be a 3 to 4 hour standalone DLC that would follow the alternate timeline where Cole took the powers of the beast. This would mainly just be a crazy power trip for the player, because I know a lot of the people who play the evil side like that part of it, but also story-wise, it would cap off the events of the other major timeline, effectively allowing Sucker Punch to completely move on to other projects, knowing that Infamous cannot be revisited as it is completely finished off. This, in my opinion, is the only good solution to the karma problem. The majority of good players could have their game to thrive in, and the subset of bad players can have their power trip of an Infamous game, while both of them have more in-depth stories. Also, while we're off topic, and we're like on spin-off games or whatever and other side stuff, if I were in charge of like the story stuff at Sucker Punch, I would also create a prequel comic that takes place before this game. It would basically just explore Zeke's life and Delson's rise to power and stuff. So with that out of the way, hopefully you do understand why I did the things I did with the karma system, and hopefully you can understand that the Infamous games have kind of been held back by the standard with the karma system, and hopefully this solves it. You know, solving both sides, giving good players a good side, bad players a bad side, and kind of everyone wins, and we get to solve the problem that has been put forth from the very first game in 2009. With the city of New Marais and the world now aware of Cole's unexpected revival, of course he begins to immediately make new enemies.
Hold on.
Thugs
wait,
begin to break.
You guys hear that? You can hear my voice change. I ended one recording session and I started another. Can you pick up on
Sucker
it?
Punch to completely move on to other projects, knowing that Infamous cannot be revisited as it is completely finished off.
Right
This,
here.
in my opinion, is the only good solution to the karma problem. The majority of good players could have their game to thrive in, and the subset of bad players can have their power trip of an Infamous game, while both of them have more in-depth stories. Also, while we're off topic, and we're like on spin-off games or whatever and other side stuff, if I were in charge of and hopefully you can understand that The infamous games have kind of been held back by the standard with the karma system, and hopefully this solves it. You know, solving both sides, giving good players a good side, bad players a bad side, and kind of everyone wins, and we get to solve the problem that has been put forth from the very first game in 2009. With the city of New Marais and the world now aware
Yeah,
of
you
Cole's
can definitely hear
unexpected
that.
revival, of course he begins to immediately make new enemies. Thugs begin to break up the crowd.
Let me read chat for a sec. I always thought that they could solve that issue by allowing you to mix up decisions and get more karma akin to how D&D has chaotic good and evil, etc. Just because it would lean more into interesting endings. Yeah, no, if they could do that, and then he also says give them more time to work on a fully thought out game. I think that they could do that. If they really put the time into it, they could make a fully fleshed out game where it has like a bunch of different stuff. The only problem is that just adding more development time is a solution, but it's also not. It's like it's a solution, but it's not like it's like an infinite solution. You can't just keep doing that. The more you extend a game, the less income you have coming in, and the more you're spending on payroll and you're spending on, you know, contractors and stuff like that. So you can't just extend a game forever, you know, and just keep it going. But if I think they would do market research, and if they found out that an infamous game would do really well and they could spend, you know, 6 years on it, then they could make a really good game with a bunch of different karma paths. But to me personally, I don't see that happening. I think that Ghost of Tsushima and other franchises are most likely their future, and if they were gonna come back to Infamous, it would almost 100% just be a reboot. I personally don't see them making another game. I would love it, and I think there's a possibility maybe of them going off the bad path, but I think that they would just do a reboot, and they would just go straight to Infamous 1, and they would do a remaster, reboot type thing. They could combine 1 and 2 maybe. I don't know, because 1 and 2 are both like 8 hours. Modern games are like 20 hours. So you could combine 1 and 2 into one big-ass game, just call it Infamous, let it go.
Surrounding Cole, and Cole must stop them by using his newly acquired amp and his lightning storm ability that he now suddenly remembers. But it doesn't take very long for Fetch to eventually arrive, and when she does, she looks even worse than expected. But to Cole's surprise, she doesn't really ever act in an aggressive manner, and for the most part, she keeps her distance. It's only when one of her thugs aims his weapons at a civilian and Cole risks his life to save them does she act. She begins to run towards Cole and creates a burst of neon powerful enough to flash and stun him and everyone around him. Then quickly, she runs off, and Cole chases after her using power lines and his static thrust ability, but she's just too fast. As soon as Cole stops to give up, he notices the slight sound of a phone's ringtone coming from his pocket. He grabs the phone and answers a call to find that Fetch is on the other line, and she apologizes for blasting him, but she needed a way to get the phone to him without the others seeing and being suspicious. Afterwards, she explains that these past few years, Delson has gone too far, and he had been killing countless innocent people, and the weight of it has finally gotten to her. With this explanation, Cole realizes that what Jed predicted was absolutely true. She was begging for help, and now she was looking for a way out. This was seemingly impossible before, but now that Cole's back to challenge Delson, she can secretly side with him. Cole doesn't fully believe her though, and tells her that she's gonna need some good proof that she's on his side. She does so by connecting Cole with a man named Riley Fox, an expert on all things Delson, as he has known him all his life. When Riley and Cole finally get connected, Riley explains that he is a fellow conduit as well as a member of the now extinct Akomish tribe. He then elaborates by telling Cole a story, that one day when his tribe was raided by a woman named Augustine, he was brought into the DUP to give up some info on Delson. But of course, because he knew Delson from childhood, he trusted him to do the right thing and eventually save his tribe, so he refused to give up any information and thought highly of himself for doing so. But later, Riley would eventually learn the truth, that Delson was more sinister than anyone had imagined when he murdered every single last one of the Akomish tribe members. Riley was absolutely devastated when he learned this information, but just like when he was being interrogated by the DUP, he played the long game and stayed on the sidelines, gaining information and waiting for an opportunity like today, a day to take down Delsin. Also, if this character does slightly sound familiar, he is kind of ripped directly from a Second Son dead drop. He is just mentioned there. He doesn't really have a name or anything, but he is very, very obscure. And now I've just kind of made him a real character with real intentions. But you can definitely treat this person like they're a brand new character. You don't need to know anything about anything in the past because he's barely mentioned. But now I've just kind of, integrated him into this story because I thought it would be pretty cool and a nice callback. While Cole...
So, let's talk about Riley Fox. Riley's name, first off, Riley, it was just a random name. I was like, that seems like a kind of unique name. It was also, if I had to change it, it's like whatever. It's both. You can have it be a boy or a girl. So I was like, that's good. If I ever need to maybe change it, maybe add more females to the story, I could do that. Didn't end up doing it, but whatever. But I wanted to make a very kind of like neutral character. And the last name Fox, that comes from Nate Fox, who I can't remember. I knew it when I made this video, but I think he was the the head writer at Sucker Punch for the Infamous games. So I pulled that last name from him. So Riley, just a random name, and then Fox, which is a cool reference to Nate Fox, who wrote for the Infamous games. Also, yeah, he is a very obscure character in one of the dead drops in Second Son. Literally one dead drop in Second Son, not even a noteworthy one, mentions how she grabbed one or two other people from the Akomish tribe. Augustine's her I'm referring to. She grabbed one or two other people from the Akomish tribe, and then she questioned them about Delsin, and then they didn't give her any information. So I was like, that would be an interesting premise for a conduit who trusted Delsin that he so much that he wouldn't give out information. Then Delsin killed their entire village. I think that's a really cool idea. To this day, I think that's really interesting. And I think that I kind of butcher his character in this, but I do think that there's a really cool premise for a character, and it connects with a lot of the characters, and it's a very interesting addition to the games. It's you're not bringing back another character from another story who's super noteworthy, but you're introducing a new character that still has connections to previous games. I think it's pretty dope.
Cole doesn't 100% trust Riley. He does have a good feeling about him and decides that going forward, he will judge him based on his actions to see if he's trustworthy. As soon as both of them are done introducing themselves to one another, Riley makes it clear that they should immediately leave the city to get to Delsin, where he resides in New Empire City.
I'll also read this chat message where this guy said he's like, he doesn't want another game because it might get ruined. I agree, but I don't think Sucker Punch would ruin a new Infamous game. I think the way worse possibility is that they outsource it and they give it to another studio, kind of like Sly Cooper, where they give it to another studio and they make an Infamous game and they butcher the hell out of it. And I think that is a very real possibility. PlayStation's new CEO is all about making money. So if he sees Infamous at all, if he ever asks all the studios and goes, hey, just asking, are there any series that you could, maybe revive? If Sucker Punch is, feeling like making some extra money and they don't really need to do anything, they could give the rights to another studio and they could butcher the game. So personally, that's what I'm scared of. I'm scared of them being like, guys, a new Infamous game is coming back and it's being made by some random ass studio that PlayStation has had on the back burner. I hope that doesn't happen. I would be okay with remasters being developed by another studio, kind of like Demon Souls, where it's not completely made by FromSoft, but it's, overseen by FromSoft. If they had an Infamous remaster made by another studio, but it was, directed by someone at Sucker Punch, I'd be okay with that. But I don't want a sequel done in that way.
But Cole protests this as he can't just leave the city to rot and says that he needs to leave when New Marais can stand on its own 2 feet. Riley thinks that this is kind of a waste of time and states that Cole can't save everyone all the time, even if everyone expects him to, but Cole thinks otherwise. Riley decides that if Cole isn't going to leave the city without helping it, he may as well help out as much as he can to try to fast track the process. Within a few missions, Riley has helped Cole and the player gain a new power. They've done some tutorial missions, some side missions and stuff like that, and generally progressed the plot just a little while progressing gameplay quite a bit. If you're
That's a problem with making these kinds of videos, is it's really interesting when I'm talking about story stuff and dialogue and specific scenes, but whenever it gets to like, okay, now gameplay, I have no good way to describe gameplay, and I don't want to have to literally do mission design for the whole game, so I have to just say, and then you play the game and then move on to the next like important scene. So that's just some people were saying that they're like, the pacing of this is like completely off, this seems like a super short game, but I'm like, dude, I'm just giving you the specific scenes of the story. Also, the pacing is off because I wasn't thinking about pacing. I was just like, let's make a goddamn game.
You're wondering why I totally just skipped over the fact that Cole got a new power without explaining it whatsoever, and why my voice might sound different, then congratulations, you've been paying close attention. For some reason, I took the explanation of how Cole got his abilities out of my script with the intention of reworking it later on, but I never actually added it back into the script. So here I am in the future correcting that mistake, and here I go. My idea for how Cole gets his new powers is a combination of all 3 games. Kinda. See, the way Cole gets his new powers in this game is through things I call core reactors. Outside of gameplay, these are used to power cities, and they're basically just upscaled core relays from Second Son. Throughout history, with every single dictator or tyrant, they always had maybe a couple policies that were actually good intentioned. Like, no matter who you are, you could probably... Ours is a combination of all 3 games. Kinda. The player, correcting that mistake, and here I go. My idea for how Cole gets his new powers is a combination of all 3 games. Kinda. See, the way Cole gets his new powers in this game is through things I call core reactors. Outside of gameplay...
Okay, I'm gonna pause here so I can talk about this picture. Sia, I also call you S. Sia, he's leaving the stream. Nice having you. Would there be a karma system, but only the good side, which Cole's clothes change? It would be good. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I was confused. I was like, would there... So you're saying it's a statement, not a question. Yeah, his good clothes change more like, with his powers and upgrades. Yeah, he would change throughout the game, with both his powers. I say it at the very end of the video. We're probably gonna skip it just for time reasons, because I have somewhere to go at 9, but we're probably gonna skip like the last 20 minutes of this video where it's just talking about powers and stuff. But I think there would be multiple different paths. There would also be a lot more customization in this game. inFAMOUS has notoriously had like no customization like at all. Kind of just play the game. But I think nowadays people always expect customization with their games. So I think that it would be a very good idea to add a bunch of different ways to customize Cole. Maybe different amp upgrades and stuff like that. Get it, like a lot more in-depth instead of just like you upgrade your powers and you move on. This picture, so we're going to point this out. This is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I remember this being concept art for the nuke in Dark Knight Rises. I might be wrong, but I swear to you that's what I remember. I remember pulling this off Google, and it was a concept image for the nuke in Dark Knight Rises. So that's just an interesting tidbit.
These are used to power cities.
These aren't AI generated. Some people think they're AI generated. How I think of AI generated images, I will use them for stuff like posts and for personal use, but unless I literally have to, I will try some other way to get images other than using AI. I will either get artists involved or I will try to pull images from somewhere else, but I don't like using AI images for commercial use. I don't like using them in art. I like using them for personal use and maybe for some like very low level promotion stuff, but never commercially or artistically.
And they're basically just upscaled core relays from Second Son. Throughout history, with every single dictator or tyrant, they always had maybe a couple policies that were actually good intentioned. Like, no matter who you are, you could probably look at them and be like, you know, I guess that's not horrible. They're a horrible person, and it was horribly done, but the intentions of it weren't that bad. And for Delson, his was clean energy. And that's not just arbitrarily chosen. I actually looked at Delson, and I, realized that he's a millennial, he grew up in the Pacific Northwest, and he's a Native American. He's a Comish. So it makes a lot of sense for him to probably care a lot about nature and the climate. So of course, when Delson came into his...
That's the most world building I did in this video, by the way. And not actually. I'm sure there's stuff later on that I forgot. But for Cole specifically, that's like the most world building that I did. I was like, what would his character be like? Okay, let's put that in the game. I wish I would have taken that 10 steps further though, and thought about who he would become instead of shoving his character into what the game needed. Make more of these made up games. I would. The only problem is that they take a long ass time to make, and they are very risky. I've actually started working on a few other of these. I made one, not spoilers, but okay, don't nobody get hyped. This is not releasing. This is a canceled video. It's a few thousand words long in the script, and I did a lot of thinking. I spent like a few weeks on it, but it's done. It's not happening. I made a prototype one of these, and it just didn't pan out. The story just wasn't good. It was taking way too long, and I just couldn't see it happening. I kept running into problems, and yeah, it would take months or a year. It does. It really does, especially as So back then, the reason why this only took a few months is because my standards were so much lower. But now that my standards are a lot higher, I am deleting. Every time I go to start working on it, I delete more than I write. And it sucks because I spend weeks on something and then I just have to cancel it. I'm just like, well, that sucks. And I've done that a handful of times. I wrote a Gotham Knights video that I just threw away because I was like, not good enough. I started working on, what's another video I worked on? I did a prototype one. I did like one other one that was kind of like a Marvel one or whatever. But I've done a few of them. But the reason is that as my standards are rising because I am learning more and more, they take longer and longer to produce. So I just cannot justify doing them unless I have a good idea and I'm passionate about it. So that's the only problem with them. The reason why this, again, didn't take that long is a crazy thing to say for something that took 3 months and is 2.5 hours long. But the reason why this comparatively didn't take that long is because I already had most of the ideas before I started making this. These were things that were bouncing around in my head for a few years before I was like, you know what, let's just make it and let's put it on YouTube. To me, they were just fun ideas that I was having, just talking with friends about. Yeah, he's saying fair enough. Love the content though. Thank you.
Seat of power, one of his first acts was to enforce this upon the rest of the United States, and every single city installed these core reactors, which were just giant core.
But I will preface that I will make more of these. If the only thing is I have to have a good idea first. So I have to have a good idea, and it has to go relatively smoothly. And if that happens, and after a little while it's going good, then I'll totally make one. But if I am hitting a bunch of roadblocks like I did with the prototype video where I was just literally hitting roadblock after roadblock, it just eventually gets to the point where I'm like, I'm literally regressing and I have to put videos out. So, that's just how it is.
Or relays into each of their districts, because one of them could power roughly a district of a city. If it was maybe, super energy intensive, maybe 2 to a district, something like that. So that's how the core relays work story-wise, but gameplay-wise, they would act very similarly to the substations in Infamous 1. So basically, in New Marais, when it's made known that Cole is in New Marais, and everyone kind of knows it, Celia goes and turns off the power, and then Cole has to go to a core reactor and turn back on the power, and it's kind of a combination of, you know, Infamous 1 substation system, and you have the giant core relay, so that's Second Son, and it's got that core prefix, so it uses that energy like in Infamous 2. This would also sort of be how we explain blast shards, is that there's a protective, you know, metal barrier sort of around each of the core reactors. It's like a spherical metal barrier type thing, and every time Cole goes and activates a core reactor back up, it kind of explodes, sending shrapnel that is irradiated with the core energy around the city. So every single core reactor you activate, it sends more shrapnels around the city, so you can't just go and collect every single blast shard all at once like in the other games. So yeah, that's kind of how he gets his powers and how it works within the story and how it works gameplay wise. And if you're wondering about the specific powers that he does get, that's going to be all at the end of the video. I don't really have a specific order I want or how it fits in with gameplay, because again, this is mainly just story stuff, but I do have a lot of ideas for stuff like that. So if you want to know all that, wait till the end of the video. The next big story moment happens when Cole
I said I had a lot of ideas. I didn't have shit. I literally got to the end of the video. I was like, all right, time to come up with ideas. I had like 3 or 4 ideas, and I was like, I'm sure I'll come up with some later on. But yeah, I just totally pulled that out of my ass, which sucked because, and then at the end, I was like, well, I promised a bunch of ideas, so this better happen. You love the substation missions. I like them too. I think the substation missions are better than the what were they even called in Infamous 2? But like the ones where you like shoot the big ass rocket. I liked substation missions more. I think those are very memorable because you're like, oh shit, yes, finally we're going to another substation. Like, and it's iconic, you know, going down the sewer. But I think shooting like the big ass like rocket thing, it's not horrible gameplay or anything. I just don't find it as memorable, and I think the missions are like worse. I like the platforming and stuff of the substations, even if it's a little, you know, janky because it's PS3 platforming.
Decides he needs to get some rest, and we get our next big cutscene. Fetch is seen in a surprisingly good mood, having tons of fun at the neon club that she recently has called home. This is cut short, of course, when Celia arrives with her origami ninjas and scolds Fetch for her lackluster grasp of the situation at hand. Celia explains that if Cole is allowed to parade around the city and dismantle everything that Delsin has worked for, then conduits will likely revert back to becoming bioterrorists. Fetch is seemingly high and says that she misses when Celia used to mostly keep her mouth shut. She then tells Celia to look around. The city is more lively than ever and suggests that maybe, just maybe, they're on the wrong side here. She believes that humans and conduits can coexist, and by treating humans badly, they might just be making things worse for everyone. As soon as Fetch finishes her rant, Celia's face shows no emotion. Then, she makes a gesture for her ninjas to take away all of Fetch's drugs and to stop the ongoing party at the club. If Fetch wouldn't comply willingly, then Celia would have to make her at any cost if it meant the continuation of the New World Order with her spot at the top. The scene ends with Fetch being dragged off, and Celia ordering her ninjas to clean up the club. This would be their temporary home, while tone which he slowly answers. Riley is on the other end and says that he has some very bad news. Fetch didn't give him the okay signal this morning, and he tells Cole to get to her club to make sure she is okay. Cole travels to Fetch's club, and when inside, he searches for Fetch's body, assuming that she might have OD'd on something, before he is eventually ambushed by ninjas. As Cole is fighting these very fast and very skilled ninjas, he notices that they use a type of gas that is very similar to that at the end of Infamous 1 inside of the balloons. During the fight, Cole inhales a small amount of this gas, and eventually when he finally defeats all the ninjas and meets Celia, he notices that she's trying to get into his head, and it's clearly shown that she's a skilled manipulator, but it doesn't really work on Cole, and he has a line about how he's sick of crazy evil bitches trying to get in his head all the time, a clear reference to Sasha. As Celia notices that her manipulation technique...
Funny note is that when I was just like looking up stuff, just like randomly, for the Kessler video, I noticed that Sasha on her Wikipedia, her aliases are, I think, Oh, let me see if I can find the image. Her aliases are... I might have deleted it. Oh, no, I found it. Her aliases are piece of shit dash Cole McGrath and ungrateful bitch dash Cole McGrath. So her aliases are piece of shit and ungrateful bitch. I was like, that's funny.
Techniques aren't working on Cole, she has to resort to getting physical. However, by physical, I mean she is seen holding a gas mask of some sort behind her back, which she is clearly intending to use to incapacitate Cole. But as soon as she leaps towards Cole with her gas mask in hand, a stylized cutscene begins that explains an RPG was launched in Cole's general direction, and right as he heard it launch, he also heard a familiar voice yell, "Cole, get down." The screen cuts to black, and after a couple seconds, Cole is seen fading in and out of consciousness, but as soon as he finally fully wakes up, he was in a secret location called the Clubhouse, where he was met by familiar faces. Zeke and LaRoche were both so happy to see Cole alive and well, and here is where we get the highly anticipated, heartfelt conversation between Zeke and Cole. This conversation will bring up a lot of things, such as Cole's mysterious revival, Zeke's family, and what life has been like for 13 years. LaRoche interrupts them after a few minutes, saying something along the lines of, "Enough chit-chat, let's get shit done before the time runs out," and afterwards they discuss a plan to liberate the city. Basically, LaRoche says that he has had a plan for years on how to get the city back, but he's never had the manpower to do it until now that Cole's back. LaRoche has a 4-step plan, and these steps include dismantling false propaganda, gathering weapons and munitions, disabling major enemy infrastructure, and finally freeing all of his imprisoned men. These 4 steps will act as 4 separate missions that you can do in absolutely any order, except for the prison break one, which will always come last. This also marks the end of the major tutorial section of the game, and now the player should be about an hour, maybe an hour and a half into the game. After Cole is sent to do these missions, he calls Riley and tells him the good news about LaRoche's plan to free the city. Riley is of course...
See, that's also another problem. In most games, tutorial section lasts max an hour. Usually you get into the open world in half an hour. It's usually you have half an hour to wrap everything up tutorial wise until you get them into the open world and they can start exploring, because people will start checking out if they don't get into the open world and start doing stuff on their own in that amount of time. So an hour and a half until the tutorial's over is way too much. Also, I am well aware that LaRoche technically died at the end of Infamous 2. I guess I missed it. I don't know. It's not told to you, but it is pretty heavily implied. If I were to remake this, I would just make it LaRoche's niece or whatever. So it would, and in fact that works out because I need more. I think having more women in the story is needed anyway. So just different perspectives and stuff. So yeah, I guess he died at the end of Infamous 2. I didn't know it either. So I was told that multiple times. I didn't even know how people picked it up, because when I went back and I was like, okay, and I just replayed the mission, I was like, okay, his boat blew up, but it's not right in your face. So people say he died in both the good and the evil ending. People are like, he blew up. Yeah, people say that the beast kills him in both endings, so it's weird. I didn't know that. It's literally not stated, and nobody really says anything about it. But yeah.
Of course, glad Cole found his old friends, but thinks that the longer they stay here, the harder it will be to catch Delsin unprepared. Cole understands where Riley is coming from and agrees that after he helps free LaRoche's men, they can go to New Empire City to take down Delsin, but for now, he goes off to accomplish the 4 missions. During these next couple of missions, there would have to be a lot of dialogue that has to be present, so without going too much into it, I do have some ideas for important conversations that would need to take place, and they'll mostly just happen over the phone, and they go as follows. Zeke and Cole both talk about Zeke's experiences after Cole's death and how he kind of coped with it and his grieving process, and we also get some expansion into Cole's thoughts in the beginning of the game, as well as his thoughts right before he died and right after he got revived. There's also some discussion about Zeke's underground secret agent-esque life during the DUP's reign, and he explains how he helped conduits hide from the DUP when they were in control. Zeke also tells Cole about his family, his kids' names, and reveals that his wife is carrying a son that they plan on naming Cole. And finally, while talking to both LaRoche and Riley, it's clear that they're kind of butting heads for a multitude of reasons, but mainly it's because LaRoche says that Riley, quote, hides behind his phone because he exclusively contacts people through his phone because he's kind of scared of revealing himself, and obviously this makes Riley not like LaRoche back. So those are kind of the main conversations that would take place during the first 3 missions, but now we're going to get on to the last one and continue with the main story. When completing the final prison break mission where you release all of LaRoche's men from a prison, there's a sudden reveal of a new enemy type. The first wave of enemies that Cole faces take the form of, for lack of a better term, neon zombies, and Cole must immediately defeat them, and after he does so, there's another set of neon enhanced thugs and a neon monster that all ravage the prison. After rescuing LaRoche's men and defeating all of the neon enemies, Cole, Zeke, and LaRoche go back to their main base of operations that they call the clubhouse. Here, they have a conversation with Riley, who is over the phone, about the recent events at the prison. The conversation begins immediately with the obvious. Celia is probably forcing Fetch to create a neon army of sorts, and Riley suggests that they go save her. LaRoche quickly butts in and notes that, again, when Riley says they, he really means everyone but him because he's too afraid to come out of hiding. Riley immediately shoots an insult back at LaRoche, and Cole is forced to step in to shut them both up. Cole says that right now, arguing is a waste of time as they need to focus on making a plan to find Fetch, and everyone agrees, and the rest of the conversation is them doing so. Afterwards, there's about a mission or two where they eventually find the neon enemies originate from a facility under the cathedral. One of the missions sees Cole, LaRoche, Zeke, and a few of LaRoche's men entering the building and making their way underneath to the facility below. In the cutscenes during this whole mission, you see a hooded individual following the group and staying in the shadows. Eventually, after fighting a bunch of neon enemies and losing all of LaRoche's men, they eventually reach a room that Fetch is being held in, and there they encounter a bunch of origami ninjas who oversee the day-to-day operations of the facility. After a couple of minutes and a decently hard fight, Cole is able to take down all of the origami ninjas with little to no injuries, and they finally can go set Fetch free. As Cole and LaRoche walk up to the machine that Fetch is strapped into, Zeke hangs back just a bit to look at the people that are horrifically transforming into their neon counterparts. As Zeke's back is turned, a ninja slowly wakes up from being knocked out on the ground, and with Zeke being the closest to him, the ninja goes in for the kill. Fetch, who is very fatigued, is the only one watching this happen, and she gasps in shock as the ninja starts to get up. Both Cole and LaRoche notice this and look over at the very last moment of the ninja's mad dash towards Zeke, but it's too late for anyone to do anything. That is, until the hooded stranger from before stands right in front of the ninja's path and takes the full force of the blade. But surprisingly, this does absolutely nothing to the stranger, and the paper sword instantly crumbles before one punch from the man knocks the ninja right onto the ground. For a couple of seconds, the room stands in absolute silence before Zeke finally thanks the stranger and asks who he is. The stranger slowly begins to remove his hood, and a man seemingly made entirely of light blue crystal stands before them. Out of pure speculation, Cole says, "Riley?" and the crystal man confirms that he is in fact Riley Fox. Of course, everyone is surprised by this, and now they all have a lot of loyalty and respect towards Riley, and LaRoche has a lot more respect towards him because he saved Zeke and understood now why Riley only talked exclusively over the phone. After this reveal, they all have a discussion on what to do with Fetch, but she immediately ends the discussion when she decides for them. She says that she wants to be put behind bars for both her own good and because she thinks she deserves it after all that she's done. Everyone respects her wishes, but they also know that they can't just take her back to a normal prison cell, so instead they construct a makeshift one that's at the clubhouse, and that one can help her get over her withdrawals and also keep her safe from Delsin. While Fetch stays in her makeshift cell and gets some rest, Cole does some other missions.
Retrospectively, I don't think that putting her in a prison cell is like the best thing to do. I I think instead it would be like, put me behind bars. I don't want to do it. And then they would probably talk to her and be like, hey, you're more useful, outside of a prison. And they wouldn't like just be like, okay, we'll do it. They would probably talk to her and be like, no, you don't get to do that. You don't, just now that you're out, you don't get to give up. You're out, now you're going to help us stop what you started. I think that makes a lot more sense than, okay, we'll put you back into prison. But yeah. What up, Ashton? You're back. Finished the exam. How do you think you did? Did you flop? Mission with the ships is the most annoying ice soldier mission. Yeah, all the ice soldiers are annoying as shit. All like those weird ass enemies in Infamous 2 and in Infamous 1 are all so annoying, dude. I think it mostly has to do with the controls in Infamous 1 and 2. They suck compared to Second Son. Second Son has way better controls. If it's in general just a lot smoother. Probs better than I would have.
That progress the gameplay side of things, as well as help out LaRoche's men, who still need some final assistance. One mission specifically would be Cole assisting Riley to help a pilot, so when they eventually leave for New Empire City, they already have one set up. And finally, Cole finishes powering up the rest of the city and gets a new power or two, but again, we'll talk about that at the end of the video. The next major story moment is a big one, and it comes when Fetch wants to talk with Cole in her cell. When Cole finally arrives at the clubhouse, Zeke hands him Fetch's next drug dose and says that he has lowered the dosage once again, and Cole carries the needle down to the basement. When Cole first walks into the unfinished basement, the first thing he notices is the makeshift prison cell along with the small TV that sits outside of it. The next thing he notices is how much physical suffering Fetch continues to endure, caused by both the power siphoning from Celia as well as her withdrawals, and it's obvious that she's at her lowest point physically, but hugely to her credit, Cole notices that she's actually surprisingly positive mentally. When Cole first brings this up, she explains that her transition into fighting with the good guys has brought her an incredible change in perspective. She goes on to say that she no longer has the world at her mercy, but honestly, that's a good thing. She never really loved hurting others as much as Delsin, and now that she's a good guy, she can just undo all the pain she's caused. But suddenly, out of nowhere it seems like, Cole stifles her options.
The one thing I do, I don't super love about that is that, well, first it's the whole prison thing that I explained before. They probably wouldn't let her, but this is actually this scene I thought of, and then I basically built up to this scene. So I thought of this scene, I was like, oh, this is cool, and then everything before this kind of with Fetch is all to build up to this. So I think that that's the problem, is I kept doing that in this game, where I would think of something cool that would happen, and I would be like, hey, what do I have to do to get to that point? And that created a lot of problems. But like I'll say for the 10th time, that was because I thought nobody was going to watch this video. And I also was just going at it just kind of like, fuck it, let's have fun. Let's just create something. Instead of like, I didn't know about all those rules of writing and stuff like that now I implement into the stuff I make. Oh, also, another thing is that Fetch in this, some people didn't like. I actually had some comments of people saying it was disrespectful to make Fetch go into relapse, like that she relapsed on her addiction, because they're like, that is so disrespectful to addicts. That is completely wrong, dude. I think that might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Saying that taking a character who is addicted to something, putting them in a horrible place in their life later on where they're doing bad things and they relapse, and then they grow by becoming, switching sides and, redeeming themselves. I think that's a good thing. I don't think it's wrong at all to take a character who was addicted and put them into relapse as a way of showing how broken they are. I don't understand that perspective at all.
Optimism with some questions about her true intentions. Cole believes that she may just feel good because she's on good terms and she might be able to fix her reputation.
Well, this guy, Ashton, you're asking, are the first two games where you, like, are the first two games like Second Son where you liberate sections of the city? And if not, would that be a feature of Prodigal Son? I think Prodigal Son would be, if it were made, I guess, and it was made by Sucker Punch and all that, it would probably be kind of like Ghost of Tsushima in the Second Son, where it's a little bit more like liberating type of thing. But no, in the first two games, it was each district had like a side mission, and you would complete the side mission, and then the district would be complete. So it's like each like island, because there was either 2 or 3 islands, they would have like a dozen, like 1 or 2 dozen side missions, and you would do them, and it would complete a district, and enemies wouldn't spawn in that district anymore once you completed it. It ended with like a problem, just like Second Son had, where there was just a bunch of like missions that were the same thing over and over. But if this were more modern, they would probably have it be a lot more it wouldn't just be like go beat missions and, you know, clear the map. It would be, you know, go liberate camps. There's also some side stuff, like side like puzzles, and then there would be some stuff like in Ghost of Tsushima where it's like interactive and kind of like the graffiti in Second Son. But yeah, that's how I envision Prodigal Son would be like if it was made. There would be major camps type things that you would liberate, as well as a bunch of side stuff. Some of those side things would be kind of fun and or gimmicky. So as an ex-addict, I loved your arc for her, especially with following the bad karma Second Son. Yeah, I asked someone I work with. He was addicted to, I won't say what, but he had a drug addiction for a while. I asked him if it was disrespectful. I was like, how is that actually disrespectful? Because if it is, I will accept it. I'm like, if that is, I'll do it. And he's like, bro, that is not disrespectful at all. He's like, they're just trying to look for something to hate, and that's what they latched onto. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That's why I assumed, but also I don't want to just, you know, be ignorant.
But he needs to know that she's doing this for the right reasons. She sets Cole's mind at ease when she says that even after they take down Delson, she is 100% willing to go on trial and even go to prison for the rest of her life for her crimes, and Cole then feels better about her intentions. Fetch and Cole then go on to...
I do like that. So I don't like how they put her in prison, but I do like that she is willing to, and that they accepted that afterwards she will be tried for her crimes. I think that's good. I think what should have happened, though, is it should have been like, Fetch should have said, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm on your guys' side now, but put me in prison. Then they'd be like, no, you're going to help us. And then that would create more conflict, and they would be like, no, you're going to help us actually fix the thing that you assisted in creating. And then she'd be like, I don't want to, but I guess if you guys aren't going to do it, I will. And then she'd be like, oh, and she would have to learn. She'd be like, oh shit, this is a part of being a hero, is being proactive, not just being like, oh, I'm a hero, I can sit back and do nothing. Like you're a hero, you got to be proactive, you got to step up, you got to do shit other people won't. And then later on, it would be like, hey, when we beat Delson, though, you have to be the hero and you have to fall on the sword and you got to go and you got to be tried for your crimes.
To talk about the main reason Fetch called Cole in here to begin with, which is both Cole's actual power level and how he grew to become just as power hungry as Augustine. First off, she explains how Delson's powers, while they are very powerful, aren't actually limitless. He does like to put that out there to make everyone believe it, but there is a limit to his powers. It turns out that when Delson went to Curtin K and he took every single person's powers, he did end up getting all of them, but after a couple of months, he learned that if he didn't use a power in a certain amount of time, he ended up losing it. Effectively, this means that he did gain all of the most useful ones and all the ones that he thought were the coolest and the ones he used the most often, but he did lose a vast majority of them that could be kind of useful in very specific situations. So really, technically, if you think about it, this isn't really a physical limit, this is more of a mental limit, because let's say Delson did have hundreds or thousands of powers, he would have to go and juggle all of them, and he would spend all of his time juggling powers, and he couldn't get anything done. So now we know that the few dozen that Delson will have, he's very skilled with, and he uses them quite a bit. And finally,
I low-key love that. Not low-key. I high-key love that. I actually like that for a multitude of reasons, but I think giving people limits that are just mental limits is super. I think it's a lot more interesting than having physical limits. I think I think the reason why I thought of this was it's the Green Lantern thing, where it's like Green Lantern he doesn't have any physical limits on his powers. It's just his creativity. How creative can you be and what can you make? It's not like, oh, you can only make 10 things, or you can only make what you see. It's like you can make whatever you think of, but you got to train your brain to be super creative. And I think that that's what I was thinking of when I came up with that idea. Is I was like, it's not a physical limit. It's not like, oh, sorry, Delson, you can only hold 100 powers. It's, no, you can hold as many powers as you know you have. So you can only hold as many powers as you remember, and it's just a limit that's very understandable. So I think I like that a lot, because if he did have a bunch of powers, even if he had every single type of power, I mean, I could have just said, and one of the things I would have said is, even if he did have hundreds upon hundreds of powers, 99 or 95% of them he wouldn't have any development for. Like, what is he literally gonna spend hours upon hours every single day training all these minute powers he may never use? I think him just having a few dozen powers is good in any way. Any reason you come up for it, having a few dozen powers that are fleshed out is better than him having hundreds, and then he's also kind of unstoppable, and it doesn't really make sense.
Fetch and Cole's conversation comes to an end.
All right, Sonny, you're good. You don't have to. She's tuning in, but she's not chatting for a while. It's all right. You're all chilling. What happened to the freed conduits from Kurt and Kay? Don't think about it. that was one of my biggest problems. There was another problem later on that I'll mention, but one of my biggest problems with this story is where the hell are all of the conduits? That is the hardest thing to think of, because to me, it was like, okay, so let's say Delson is the ruler, and he would probably have a ton of conduits working for him. How the hell are you gonna turn those into just regular enemies and just like make them super underpowered? But you can't have a million different bosses, and what, are you just gonna have like a city full of conduits? Then you have to design hundreds upon hundreds of powers, and each of them have to be unique. So I was like, you know what? I just won't think about it. And I can't do that. Like, now my standards are raised, and I'm like, I can't just not think about it anymore. That's something you have to think about. That's a part of world building. But I didn't want to put in the time to do it. I just wanted to get the story out of the way. But if I were to redo this whole thing, I would put in the time to make the world building, so that would actually make sense.
When she explains that Delson had become just like Augustine, and that they need to be willing to do anything to take him down, because she knows from personal experiences that he will do anything, even kill millions if he has to keep his seat of power. With their conversation finally over, Cole goes to hand her the needle that Zeke had handed him, but just as their hands begin to touch, a spark reaches from Cole's hand over to hers, and she quickly pulls it away. Cole instantly apologizes for this and says that it actually hasn't happened since he first got his powers, but other than that, he doesn't really think much of it. Fetch has a kind of confused look on her face, but says that it's totally okay, and as Cole gets up to leave, he states that he's gonna go get some sleep. As he's leaving the room, Fetch has a more confused look on her face, and she stares down at her hand, and the screen fades to black with the message, 2 hours later. The next scene shows Cole laying in a nice looking bed within the comfort of the clubhouse's loft. But despite this, he's still tossing and turning and seemingly not getting any sleep. Because of his growing frustration, he yanks a pillow out of his bed and walks down the stairs, where he checks on Zeke and LaRoche, who are sleeping on separate couches. Being very careful as to not wake anyone else up, Cole exits the building before climbing the building's roof, where he lies on the cold ground with only his pillow. This oddly seems to be more comfortable for him, as the others have had years to process the past events, but for him, the blast was just a few short months ago, so he's still not used to the silence, and it's kind of hinted that he does have a little bit of PTSD. Soon after he lays down, there's another fade, but this time, it's not been 2 hours, it's been 6. As the screen fades back into color,
holy shit, that is insane to think about. That's actually crazy. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, in this timeline, it's been 13 years, but for Cole, the blast was a few months ago. So when he first got his powers, it was a few months ago, and it's been 13 years for everyone else. That is nuts. That all the events of these, let's say this game was real, these 4 games would take place in like 2 or 3 months. That's great. Or I guess not, because Second Son wouldn't. But the 3 main games, I guess you would call them, 1, 2, and Prodigal Son, would take place in 2 or 3 months. That's pretty crazy. I figured Delson would be like Magneto and see conduits as the next push of evolution and turn the ones who haven't taken advantage of their power balances switched. Power balance being switched are the few bosses. Yeah, I kind of saw him as the Magneto type of thing, where he's like, they're the next step in human evolution. But I don't know. I just didn't want to do, because like even saying that and that being like the main thing that he's pushing for doesn't make complete sense, and that's like kind of the problem, is that I don't see, because he doesn't do any of that in like in Second Son. He's not like, oh, we're the next step of evolution. He's just kind of like an asshole. So yeah, I think the problem is in this game I just made him more of an asshole and more of a tyrant. And I just didn't, I probably should have explained more of how he got there, but again, I just didn't want to do the work for it. So that's the problem, is that I didn't do enough for this video, even though it is 2.5 hours long and I spent months on it.
Camera pans down from the early morning sky to reveal that Cole is sound asleep, when slowly a faint rumble grows in the distance. At this point, Cole is kind of half awake and half asleep, and at first it's just rumbling alone, so it kind of becomes a white noise to him, but slowly he starts hearing shouting, crying, sirens, and eventually an explosion. Cole immediately jerks awake and rushes to see where his friends are, but none of them are present in the clubhouse. And as he goes down to the cell where Fetch is, thankfully he finds that she is still there. When Fetch sees Cole, she asks what's happening, but Cole has absolutely no idea, and he asks where the others went, but she's just as clueless. Cole goes back up to the loft where he had left his phone the night prior and finds that they have called him over a dozen times, but when he tries to call back, nobody answers. The ground shakes violently once more, and Cole decides that wherever they are, it's probably in that direction. He wished that they would go the opposite direction, but they're not that smart. As Cole leaves the clubhouse, he sees a news chopper fly past him, and he follows it to the source of the rumbling, finding dozens of buildings have been completely leveled by a giant concrete monster. Without a second thought, Cole begins to chase the monster around the city.
I don't know why the hell I'm showing Alden here. I'm showing. This is Hunter's editing. But I don't know why it's showing Alden here. There's, it should just be the Second Son ending boss fight. I feel like one reason for how Delson got dictator, he could be losing his brother. Yeah, it's just I don't know. There would just have to be an actual reason for it, and there would have to be world building for, the exact steps of how he got there. There would have to be like events in history that people refer to where it's like, oh, this is when he, started becoming kind of dictatory, and then this is when he decided to become a tyrant, and then this is when he took over. But I just didn't do any of that. I was just like, he was a bad guy and he killed a whole village, so he is evil, like undoubtedly evil. But then, I should have taken it a little bit further. I just put, he was bad and he killed the village and he's evil, and now he's more. Hunter's saying that he should react to how bad his editing choices were in this video. Yeah, I don't think anyone has that much time on their hands.
City, and eventually after a while he destroys it by defeating the many concrete soldiers that seem to be controlling and
That's the realest shit I've ever seen, Solar. Attack on Titan is goated.
guiding it throughout the city. As the monster begins to fall to the ground and Cole finally thinks himself victorious, Troy Baker's familiar voice congratulates Cole on his victory. Cole turns sharply towards the voice to see Delson sitting atop a giant concrete pillar wearing Cole's iconic yellow and black leather jacket. Delson begins to introduce himself, but Cole states that he already knew who he was. Delson kind of seems flattered by this fact and says, "I'm sure they were all good things, right?" But Cole doesn't say anything to this, and instead just lets Delson talk until he reveals what he really wants. Delson soon reveals this when he smoke dashes down to Cole's level and says that he really only wants one thing. He wants to shake his hand. Nothing more, nothing less. Of course, Cole was told that this is how Delson steals powers, and he pulls his hand behind his back before balling it into a fist. This single move makes Delson's face turn from a confident smile to a determined smirk as he puts his hand down as well. Cole says that Delson doesn't deserve to wear that jacket, but Delson thinks otherwise. See, he got this jacket because back when the DUP ruled, he was the only one strong enough to stand up to them, and in doing so, Zeke gave him a token of approval from the greatest conduit alive.
See, this is one of the major things though. While I am critiquing my own writing, I like some things about it, and there's some things I would keep the same. I love, and I think it's in a way necessary. No, I think it is pretty necessary for your villain to think they are the hero. They need to think that what they are doing maybe isn't morally correct, but is the correct thing to do. Like, in their shoes, they should see what they're doing in like a Handsome Jack kind of way. They should be doing the right thing. They are the hero of the story, even though they're not like an actual hero. They're doing like the thing nobody else can do, or they are taking the path that everyone else is too afraid or weak to take. Something like that. And I do like that I have a hint of that in here, where Delson is like, well, I'm the only one who took down the DUP, so are you really the hero, or did I do the best thing that, or did I actually save all the conduits? You actually killed them all, even though he didn't.
Cole doesn't accept that Zeke gave him that jacket, and Delson says, "Oh really? Why don't you ask him yourself?" before revealing that he has captured Zeke, Riley, and LaRoche. Delson doesn't actually allow Zeke to respond as their mouths are all covered in concrete, but he just needed Cole to see that he had all of his friends captured. It's also important to note that Delson didn't personally capture all of them, he had his men do it, and also he doesn't know who Riley is. Delson tells Cole once again,
see, I shouldn't have to note that. That should be in the scene. That should be like embedded in there. I shouldn't have to externally be like, oh, by the way, this is how it happened and this is what's going on. I should explain it.
to give him his power or he would kill his friends in front of the whole world, as he gestures to the news helicopter, and there's a cut where you can see Fetch watching all of this unfold on the news. As Cole looks around the environment, kind of gauging whether he should fight Delson or not, as that's his first instinct, he looks over to Zeke and considers his family. Cole's conscience just simply wouldn't allow him to put Zeke's life at risk if it meant widowing his wife, and he decides that the only option he has is to give up his powers, and he holds his hand out for Delson to take it. Because of Delson's very greedy attitude, he is quick to grab Cole's hand, but when their hands meet, a burst of lightning continually shoots all around them, sparking absolutely everywhere, and both Cole and Delson scream out in pain. This goes on for probably about 5 to 10 seconds, when suddenly Fetch arrives to the scene and blasts Delson out of the way using a neon shockwave. This action both symbolizes that Fetch has been redeemed and that she could leave her cell at basically any time, but she chose not to because she thought she deserved it. While Delson is—
Holy shit, bro, I'm cooking with this one. I got symbolism in there. I didn't think I was gonna do that. It's not like yeah, whatever. It's like baby's first symbolism, but still, that's not horrible. Oh shit! What happened, chat? Oh, sorry, it disappeared for my second.
Is getting up from the ground, you can see in his face that he's absolutely furious, and he immediately tries to shoot both Fetch and Cole with smoke, but nothing happens. Delson's first thought is that he must have run out of smoke, and as he turns to absorb it, he finds that again, nothing is happening. He immediately looks down at his hand, and he feels something that he hasn't felt in a while. He's vulnerable, and you can see in his eyes that he's both fearful and confused. Suddenly, the camera switches to a shot of a helicopter, and the woman narrating the news is wondering what everyone else is. Did Cole just take away one of Delson's powers? Suddenly, in Delson's most vulnerable moment, Celia shows up right beside him, and she helps take him to safety. Cole looks over to Fetch and asks what just happened between him and Delson, and Fetch gives an excited answer. Fetch reveals that back when Cole handed her the needle and she got shocked by him, she wondered why the feeling felt so familiar. That is, until she was watching the news and it clicked. It was the exact same feeling she had when the DUP had used power dampeners on her at Curtain K, and this time it just felt a little bit more powerful or potent. But suddenly, right after Fetch had revealed that, her mouth, arms, and legs were all wrapped up in wires, and she was dragged up to Delson and Celia's level atop a concrete pillar. Fetch could see that Delson was finally at his breaking point, as he told her how much he was disappointed in her, and how his image might be tarnished because of what she allowed Cole to do. He would show everyone in the world that nobody was safe from him, that he was still the strongest conduit in the world, even if he lost one of his powers. Delson suddenly faced the news helicopter that had been capturing this whole event alive, and with his magnetic power, he slowly pulled it towards him to get a closer shot. As Delson saw how absolutely helpless Fetch was, he finally allowed her to speak her final words as one last act of friendship. Fetch said in a somber tone, "What would Reggie think of you now, Delson? What would he think of the world you have created?" At first, this kind of shocked Delson, but as he glanced over at Celia, he was reminded of something she once said, and with his chain, he formed a neon sword, not hesitating to stab it through Fetch's chest before repeating what Celia had once said to him, that Reggie was only human. When the neon sword had pierced Fetch's chest, it also broke the wires that were holding her arms in place, and she knew what she had to do. With her final words, she said, "I'm coming, Brent," before forming a neon singularity that tore the whole area apart, allowing Cole and his friends to escape. Almost immediately after the singularity is created, a stylized cutscene begins that shows how the singularity allowed Cole and his friends to escape, and also how Fetch died due to it. Of course, Delson and Celia escaped too, but they didn't stay in New Marais. They traveled immediately back to New Empire City to fortify their base. The stylized cutscene ends, and a new cutscene shows Cole and company conversing about what to do, but it's pretty clear that they need to travel immediately to New Empire City to stop Delson. This is because Cole realizes that Riley is kind of right. The longer he stays in New Marais, the more danger he puts its citizens in, and he can't save everyone. He needs to right now go and stop Delson, which would do the most good for the most amount of people. Before leaving the city, Cole goes to talk to Zeke. I noted, I said in the beginning of this video that I should have written this more like a screenplay and less like a book or like just like a regular YouTube video. And I do think that I did, because it's like partially screenplay, partially book, partially like just like a YouTube video type thing. That's like the whole vibe of this video. I do notice that in some parts I am doing it kind of like a screenplay, where it's like scene by scene. You can't have scenes connected by, oh, and then this happens. It's like, no. You need scene by scene and what happens in them and like the conflict in between them and all that. I'm doing some of that, but there is a little bit of like me cheating where I'm just going, oh, and then this happens. So if I were to remake this, I would think of it more as scene by scene instead of, scenes connected by vibes. You could have Delson believe that the humans are destroying the world or the environment and only conduits can fix it. That's not
horrible. That would be a good, that would be one good motivation of his. But I feel like he would need multiple. That would be like a manifestation of a deeper motive. That would be like a deeper hatred of humans. That would be one of his excuses of why he's doing it. And then he could like sell that to the conduits. He'd be like, "Oh, this is why we're doing it." And then, conduits would feel all high and mighty about it. I like that when Delson loses his smoke, it's similar to when he got video and couldn't do anything until he got Reggie's help. Yeah, that was like that was it. It was like he loses smoke, and it's not only that he's stunned because he's like, "Oh shit, what the hell?" So like I haven't been outclassed in years. It's not just that, it's he gets a power taken away and he's useless. He's literally can't do anything until he absorbs a new power. So he's both stunned and just like, "Oh, what the hell is happening?" Cole and Co. Yeah. If the conduit is alive after he lost the power, could he redrain it? No. I would personally say no. I would say that it's like in fact, I probably should have a scene of that. I should have had a scene of that in the game where he goes and he loses a power, and then he goes and he like grabs someone, like maybe there's someone else with smoke or something like that. Maybe that is like a, I don't know, or maybe he loses another power or something, and he has Celia bring them to him, and he like grabs their hand, and nothing happens, and then that's like, oh shit. So this, when he loses a power, it's permanent. Even if he has someone there to regain it again, he can't. It's like his body has an antibody against it.
Who reveals that he won't be staying in New Marais or going with Cole to New Empire City. He explains that he has a family and he needs to go be with them. For as much fun as this has been, he can't bear the thought of widowing his wife, and now that he's been in a very dangerous situation, he really just wants to go be with them and not put himself in any more danger. Of course, Cole completely understands this, and he says his final goodbyes to Zeke, as well as LaRoche, who he is entrusting the safety of the city. The end of the cutscene shows Zeke and LaRoche watching as Riley and Cole get onto the charter plane before heading off to New Empire City to take down the mad tyrant Delson Rowe. Delson.
So I think I accidentally kind of did decent at act structure. Not really, but accidentally kind of. This would be like a solid act 1 of you'd go into New Marais, and then act 2, the end of act 2 would like not have to be, but it could be a low point. A good low point would be Riley's death. So that would be like act 2, and it would be like the longest. And then act 3 is post Riley's death until the end of the game. I don't think that's horrible. I think I structured it kind of well, but the problem is that's completely on accident, and the pacing within those acts I think needs a little bit of work. It has its moments where it's like, okay, that's solid, and there's some good scenes, but I do think I would rework it quite a bit if I were to redo that whole entire New Marais section. There would be a lot more world building to do to set up acts 2 and 3. And then what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. I'll think about it right when I hit play one more time.
Delson and Celia are seen back at Delson's throne room, and by their conversation, they've been talking for a bit about one topic: Cole. It's obvious by the way Delson,
like magic, it happens. It happens every time. Every time I do that, all I have to do is hit play, and then I remember it one more time. What I was gonna say is but in between this, so you're gonna see up here, there's gonna be a scene with them on a plane. Originally, I had this section, this like first part of New Empire City. It was a little bit different, and it's this corny ass scene where they're like, it's like Riley and Cole, and they're like, I can't remember what they were doing, but it was like this like stupid scene where, oh dude, I have to remember it. I didn't just forget it. I've like almost completely forgotten, but it was like this really dumb scene where they were like doing something, and I remember being like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then when I looked back on it like a week later, I was like, that is so corny and dumb and stupid. And I reworked it. I think they might have been like playing chess, and they were like, one guy would make a move and he would like say something, and then another guy would make a move and then he would say like a dumb remark or whatever. And that's corny as hell. Like, they can be playing chess or whatever, but like if it's like a Sherlock Holmes type thing, or like an Injustice type thing where they're moving the pieces and saying stuff, that's cliche. Also, a lot of people were noting that this is another thing I like. The I split Cole and Zeke up. A lot of people were like that's good. Thank God you did that, because it would feel very fan servicey if everyone gets together and everyone's like, hooray, we're all together. But I think that what's better is having them meet up, and then having them meet up and then they also either have problems or they split back up and go their own separate ways. I think maybe the former is better, where they meet up and then they kind of, maybe it's not as smooth as it once was. Maybe it's not like, oh, it's just like the good old times. Like, they meet up and then, because of Zeke's development, Cole tries to maybe make some jokes and Zeke doesn't really get them, or maybe Zeke has a whole different outlook on life that, Cole wants it to just go back how it was, something like that. But I think that it's good that I didn't just have Zeke get with Cole and then they were like, sweet, we're together the whole rest of the game. It's kind of fan servicey and nostalgic. I like that I gave the characters room to do what mattered to them. So good on me for doing that.
Delson's talking that he's still fearful of Cole's ability to take his powers away, but Celia is pretty calm in her composure. Delson simply can't understand how she's so calm. He has dozens of powers, but if Cole got to her, then she would be powerless forever. She is well aware of this though, and assures Delson that she has a plan. She just needs some time, and he needs to relax. Despite this, Delson continues to be worried and says that Cole must be planning to make his way to the city as they speak. Again, Celia confidently tells him that he should not be worried. He is still the most powerful conduit in the world, and it will stay that way as long as he trusts her. Delson then begins to take a deep breath, reminding himself that Celia is still the only person left in the world that he either trusts and or will take advice from, and then afterwards, he commands his men to lock down the city and let nobody enter or leave. This should at least buy Celia enough time for her to get pretty far in her plan, whatever it may be. The cutscene ends with the camera slowly zooming out to reveal Delson's main base of operations, a giant concrete space needle in the middle of one of the islands.
Is that just some random ass image that Hunter pulled off Google? I mean, I might have sent this to him. I very well could have sent this to him. But why didn't I just go into photo mode and just get a good image myself? Why is this blurry, grainy image just in the middle of the video? That's a little stupid.
Of New Empire City. The next scene shows Cole and Riley playing a game of chess on their plane ride, and by the looks of it, Cole is seen to be winning.
Chess. Holy shit, maybe I left it in. But no, I'm joking, of course. I think that a scene I originally had was them like doing it move by move. But if they're just playing chess, then they're just playing chess.
During this game of chess, they have a conversation about Riley's perception of the recent events and what their strategy for getting Delson should be. At the end of the conversation, Riley has a line about how they will need to act as fast as they can if they want to take down Delson, and right after, he puts Cole in check. Cole then tells Riley that he...
Oh, that's corny. Yeah, I don't like that at all. That doesn't even really make sense. I think that's the result of me gutting the scene. I literally gut the scene, and it just doesn't make sense with the rest of the dialogue being cut out. But I'll say the excuse one more time. I didn't think anyone was watching this thing, so can you blame me? Yes, you can. I like that Delson acts like a god until Cole takes his powers, then he panics like Homelander an Omni-Man. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for. It was a little bit of like the Homelander vibes, where it was like he's so arrogant, and then he's like egotistical, and then something happens to him and he like doesn't know how to cope with it. He literally just freaks out like a kid because he just hasn't developed those skills. But yeah, that's kind of what I was going for.
He must be a bad teacher if Cole hasn't won a single game, and Riley responds by saying something along the lines of, "There's no such thing as beginner's luck when you're playing against someone that's as good as I am." But right after Riley says that, they hear a sudden explosion and the plane ride becomes very unstable.
Also, may I say, that is me shoehorning in that Riley's a smart person, by the way. He plays chess. That is stupid. What a surface level way of showing someone is smart. I do not like that at all. I think Riley is a really cool idea, but I think he is not done justice in the video at all. I think he's like a really cool premise for a character, but his actual like character, the way he's written, the way I did him, I think he's butchered.
Over the intercom, the pilot told them both to strap in, and a stylized cutscene begins that explains how Cole got sucked out of the plane, but that Riley was able to quickly get his seatbelt on, so he went down with it. Of course, this doesn't imply that he died, but that Cole, now stranded and alone outside the city, must find him. Cole immediately begins his journey to the main bridge that connects the city to the mainland, only to find that it's been nearly completely destroyed. This doesn't stop him though, as he continues to move forward, traversing the bridge and entering the new and improved Heights district of New Empire City. This
Hold on, I gotta talk about this image.
The new and improved Heights district of
This image is about like a fear-mongering image. I had to go into Photoshop and I had to like touch it up. This is supposed to be like America after Trump or whatever. It's like one of those like 2016 like fear-mongering images where it's like, this will be America after Trump. I'm not like some Trump person, if you're wondering, but I just thought it was really funny. I had to remove a lot of like Trump shit from this image just because I did think that this was like a very good like look at what I imagined like New Empire City would look like, because it's kind of got like a little bit of that police state type thing. It's a little rundown. It kind of looks a little dystopian, which is how Empire City might like how it's always been. So I just thought that it was funny though that I had to remove a lot of like there was like Trump signs like everywhere just on this thing. I just thought it was funny. But it's not a bad image to get the vibe of what I was going for.
New Empire City. This district is what used to be the Neon before the beast turned it into a giant crater, so they rebuilt it as the high-end and luxurious part of the city, home to all the skyscrapers and rich people, properly renaming it the Heights District. But of course, it's not all perfect, as Cole will soon learn. Once again, I'm going to stop the story now to explain myself a little bit more and explain my reasoning for having two different maps in one game. To some people, that might seem like a lot of work on the developers' parts, but the
Sonny is about to fall asleep. All right, now you're good. You're good. It's you don't have to be chatting all the time. You can just watch. Just enjoy.
The way I see it, they can kill two birds with one stone. They can both remaster the old maps while at the same time reimagining the newer ones that are set 13 years in the future. The remasters could then be used for an infamous 1 and 2 remaster because, let's be honest, they really deserve to be remastered, and the new ones can be both familiar yet overhauled for this new generation of consoles. So yeah, that's kind of just my excuse for having two different maps, because these games do need remasters, and this would allow them to start the groundwork on the map remasters, which would be a good portion of it. Also, I hope you now know that this is what I meant by developers' limits, that I can't just, say, oh, this game we're going to have the whole entire East Coast be a map, or this game we're going to, have 10 different endings. I wanted to keep the developers' limits in mind, because having just two different maps with no secondary reason would seem like quite a bit of work. And now with that...
Yeah, that's another thing I thought of. I absolutely hate. I hate when I watch a video and it's of people creating like a concept for a movie or like a game or something like that, and they have the most outlandish, like impossible idea for it. It's insane to me. Like, people literally think that developers just kind of like hit a button and it like makes a map or something. Like, no, dude, if you want the East Coast, because I've literally seen people say, dude, they should go off the ending of Infamous 2 and make America the map. I'm like, what the hell? You want America to be the map? Talk about a barren wasteland of nothing, dude. There would be like, what, you're either gonna have to spend 200 hours trying to, you know, complete the whole entire thing, or you're just gonna have like a bunch of nothing in between your like points of interest. That's just absolutely insane. But like, even just the East Coast, just that's like so many cities, dude. There's so, not even if you simplify it, that's like even if you simplify it to like a handful or like 10 cities, that's still a ton of work. They have to manually make all those maps, and that's a lot of stuff wasted if people don't even like take advantage of all of them. Death Stranding, but Infamous. Yeah, Death Stranding, the main point though is traveling, but Infamous, the main point is not traveling.
Out of the way, kind of just pushing that aside for people who might have been wondering, let's get back to the story. When Cole first enters the Heights District, he is immediately stunned by the differences he notices between it and the old Neon District, but he still continues moving on, following the plain smoke to find Riley. But upon arriving at the crash site, he finds that nobody is there, and he begins to get a little bit worried. He thinks of what to do before calling Riley's phone, and to his surprise, he actually picks up. But the person who spoke was not Riley. The man who picked up the phone had a heavy Italian accent and said that his name was James Valentino, but that his friends called him Jimmy. And just to fill the gap between what Cole and Riley experienced, there would also be a few dead drops that Cole could pick up later, explaining what I'm about to explain next, which is Riley's point of view. After the plane crashed, the first thing that Riley remembered was waking up inside of a cell in the middle of what looked like an interrogation room. The room had about half a dozen people in it, some of whom spoke with a heavy Italian accent. He tried to question them about where he was, but nobody was responding to him. They were all just talking like they were friends at work, and this was all just normal. At first, he was fearful that this must have meant he got caught by Delson's agents, but the operation inside of this room looked a little bit too organized to be set up by Delson. As he kept looking around the room, he saw another couple of men rummaging through his suitcase that they must have found from inside the plane crash, and just as he was about to yell at them, a heavy-set man in a suit walked into the room and began questioning Riley. He asked Riley what he was doing here, and Riley responded with the truth. He was here to kill Delson. He said this because he suspected that these people were against Delson as well, due to their level of what seemed like organization and stability. Also, if Riley didn't know about their organization prior, he decided that they must be pretty good at their job, so ultimately he should trust them. The man responded to Riley's claim that he was going to kill Delson with a hearty laugh, and asked how the hell Riley was going to kill someone as powerful as Delson. Just then, Riley's phone rang inside of the suitcase, and the man went over to pick it up. He saw the caller ID said Cole on it, and asked Riley who it was. Riley, having a smug look on his face, simply responded, "That's how I'm going to kill Delson." Jumping back to Cole,
Let him cook, bro. That was pretty cold. Like, it's not perfect, and like the whole like Italian mafia type thing. Of course, I'm pulling from New York City, so I'm literally I think I was watching Sopranos at this time, so I literally was like pulling from like the Sopranos, and I was making this like mafia thing. Again, I don't think I put in the work to. I just called it like the mafia or whatever. I just called it like Valentino's mob or whatever. I should have put in the actual work to be like, what would this actually look like? Like, what are the how do they rank themselves? And I would have to come up with like names. And also, I think James Valentino is a very like just basic ass name. I think it's like the first thing you think of. Maybe it might be the most like Italian name ever, other than like Tony Soprano. But yeah, that's. I just wish the overall. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it just didn't do enough on that part. But that scene overall, I think, is not bad, and I think it should be a scene not necessarily a dead drop. Like I said, it might be.
He talked to Jimmy and Riley for a while, and ultimately they all decided to team up under one condition. Cole needed to do a few favors for Jimmy that would end up helping out his district-wide mob that he was the leader of. In the meantime, Riley said that he was going to plan a time and a route for Cole to infiltrate Delson's main base that spanned throughout all of what used to be the historic district that Delson predictably and egotistically named the Row District. As Cole went to complete all of Jimmy's missions, to his surprise, he found that all the favors that he had Cole do seemed like they would actually help the general public. Cole kind of assumed that the missions he would be doing were going to be pretty shady because they call themselves a mob, but actually he was doing things like helping out ambulances and collecting supplies and destroying weapon caches, not collecting them. This is all how Cole learned that the Valentino mob in the Heights was actually the main form of justice and policing for the public, since Delson's army was full of narcissistic and cruel men who only had their own interests in mind. And while we're talking about Delson's army, right now this is a nice time to bring up that all the main enemies of the city, and especially this part of the city, are Delson's lower level concrete soldiers who are all former DUP agents. These kind of just serve as your normal, everyday, run-of-the-mill, just soldier-type enemy. They don't have anything special about them, really, but later on I will introduce higher-level concrete soldiers, as well as a new enemy type that I think is pretty creative. Later in the story, Cole would learn that Jimmy sent him to do these missions for two reasons. First off, he knew that if Cole and Riley were to not trust them, this would be a good way to kind of bond them together, to know that they have good faith, and both of them want the best for the city. And second, he knew that if Cole were to do these missions of what looked like his own free will, then it would kind of take the spotlight off of the mob, because Delson was getting closer and closer to getting them revealed, and because they involved direct conflict with Delson's army, he knew that the mob couldn't carry these missions out, so Cole doing them is kind of a win-win for everybody. Eventually, with all the missions complete, Riley calls Cole and informs him that he finally found a way to infiltrate Delson's base and that they need to meet up as soon as possible. Once they met up, Riley quickly laid out the plan that surprisingly had very little detail. First, at night, Cole would have to sneak across the very fortified bridge to the Row District and make his way to Delson's concrete space needle, if that was even possible. Once he arrives to the tower, if he's not yet dead, he would have to make his way up the needle and take Delson's powers away, if, again, that was even possible. Cole thought that this seemed a little bit rushed and optimistic, but trusted that when Riley said he did his homework and that this was their only shot, that he was telling the truth, so he went along with the plan. After just a few short hours, when the time was finally right, he traveled across the bridge just as expected, but unexpectedly, when he first stepped foot on the main island, he was blinded by multiple spotlights hitting him. He instantly tried blocking the light with his hand, but it still took a few seconds for him to adjust to the brightness. As soon as Cole's eyes were used to the light and he could see again, a few of the spotlights moved on to focus on Delson, who stood on a concrete structure directly in front of him. Cole watched as Delson quickly used his video ability to fly down to his level and slowly walk towards him, all the while boasting about how he was prepared for all this to happen. As Delson continued to boast about his situation and slowly walk closer to Cole, Cole sensed that he only had one opportunity and shot his hand towards Delson's just to see it completely pass through. As Delson's eyes shifted from his hand back up to Delson, he saw that he was slightly glitching. And Delson, in his hologram form, cracked a cocky smile and said, "You think you're the only one that has a trick up their sleeve?" and made a gesture to his men before completely disappearing. Immediately after Delson's gesture, 9 high-ranking concrete officers who were standing in various positions created a giant concrete monster that Cole had to fight as it slowly began to push him across the bridge that he came in on and back into the Heights district. As the monster was in its final seconds of life, its giant concrete tail swung around and smacked the ever-living shit out of Cole, sending him flying back across the final section of the bridge and into a building. This knocks Cole out completely, and we now get to see a cutscene with Delson and Celia in his throne room that is set just minutes prior. Delson begins to smile with joy as he looks down at Cole's battle with the giant concrete monster. But as this is happening, Celia storms into the room and informs Delson that the plan was to stall for time, not show off. Delson states that he just had to show Cole that this was his city now, and Celia tells Delson that he can't be acting on his fears and insecurities. He needs to adjust. Seemingly out of nowhere, Delson turns sharply towards her and angrily says, "To just wait? Is that what you were gonna say? How can I even trust that you have a plan and you're not just talking out of your ass until you eventually figure something out?" In response to this, all Celia does is squint at Delson and say, "Fine," before gesturing to one of her ninjas for them to bring her a blueprint that the player never gets to actually see. Once the blueprint is revealed to Delson, he slowly looks up and down it before exclaiming, "Holy shit, I'll be unstoppable," as the camera slowly starts to shift towards Celia before she says, "Yeah, you." Cole suddenly shoots awake.
Can you tell she's gonna turn on him? I would redo that whole. If I were to do this again, I would change the whole entire Celia Delson dynamic, the entire thing. I think Celia being like Celia should be like the I think Delson could be like the Craven, and Celia should be like the Venom. Ugh, sorry. So I think if Delson was like the Craven of like the game, where I'm talking about Spider-Man 2, where it's like, you know, the end of Act 2, you beat Delson, and then, you know, maybe there's something there with either redeeming him or, you know, just ending him or stealing his power or whatever. And then you have afterwards Celia like takes him back or whatever, and then she like uses him for some like purpose or whatever, and she becomes the main villain. Maybe there's something there, but as it stands now, I don't really like their dynamic. I think it's so obvious that she's gonna turn. I think that it makes it kind of dumb and cheaper later on when she gets killed by Delson. I just don't like. There's so many things I don't like about it. I don't like the little origami ninjas or whatever that I talked about. I think it's stupid, and I think it's very surface level and pretty lazy and predictable.
To find he is safe among friends, and his first thought is about his throbbing headache, and Riley explains to him that Delson shut off the power, so that's why he feels like crap. But as soon as Cole could fully think and remember the past events, he angrily asked Riley how the hell he didn't know that he would be ambushed, and Riley says that he's truly sorry. This time, he just rushed it and didn't cover all of his bases. Additionally, he says that the information that he used must have been purposefully leaked because Delson wanted this to happen, and Cole just says to Riley that from now on, he needs to get it right and not rush his process. Riley completely agrees with Cole and takes the criticism to heart, but corrects Cole by saying that there won't be a next time, as Cole looks out the window to see a giant concrete wall that separates Delson's island from the rest.
And this is yet another thing that I could not find a solution for. So the thing before was, there's a thing before that I said I couldn't find a solution for, or like I just didn't know what to do. But this is the second one, and it's this concrete wall or whatever. I was like, how the hell? Why? I was like, there's no reason why Cole won't literally again and again and again and again go and try to defeat Delson. Like, why won't he just go up to Delson, try to fight him? Or what's stopping Delson from just going and attacking Cole? I was like, there has to be some reason why Delson has to retreat, and then there has to be some way to fortify his base so then Cole can't just constantly attack him over and over, and so it's not just super easy, or nobody can like infiltrate. And the first thing that comes to mind is a wall, like a giant ass wall. And I don't think it's horrible, but I just think that maybe, I don't know, I think there maybe needs to be another solution. Like, I think what might be cooler is instead of him creating a wall, he pulls the big ass island. Like, maybe to make more space on the map, he literally pulls the island away. Like, he could do something with his concrete power, and he makes like moves his entire Space Needle somewhere else, like offshore, something like that. But just having it, or like makes it like levitate in the air, but making a giant ass wall I think is kind of dumb, and there is probably a cooler, more interesting way of doing that.
Of them.
Yeah, a good way to kill Cole would probably just be to trap a power station so when it turns on and it explodes. Yeah, that was like one of the things. And the excuse that I have for why Delson doesn't, or like Celia doesn't do something like that, is just that they're working on the race here 2.0, so it's like they don't really have, but like if you really just want to stop Cole, because like, okay, you could sit here, fortify, and try to work on your big plan, or you could just, you know, death by 1,000 cuts, do a bunch of little things that'll kill Cole. That would be actually a pretty interesting thing. I think that might actually be really cool. Is Cole gets in there, first substation you go to or whatever, you go in there and it's rigged, and you're like, what the shit? And it's a twist, and then there's like, it's like a whole mission, and there's like a bunch of fallout from that mission. You're like, oh shit, and that's like how, you know, like maybe you have to repair, maybe that's how you meet like the mafia or something. Instead of, you know, Riley just like meeting him right off the bat, maybe you blow it up and the mafia comes after you and they're like, what the hell are you guys doing? Why are you blowing shit up? Something like that. I think that might be interesting. That's actually a pretty good idea.
As they keep talking, they conclude that first, Cole has to turn on the power, and then Riley can get to work on how to solve their wall situation. Cole gets right on the power problem and travels straight to the Heights District core reactor to turn it on. After doing so, the next sort of big story mission comes from Jimmy, who says that his men keep being abducted more and more often, and he wants to find out why with the help of Cole. As soon as Cole arrives to their agreed upon location, he sees that Jimmy has set up a trap to capture the people who keep abducting his men. Jimmy states that this is actually only one of 3 traps that are set up around the city, and Cole has to kind of try and watch all 3 to see when the abductors will show up. And for the traps themselves, it kind of looks like it's a combination of tripwires, snipers, and laser sensors, all very well hidden, surrounding a single mannequin in the middle that is made to look like one of Jimmy's men. As Cole parades around the city, checking on each location, he eventually concludes that this isn't going to work, and Jimmy calls him back to the first location where he sees a very, very stupid idea. Cole sees that in the middle of the trap, they no longer have a mannequin, but now a person has volunteered to be the bait for the abductor. Additionally, he also insisted that the countermeasures be taken away, so the whole situation just looks more believable. Cole looks over to Jimmy and asks what the hell happened while he was gone, and Jimmy states that he was against this happening, but the man who volunteered insisted because his best friend was abducted and he wanted to find out why. Cole asks how getting a man kidnapped is in any way going to help them out, and Jimmy explains that they have the volunteer's phone tracked, so all Cole has to do is chase after them as soon as he's taken. Cole then goes to talk to the volunteer to make sure this is what he really wants and talks to him about the realities of the situation, but the volunteer is very clearly serious about this, and after that conversation, they all sit and wait for the abduction. After about 10 minutes or so, just as everyone is getting a little bit impatient, they hear an explosion in the distance, and as they all turn to look at it, the man is abducted. Immediately after noticing this, Cole pulls out his phone and begins to track the man and his abductor, and eventually he is led into the sewers.
See, okay, so this whole like thing where they like set up a trap and then they have someone taken or whatever, I also don't like. I remember actually I spent like half, if not a whole day, thinking of interesting mission ideas that I could just like kind of spread throughout the game or whatever, maybe talk about them. And for this mission specifically, I could not think of a good, because I'm not a dev. I don't do mission design. I wanted to tell a story and just a game, but with a game you have to do mission design. I think people underestimate how difficult it is to tell a story within a video game. It's not just a movie or a TV show where things can just happen how you want them to happen. Players will screw everything up. So you have to create you can't just create an interesting story. You have to create an interesting story that's fun to play and that the players can't screw up. It's insanely difficult, and even just me thinking about it is it's one of the reasons why I don't make more of these types of videos. It's because it's so hard to think about. I'm like, okay, I could make an interesting story, but if it's not an interesting game, then it's just not an interesting game. So it's like, what's the point? And that is one of the problems why I didn't make the prototype one of these, is because I made it and I was like, I actually do think it was like it was like a remake of Prototype or whatever. And I do think it was half decent. It wasn't finished or anything, but I do think that it was a boring game. Like, if that was an actual game, it would take like an hour for you to get into the actual gameplay. It was just it was like one fun scene in the very beginning, and then there was some stuff afterwards that was like really character driven and pretty good, and like it like built upon the stuff that they did in the first two Prototype games, but it didn't, it was like in a different way, but it just wouldn't be a good game. There was no gameplay to it. It was just all scene after scene after scene, and it would be a decent show. But yeah, I just wish that I think people underestimate that how hard making a game is, because if you have to write a story for it, you literally have to make it so like airtight. There can't be it has to be so airtight, and it also has to have room for gameplay. It's so crazy. It's insanely difficult. It's way harder than making a show or a movie or anything else, where you can just have full control over what happens.
While continuing to track the man and traversing through the very familiar sewers, Cole eventually finds the culprit, an origami ninja carrying the man they used as bait. When the ninja eventually notices that Cole is getting too close, he stops and hits him with a gas grenade that causes Cole to heavily hallucinate. While Cole is basically incapacitated on the ground, we get some of his...
This is where we get the classic Sucker Punch hallucination. They have it in every one of their games, dude. Every game, you gotta have a mission where the player gets poisoned or something, and they hallucinate and they walk around. It's in inFAMOUS 1. It's in inFAMOUS 2. I think it's in First Light. It's not in Second Son? Question mark. It's in Ghost of Tsushima. Gotta have it. I don't know about the Sly Cooper games. I've never played them. Maybe I'll play them on stream one day, but I have never played them. But I'm sure they're in there because it's Sucker Punch.
His abstract thoughts through the hallucinations about stuff like his childhood, Kessler, maybe some stuff with Trish, and his death. As you may be able to tell, this would kind of just be used as a character moment, so we can see more of Cole's inside and see his thoughts and feelings without any sort of filter.
See more of Cole's inside is a crazy thing to say in a video that God, that is such a dumb thing to say. Yeah, drug trip section. Ashton, why did your name change? Do we have two Ashtons in here? We had a purple one, now we have a red one.
But eventually, when Cole comes into his own consciousness, he is somehow out of the sewers and decides to call Jimmy. As Cole continues to explain what happened, Jimmy becomes very worried, because if Celia is truly behind all of these kidnappings, then what's happening to them would be nothing less than sadistic. Jimmy begins to repeat a rumor he heard about the story behind Celia's ninjas, and it leaves Cole with a horrific new insight on the mind behind Celia and how she truly operates. According to the rumor, the first step in becoming an origami ninja is to first willingly cut off your own tongue in a...
Ashton, you gotta stop watching my shit when you're in class, bro. You're gonna get caught one of these days. But, maybe if they do, you'll be like, hey, man, you know what? I'll show it to the class. You gotta at least do that. Bad karma Ashton is crazy.
A swear of silence to Celia's cause. And if you thought that that was kind of messed up, it's only after the fact that you've done that you're now finally being considered to become a ninja, and if it turns that you're not cut out for it, the other ones are ordered to kill you off, and because you're so loyal to her, you willingly give up your life. And finally, the ones that are the best of the best that eventually become ninjas become so loyal to Celia that they don't even recognize their previous life as their own anymore. It becomes a secondary person that they can't even remember, that they totally dissociate from. At first, Jimmy assumed that this was a thing you volunteered to do for some weird reason, but now he assumes that there's some sort of brainwashing involved if she is literally taking...
Wait, Ashton, am I playing through the speakers? Am I playing through the speakers in your classroom? Can I say whatever I want? Can I get you kicked out? Guys, put a list of things in the chat that I could say they get kicked out. Should I play like the craziest like alarm noise YouTube video? I won't. I won't, Ashton. I won't. I might. Ashton, you gotta tell me. Okay, you got AirPods in. I was like, dude, no way I'm talking. They're not gonna hear me yap in the middle of class.
People right off the streets who are very highly trained and have been fighting against her for the past few years. Additionally, why does she need a bunch of random civilians that she keeps taking off the streets if she needs highly trained ninjas at her disposal? While Cole and Jimmy ponder this, Riley calls for a group meetup because he may have found the only way to make it past the giant concrete wall. When everyone arrives at the meetup,
also, there was just some backstory on like the origami ninjas or whatever, and they're like, what is it? They're like a training process or whatever. It's shit. It's dumb. It's like, it's very exposition-y and surface level and stupid, and origami ninja is a dumb name.
Meetup spot, Jimmy eagerly asks Riley about the way that they'll make it past the wall, but first, Riley lays out his thought process before revealing what he found. He says that initially he looked for the ways that they might possibly go over or under the wall, but that those just weren't going to happen. Apparently, the wall extends far underground, cutting off even—
Yes, I mean origami. Or what was your other one? It was the scissors. That was it. Alright, origami is their canon name.
In the sewers and any external power, and with the troops set up on top of the wall, it would be impossible to fly over it without getting shot down. With both of those options out of the equation, it left Riley with only one option. They have to destroy the wall. But not just a small part of it, they have to somehow destroy most, if not all of it. If they don't, they risk that the wall gets fixed super fast, but if they can destroy most, if not all of it, and get enough forces to raid the island, they can cripple Delson's army enough to keep the wall down for good. After hearing this, Jimmy asks how the hell this is good news. They don't have any way to destroy the wall, and they still don't have nearly enough men to raid it. Riley addresses the part about destroying the wall first, saying that the only way to destroy the wall is by using hundreds of highly explosive bombs set up at weak points around the wall. For this, he asks Cole if he would call Zeke to work on maybe whipping up a blueprint for them, and Cole agrees to contact Zeke about it. Before addressing the final thing that they would need, the actual army to raid the island, Riley told Jimmy that he might want to take a seat because he would absolutely—
Scissors beats paper. That's got to be— that's what that's what Delson says right before he kills her. He makes giant scissors and like Green Lantern, and he goes, "Scissors beats paper." Then he like cuts her in half. Cornball Delson would do that.
Absolutely hate this next part. After they have the blueprint for the bombs, the only way to manufacture them and to get enough men to raid the island is to ally with the scavengers in the Warren district. Jimmy immediately begins to stand up, saying that there is absolutely no way that the scavengers are going to side with him. There's no way, not after what happened. Cole tells Jimmy to calm down before asking what exactly he means by this, and Jimmy recalls a story that took place just 4 years prior, and it's shown as a stylized cutscene. After 7 long years of rebuilding, everyone in New Empire City was finally ready to start their new lives and just be happy for once. As the city got closer and closer to its grand reinstatement, they held an election for its new mayor. There were many choices, but the two that stood out were Maggie Thompson and Wilson Valentino, Jimmy's father. Maggie Thompson was born and raised in the industrial Warren district. She had major business ties and streamlined nearly every single part of the process to help with the rebuilding effort. She really was a woman of the people and had a cult following in the Warren. Wilson, on the other hand, was a political man and promised things that seemed impossible. He had a vision for the city that seemed like it was so grand it was outside the realm of possibility, and the people of the Heights district absolutely loved him. This may have seemed like a—
I have to say, my vocabulary in this video is not good, not awesome. It's pretty yikers. I like, okay, my vocabulary is not good just in real life. It's pretty shite. But when I'm writing now, my vocab is pretty awesome sauce. Like I try to, I try to do synonyms and shit, some high level stuff. But here, I guess I just said whatever. I literally didn't even, I said he's a political man instead of saying like the right word, whatever it would be. I wouldn't, like, I would say, now I would be like, oh, he's like a bureaucrat or something like that. But instead I just said he's a political man and she is this, instead of, trying to describe who their character is.
Situation that would cause divide, but the two candidates made it very clear that the city came first, and no matter who won, this would be a win for the city. That is, until the night before the election, when Maggie was found dead in her apartment, shot with the very same gun that Wilson would occasionally flaunt as his family heirloom. The exact same gun that Jimmy brandished with him at all times. This murder created a massive tension and divide between the two districts, and the riots became a daily occurrence. Wilson swore that he didn't do it, but the citizens of the Warren didn't care. They saw the evidence, and it was enough to warrant their outrage. This whole situation spanned about 5 days before finally Delson arrived in the city and supplied everyone the quote justice that they all wanted, and he killed Wilson on live television, granting this city his and his alone. Just as a side note, this whole entire thing would actually even be more in depth and more explained in the prequel comic if that were to exist, if this game were to exist, and it would explain further that Celia was actually the person who murdered Maggie because she wanted to create some tension between the residents, so when Delson arrived in the city, he could just kill the bad guy and easily just slide into power, and it would just be a better way of showing her very manipulative nature. Now knowing the
I kind of like that. I think that's not bad. Having there be like, so her in the background creating tension. So then when Delson comes in and solves that tension, he's seen as the hero. I like that. But I wish if that was done, I wish Celia wouldn't betray him. If it was done like this, I wish it was more like a father-daughter type relationship, and it was kind of like an Ozai Azula type thing. That would be goated. Like, I think that would be good, and that's another way to do this game, is you have it be like a Ozai Azula type thing where there's like two villains or whatever, and you have like the side heroes go do this and then the main heroes go do the main one. But because she betrays him in the, like, ultimately in the future, I think that it's kind of cheapened. Because it's like, why would she do all this to make Delson the hero just to kind of betray him? I feel like she should be working in the background she should have him be hated because, yeah, I don't see her ever betraying Delson because she was obsessed. Yeah, I don't either. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, it needed to happen, so it happened. Like, that's what I did. I had, oh, this is a cool idea for the ending. What can I do to literally shove the characters into that happening? And that's my biggest problem with this entire quote-unquote game, is that's what I would do. I would think of cool ideas for, like, how things should end, and then usually what I would do now, if I now, what happens sometimes when I'm, like, writing stuff, is I will think of something cool in the end, and then I'll work backwards, and then I'll work forwards again to make sure it all lines up. But this, I just did something in the very end, and then I went to the beginning, and I would do step by step to try to get to that point. I don't think that's the way to do it. I think you have to start from the end, go backwards, and then go forwards one more time. Just so that everything lines up correctly, and there's correct development. But even then, the best way to do things is never, ever to look at the end and see it. You should look at the end and be like, that's cool, but then go to your starting point and be like, hey, if I literally have to break rules, if I have to just throw shit away, throw character development away to get to that end, it's not even worth it.
Full story, Cole turned to Riley and asked if there was any other way that they could possibly make this work, but Riley said that from what he's seen, this is their only option. So it's settled. Cole and Riley will travel up the Jefferson Tunnel.
Yeah, have the Celia boss fight like halfway through. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, maybe have it be like in Spider-Man 2, you have Kraven, then you have Venom. You have Celia be the Kraven, and then Delson be the Venom. Or the other way around, where Delsin is the Craven and then Celia is the Venom of the game. But I think at this point it makes more sense for Celia to be the first one. And then even if we had that father-daughter dynamic, we could have it be, you killed Celia, Delsin's, now it's personal. Now it's like extremely personal because you killed his like daughter. Or the other way around, it would be, you killed her father and now she's pissed off, and now this is when she, you know, starts going scorched earth. Oh, can you actually notice the mic in the video versus this mic? Is this one a lot more? Well, to be fair, the mic in the video it's going through 2 layers of YouTube. It's going through the original video, and then I'm watching that video on YouTube going through a stream. So just to be fair, that's also. But this video or this mic is a lot nicer. Some people don't notice, but that's okay. I noticed, and that's why I have it.
Into the Warren district and try to convince the scavengers to team up with them and Jimmy's mob
Also,
to take down the wall and stop Delsin. Jimmy thinks about all that's been said, and he notes that it may be hard or impossible, but if it's truly the only way that they can get this done, then they're gonna have to make it work. As Cole makes his way towards the Jefferson Tunnel to travel up to the Warren, he contacts Zeke about making the bombs. Of course, Zeke says that he's completely happy to help, and even though he knows he's being safe where he's at, he still does kind of miss the action, and he misses being with Cole and fighting the bad guys, but Cole makes sure to tell him that he's being safe and that's what Cole wants. During this phone call, Cole also gets to talk to Zeke's daughters and his—
Wait, am I crazy?
travel up to the—
I've never noticed that. There's a Sly Cooper thing on his backpack. You're gonna hear. I just adjust the volume, so that should pan out now. Have you guys ever noticed that? I didn't notice there was a Sly Cooper logo on his backpack. That's cool. And his little satchel. How have I played this game like 4 times and I've never ever seen that? I've never noticed that in my life. I've never had that
Zeke
pointed
about
out
making
ever.
the bombs. Of course, Zeke says that he's completely happy to help, and even though he knows he's being safe where he's at, he still does kind of miss the action, and he misses being with Cole and fighting the bad guys, but Cole makes sure to tell him that he's being safe and that's what Cole wants. During this phone call, Cole also gets to talk to Zeke's daughters and his wife, and it's very clear that Zeke is really happy and he has a very happy family, and Cole would do anything to keep them safe. As soon as Cole arrives to the Warren district, he finds that his power's been shut off, and he also discovers that the society here functions pretty differently compared to the Heights. For most average people, life in the Heights is basically just business as usual. Yeah, there might be daily deaths and explosions, but people still have to live their lives relatively normal. In the
That is pulled directly from history. I actually like that. That's... Oh, what the hell? Oh? Why is my taskbar not going away? Oh, no, wait. How do I close this? Oh, well.
Warren, however, this is...
way there. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, this I actually like that. That like business as usual, because it's like during World War II, like in like London and stuff, when it was being like firebombed, people still went to school, still went to work. It was like buildings would blow up, like entire buildings would literally be completely eradicated, but people still went about their day because stuff still had to get done. It's not like, you know, they knew it was going on and it was tragic and it was horrible, but at the end of the day, letters still need to be mailed out, and like not everything can come to a grinding halt. Still, people still want some semblance of like people doing something even when there's tragedy going on gives them a control of their own lives. So if they can still go to their job and just you know like maybe occasionally something crazy happens, it's better than them doing literally nothing, feeling like they're making no progress and they have no control. So I actually like that a lot, that, you know, even though Delsin controls the city and it's kind of anarchy, that people still live their lives. But yeah,
is not the case. The whole
maybe I would change it to be, I don't know, this is another problem with the world building is like, why wouldn't they just leave then? But if it's like Delson's forcing them to stay here, then that's understandable. But there's not really much thought put into that because, again, I just kind of said, if this is how it is, deal with it. I didn't think of the logical consequences of all these things going on and how they all interact with each other.
district feels like it's in complete lockdown and everyone has boarded up windows, plus guns are a must-have. This seems to be something that's very consistent with the Warren district, as it's been like this basically the whole time it's ever existed. It's always been kind of the rundown part of the city that have all the lower end things, and it's always going through some sort of crisis. It also doesn't help because of that whole Maggie situation and Delson arriving to the city that everyone's kind of in a weird state of paranoia where they only want to rely on themselves for everything, and this has led to their current situation because they won't ask for any outside help. Cole would soon realize this after turning on the power.
Oh shit, maybe I shouldn't.
And going to meet up with the.
So you're asking about this peak, like right here? I think this is literally just people going and they look at the. So a lot of my videos, they have like a peak right in the center, literally like in the center. And I think what it is people watch the beginning of the video, they go, no way, 2.5 hours. What is he talking about? Like an hour in, bro. No way he's not just rambling about nothing. And so they just they just eyeball it and they just throw it right in the center of the video. Just like, of course it's like a little bit further than center, but they just eyeball it and they just throw it in the center and they see me talking. And then I think that enough people do that, they see a bump, so which causes more people to do it. More people are like, oh, what happens at that point? But it's nothing. It's like nothing of importance happens at this point. I just think that there's like peaks like right in between all of these sections, and then there's also a peak right here because I think it just started there because people just jumped to the middle of the video, and then it just compounded because people were like, oh well, there must be something interesting there. No, there's
group
not.
Of scavengers who just finished fighting Delson's soldiers. He asked the group if he and Riley, who was not currently there at the time, could somehow talk to their leader because he had found a way to take down the wall and stop Delson. One man in the group that looked a bit different from the rest spoke up and said that they don't have one leader and they don't allow anyone to meet up with their council until they've shown their good faith. Cole says that he has turned on the power and that should count as good faith, but they repeat that
In fact, it's interesting that this is the peak because to me, this is the worst part of the entire video. I think Numerase is like pretty solid, like just like comparing it to this video. I think Numerase is pretty solid. I think the beginning of New Empire City is all right, and then I think like around here it starts getting better, like near the third act. I think all the second act is a lot of kind of nothing. I didn't know how to pace the second act because I always heard that it was the longest one, so I was like, okay, I guess I'll just put a bunch of shit here. But yeah,
everyone who meets with the council has to show their good faith. Cole quickly picks up that this means Riley has to do something as well, and they both go do a mission together to show that they want to help, and they eventually get to meet with the council. But during that mission that Cole and Riley go do to show their good faith, it's shown how truly powerful Riley is once he has to get his hands dirty, and Cole thinks to himself that it's a shame that he's mostly stuck planning things, because as a fighter, he's actually pretty skilled. When Cole and Riley eventually arrive in the council's room after being invited, they see 5 seats that are equally spaced apart, and each seat has a different member of the council that are totally anonymous as they go.
See you, Dakota. It's a lot of setup, yeah, but it's yeah, a bunch of people just randomly jumped in. I have no idea why. Yeah, so it's the second act is a lot of setup, but it's not even like good setup. The second act should usually be the first act should usually be setup, and the second act should be a little setup and then fleshing stuff out. That's why it's the longest, is because that's the meat of everything. And then it should kind of end in a low point, like end in like, it doesn't have to, of course, rules can be broken, but you know, most of the time it ends kind of in like a low point, which forces your characters to change. Like they change, and then in the third act you see how that change affects like the climax, and then the resolution you say, okay, they're a new person. Like they're whatever. That's just generalizing it. But I think a lot of the second act is just me going, what can I do? So I just kind of find a problem, and then I kind of try to find a solution for it. But I feel like none of it's earned. It kind of just feels like stuff happens, and it doesn't, like sometimes it just doesn't end very conclusively. Like stuff just kind of happens, and then it fizzles out.
Go by numbers, not names. As soon as they're stood in front of the council, Riley is the first to speak up, telling the council about his plan to destroy the wall with bombs that are currently developing as they speak, and everything goes fine until he mentions teaming up with Jimmy Valentino and his mob. As soon as Riley proposes that the scavengers and the mob team up, the council all begin to bicker amongst themselves until number 2 in the council silences them. She says that while they might not like it, this may be the only way to end their suffering in this city. And because they now have the opportunity to actually kill Delson and fix things, they have to set any amount of pride away and take it. Shortly after number 2 finished her speech, the council sat in silence before eventually...
I also don't like the numbers thing. I think it's like they're trying to remain anonymous because they're like against Delson, but I don't know, maybe it's not horrible, but I don't know if I love it. I think, I don't know, I'd have to think about it a lot more. I don't have a solution for it in mind right now, but I just initially, I don't know why, I just have a disdain for it.
Number 5 asked to put it to a vote, and by the end, it's 3-2 in favor of helping. But quickly after the vote finishes, number 4 brings up a good point. He says that while now they are all willing to help, they might not even be able to. As of recently, they have been completely forced out of all of their manufacturing facilities by Delson's troops and Celia's ninjas. Number 4 says that they would need those facilities to produce any sort of bombs on a scale large enough for what they would need, and Cole immediately gets to work on freeing the facilities, and while doing so, he becomes curious as to why Delson needs them at all. Of course, you, the player, might realize that Celia's men and Delson's troops taking over these facilities is somehow connected to the blueprint that Celia showed Delson, but Cole doesn't know that, so he's still kind of left in the dark. After finally freeing all of the facilities from Delson and Celia's control,
the numbers is so Ashton thinks the numbers is a good thing because it brings it like a comic feel. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Corvus is what I'm going to call you, says you should use the Roman alphabet, like Alpha, Beta, Delta. That means one of them would have to be Sigma. And they would be, that would be pretty fire, bro. They would be the Sigma Lux Max, Skibbity Rizzler.
He meets back up with the council, and they get to work on manufacturing the explosives. Also, during this final meeting, number 2 volunteered to be the operational leader for this whole situation, and she would from now on help Riley, Cole, and Jimmy with the coordination efforts, but mostly she focused on stuff in the Warren, just like Jimmy did with the Heights. And speaking of Jimmy, this whole time while Riley and Cole were solving stuff in the Warren, him and his mob were trying to find leads on where his people were being taken, and finally, he called Cole because he found something. After traveling back to the Heights, Cole talked to Jimmy, who guided him into the sewers on the west side of the island where they found a piece of the puzzle. Jimmy explains that while one of his men were exploring the sewers, trying to find a lead on where the men were being taken, they stumbled upon an old research facility. After reporting this finding to Jimmy, he came to take a look and knew that it had to be important. This was all being explained to Cole right before he walked into the ransacked room, and at first he was confused about what he was seeing until he saw a First Son's helmet sitting on a table right next to the First Son's logo plastered on the wall. Cole continued examining the completely destroyed facility before asking if Jimmy and his men caused this mess, and Jimmy says that they found it like this. This piqued Cole's interest, and as he continued to examine the room, he saw dozens of blueprints lying on the ground. Cole carefully examined every single blueprint he came across, but to his surprise, none of them that he found were at all lethal. Because of Cole's understandably very negative perception of the First Sons, he expected to find prototype laser guns or handheld nuclear reactors, not state-of-the-art water filtration systems and Dyson sphere calculations. But really, those are only the papers that he could understand. A lot of the stuff he looked at was just so complex that he couldn't even comprehend it.
That's another thing that I kind of liked. I was like, well, Kessler was an asshole, but he was also, he was head of the First Sons for at least, like his, whatever, when he took it over. And he wanted to save the world. So, why not have his First Son scientists work on the ray sphere, but also at the same time work on other things that could also like help humanity out? I think that's I think that's not bad. Like, having water filtration systems, as I said, and it kind of makes it seem like, Kessler had maybe some backup plans and stuff like that too. So what actually happened to the First Sons? They died in the comics. I believe this is what happens. They didn't just fizzle out. No, it was in the comics, Cole and what's his name? His name's like Warden Harms, I think is what his name is. They both together go and they raid a bunch of First Sons facilities. That's actually where I got this idea from. Is they go through and I think they raid all of them and they basically wipe them out. So that's like why they kind of disappear. But then there's also some hints about there being some stuff about them in like New Marais. So, maybe they're not completely gone. Maybe they might bring them back if they ever make a new game, but I highly doubt it. There's like a 99% chance they don't do anything. See you, Dakota. Have a good night. But yeah, that's kind of where the First Sons went.
Cole continued to find more and more things like this, but as he continued to find them, a dark thought came to his mind. If all of the blueprints and papers that he found were very passive things and things that honestly would help out humanity, then the dangerous things must have been taken by someone. Cole continues to look around the facility until finally he finds a digital map of other secret First Sons bases that lie beneath the surface of the city. Of course, the map has not been updated, so it is still styled after the old Empire City, and the one that they are in is labeled as research, while the one in the northeast of the neon is labeled as development, but below it says it's offline. There are two more facilities in the Warren, with the one on the south side being labeled as testing lab, but the northern one caught Cole's eye. It was labeled as ray field containment. And finally, the last lab.
I don't know why Hunter was so obsessed with that little popping noise whenever he placed something on the screen. I think it makes it sound like a kid's video, but yeah, he did that a lot early on. I don't know why, and I don't know why I didn't get him to change it, because I think it's just kind of like unnecessary. Like, bro, you're an hour and a half into a 2.5 hour video. You don't need a pop to keep you entertained.
Laboratory sat in the northern half of the historic district, but it seemed to be the most important as well as the most mysterious because it had no label. This caught Cole's eye, and after he was done examining the map, he stated that he was gonna go get some rest, and then in the morning, he was gonna go look at the other bases to see what he could find. After Cole got some very much deserved sleep, he woke up to go check out the Ray Sphere Containment Lab because to him, it seemed to be the most interesting. As soon as Cole arrived, he blasted open the door, only to find that the whole facility was completely dark. He found the power after a while, and once he turned it on, he discovered...
See, this to me kind of needed to happen in the beginning when they just entered New Empire City. It gives you like a... It gives the second act some structure. Where it's like, you get in there and it's like, okay, what do we even do in New Empire City? And then it's like, oh, you go and you fail against fighting Delsin, and then this wall pops up, and then right after you start finding these. So then you're like, oh, that's what we do. And then there's some in-between missions in between raiding the labs, but then you go to each of the labs. I think that works out a lot better than you finding the map kind of sort of near the end of the second act. Yeah, just like a hook or just structure for the second act. I just realized Hunter's done these edits for pretty much every part of this 2-hour video. So I did those images or whatever. I had a specific idea for kind of what I wanted, so I just I did those images in Photoshop, but Hunter edited the entire video. So I would give him those images and he would throw the arrows and all that shit on it. But yes, he did do all the edits for everything. So if there's ever a bad edit, blame him, but also me because I'm the one who approves of them. So
that the entire place was stripped down to nothing. But before Cole could investigate further, he got a call from Riley, who said that they had finished preparations for the raid and that they need to meet up as soon as possible. With seemingly nothing left to discover in the room, Cole made his way to help out with the raid on the wall, with their first step being to lower the bridge between the Warren and the Heights district, allowing all the forces to meet up and spread to different points of attack. As soon as everyone was in position, Riley had the privilege to press the button that detonated Zeke's custom thermite bombs that were lined on the outer wall that all blew up in a blaze of glory. This act created dozens of weak points all along the outer shell of the wall that were further weakened by barrages of RPGs launched by both the scavengers and the mob as they worked together as a team. Cole continues to stare at the wall, fascinated at the scene at hand, but the camera suddenly cuts to Delson and Celia, who are sitting atop the wall watching this whole event unfold. Both of them are pretty worried, but Celia is at least trying to hide it. Delson, in an obvious attempt to calm his own nerves, out loud says that he has ordered all of his troops to guard the entrance, and it should definitely be enough. But Celia, having already accepted what's about to happen, tells Delson that it definitely won't be enough. And as Delson turns to her, he can see that she is internally debating something. Delson asks what's on her mind, and she very hesitantly brings up that she's been working on a new project, a backup of sorts in case things got too out of hand, but now might be the best time to use it. And as she's explaining this, the camera pans across a First Sons facility where there are hundreds upon hundreds of test chambers that all begin opening. Suddenly,
see, as I think about it more and more, I do really wish I would have made their dynamic more like Azula and Ozai, or Jinx and what's his face in Arcane, or what's his lack of face? It's on the tip of my tongue. Someone give it to me. It's the dude with the eye. I feel like it starts with an S. Silco. Thank you, Corvus. Silco. So I do wish I would have made their dynamic more like Jinx and Silco, or more like Azula and Firelord Ozai, where it was a father-daughter, and then it would be probably more like Jinx and Silco, where it's like Delson is kind of like the father figure, and he's not like the mastermind behind everything, but like he is kind of behind like the majority of what's going on. And then you have Celia down like below him, and she's trying to, because Delson is so powerful and impressive, she kind of goes out on limbs, and she does crazy things to try to impress him. She does like high risk, high reward stuff to try to like be like, wow, are you proud of me? So she would, go, and she was trying to surprise him by doing this whole Race Fear Mark II thing, and she was trying to surprise him by making all these conduits that are about to show up. And I wish I would have made it more like that instead of what it is, which is she hesitantly has to reveal her secret plans, which I think is kind of dumb. I wish I would have done it more like that, where it's like, wow, look at me, are you proud of me? And then Delson would be like, no, not really, you kind of are crazy. But yeah, but he would still be like, no, but I love you, whatever, and it would be like that.
The perspective jumps back to Cole at the exact same moment that it cut from earlier, but this time, just slightly after where the cut was before, Cole hears a shrill scream. As soon as Cole turns to hear where the scream originated from, he sees a ton of fast, gray, and sharp-looking enemies running in a stampede toward everyone. Additionally, behind them is a sea of different colored enemies that all seem to behave just slightly differently from each other. This group of enemies will be called the Conduit Lessers, or Conduit Minions, or something along that line, and they will now act as the main enemy type for New Empire City, with Delson's troops being kind of this secondary enemy type. But as a contrast to every single other enemy type in Infamous, this group will not consist of one power with different levels, such as ice or concrete. Each level will be its own power. For instance, the lowest level of enemies will have shrapnel power. Those were the gray and sharp ones I described, and they would be the fast exploding type of enemies, and they would be on like the lowest tier. Your most basic one, which would just be like the soldier type enemy that would be pretty common, could be water, or it could be something like fire. And then there could be one that reflects abilities, and that would be mirror, or something that explodes and goes up in the air, which would be like firework or something. But you get the idea. There are dozens and dozens of enemy types, a ton of them that I haven't even thought of yet, that a bunch of you can maybe think of, and the only criteria would be each of them would have to fulfill a different purpose within gameplay, and they could combine and make some interesting gameplay moments that I think Sucker Punch would have a lot of fun designing.
Two things. Ashton, I'll answer your question after, but first, I think that's a good idea. I think it's a good twist. In all the Infamous games, we've seen one power have multiple levels, but I think it would be pretty interesting to see a group or like an entire, like, whatever, enemy type or whatever that's all just one level. So you just have like a bunch, like you could just have like a Celia's army or whatever, her origami, if you will, and it's just a bunch of like low level enemies are all one power. Then as you raise in the tiers of power, you get different types of enemies. That would be cool. I think that would be just an interesting twist. Ashton, you're saying that so like in Augustine's flashback, Celia was in the conduit that was in Augustine's flashback, but then there's a dead drop that said she killed herself with her powers. Yes, but then she's also in the DLC or whatever, the Paper Trail DLC, and I'm pretty sure that she faked her death. If I'm right, I think that's what it is. I'm pretty sure she faked her death to get out of Curtain K, and then like that's when she does all of her Paper Trail stuff. Someone can correct me though if that's wrong. That might be wrong.
As Cole and his allies began to fight the conduits, it soon became clear that they were completely outnumbered, and they were all forced to fall back, with the wall still standing. Back at base camp, Cole, Riley, Jimmy, and number 2 all sat in silence as the feeling of failure filled the room. After a few, what felt like very long minutes, Jimmy's face suddenly lit up, and he noted very excitedly that the math had never lined up for him, but finally it clicked. His men were not being taken to become Celia's ninjas, but to become these conduits. Suddenly, Riley chimed in, saying that that's also probably why she was taking people off the streets. They didn't need to be highly trained because they weren't becoming ninjas. They were becoming mindless conduits. Cole sits and thinks for a moment before finally he has an epiphany and
That's not a horrible twist. That's alright.
connects the dots between this and what Celia did in New Marais. Looking back, it's extremely obvious to Cole that Celia was the one who took that for Son's research, and this puts their conversation on the path of what else she must have found in that room before number 2 butts in, saying that whatever they're building, that's probably what they stole the manufacturing plants in the Warren for. After everyone gets done with their realizations, they have to get to discussing how to take down the wall once more, but it's clear that they can't do the same plan that they did before. This is because the army that Celia released caused a ton of casualties, as well as spread throughout the city like wildfire, causing both the scavengers and the mob's troops to be spread thin, trying to solve all the problems. With the proposition of a new plan on the table, everyone turned to Riley expecting him to solve something, but he just seemed defeated. He put everything he had into the old plan, but ultimately it failed. It was all for nothing, and unless someone has a secret nuke in their back pocket, he's not going to be able to do anything.
This smart guy is pretty stupid. This guy should be more... His stuff should fail less. Whenever he fails, he should have... Like, if he really was smart and he was trying to be the smart, like, smart character of the group, when his stuff fails, he should immediately, like... His thing should be, like, he has a plan. And then when shit hits the fan... He's like, okay, and then he works through it, and then if he really truly was, like, intelligent, I guess, and that's, like, his whole character thing is just, he's the smart guy, then he should have a plan, and when he gets screwed up, he has to think of a new plan, and then stuff happens, and it creates more and more conflict, and shit keeps going on. But it seems like everything he's come up with has completely flopped, and then he dies. So this smart guy is pretty stupid.
Right after Riley says nuke, number 2's eyes light up, and she says that she has a bad idea. It's a risky plan and maybe outright suicidal, but if they're willing to hear her out, she can explain her thought process. Everyone silently nods, and she explains that over the past 4 years or so, the council has been keeping a very close eye on the prison in the Warren district. She says that ever since Delson took over, there's only ever been one prisoner taken into it, and they've never seen any more enter. Everyone on the council suspects that it must be some sort of extremely dangerous conduit that Delson, for some weird reason, wants to keep very close, even though it's very dangerous. And if they could somehow find out what's inside the prison and control it, they could use it to take down the wall. But there is one major problem. Because the prison sits inside the Warren district, and the council is very protective over the Warren, they're definitely not going to allow anyone to go inside the prison, or let alone take the conduit out. Cole immediately steps in, saying that right now is not a time to ask for permission, and number 2 agrees. Against her own morals, she tells them to ignore what the council says and do what's needed to stop Delson for the greater good of humanity. Additionally, now that she's mostly with them now, she revealed a couple things. First, her name was Mala Singh. She was a 28-year-old second-generation Indian immigrant who just happened to move to the city at a bad time, but decided to stay to make things better. After she revealed this, everyone welcomed her to the group before they all got to work with their new plan to break into the prison in order to take down the wall. After just a bit of preparation,
what if you had him plan side missions or some main missions? That would actually work. And yeah, that's kind of what that would be good, is if he, did some side missions for you. Like, that seems pretty infamous-esque, where he would just be like, hey, I got a mission for you. Go to this building and you'll talk to some guy and he has a thing. And then you get there and the guy's like, I got a rat problem or some shit. But he that would be good. But if he fails in all the main missions, then that's a bad thing. I think the more interesting thing that could happen is, like, oh, he has a plan to, let's say, break down the wall, and then shit hits the fan, all these enemies rush out. Then he goes, new plan, let's deal with these enemies. And he successfully deals with the enemies. So it's like he fails, but in the end he succeeds. And then eventually, yeah, it's like he has a plan and then it fails, but he's still smart and he thinks quick on his feet. So he, does everything right in the end. Yeah, that he does feel, he feels like he has all this knowledge. It's like, oh wow, he's a smart guy. And then everything that happens, he's like, well, I didn't mean for that to happen. He's like, I thought it would go better. It's like, bro, maybe you're just dumb.
Cole traveled to the prison alone, where he fought many high-level concrete soldiers, and as he moved deeper into the prison, he fought more difficult enemies, until eventually he arrived at the final door in the deepest room, labeled maximum security, do not enter, under any circumstance. Cole slowly began to enter the room, only to see that it was completely pitch black, except for one single monitor that sat in the center of the room. As he slowly began to walk towards the monitor, as soon as he was just a few feet away, he saw the screen begin to glitch, and suddenly, he was sucked inside the display. In one single instant, Cole went from being in a pitch black room to finding himself inside of a hellish land full of lava, volcanoes, and a bunch of demonic themes. As he began to look around, he saw that there was nothing in sight except for a single path up a mountain to a medieval castle that sat below a swirling vortex of dark clouds. With seemingly nothing else to do, Cole began the climb up to the castle before a booming voice asked who he was and why he was there. Cole responded by saying that he just wanted to talk and he was there to free whoever was being held inside the prison. The voice responded to this with booming laughter and said that this was not a prison, but an evil lair that only brought doom onto others that entered it. Cole eventually reached the apex of the mountain, where he fought dozens of demonic creatures before eventually reaching the center of the castle, where Cole saw a giant being materialize before him. Cole asked for the being's name, and in a booming voice, it responded, "He who dwells." The being then attacked Cole, and the boss fight began. And throughout this fight, Cole tried to explain why he was here, but He Who Dwells was seemingly in his own mental reality, and thought of this whole thing as some sort of game. But eventually, after Cole defeats him, he says that this is not a game, and that he is close to ending Delson's reign, and he needs his help if he wants to defeat him. Suddenly, the being dematerializes and shrinks to a normal human form. This is when Cole asks for his actual name, and the man says that his real name is Eugene.
I think that's not bad. I mean, of course, when I explain that, it's super short, but it would be like longer. It would be like a whole mission where it's like you go through and you explore the area he's in or whatever, and then that might even be kind of like the Venom layers of the of New Empire City, where you could go and maybe there's like pockets of the city that are all digital, and it's like, oh, Eugene, like when he like dies or whatever, or like Eugene when he escaped, like a bunch of demons came out and then they like infected a part of the city. It would be like super gimmicky kind of, but maybe that's something that could happen where it's like you explore more of that type of world. But I think that's not bad. How I did it is that where it's he goes in, he gets sucked in, then there's this whole mission of him going, and then he fights He Who Dwells. I think that's pretty cool. It's a cool reveal that the person isn't some like crazy conduit. It's just Eugene, but he's insanely OP, and we just haven't really seen him be crazy OP yet. He was, seen as powerful in Second Son, but then it felt like it wasn't really utilized all that much. But this, it would be like, okay, this is Eugene without he's taken off his backpack full of rocks, dude. He can finally, he's been in prison, he's been practicing, now he gets to show off his true power.
During the events of Second Son, Eugene became a total dick. At first, he vowed only to punish the bullies, but then, shortly after Second Son, he realized that he and Delson were becoming the bullies. This was completely cemented in his mind when Seattle was nuked by the government, and Eugene wanted to do nothing with Delson's influence. Of course, Delson couldn't let someone as powerful as Eugene get away, so he trapped him inside this prison until he eventually would change his mind. Of course, Cole does ask what the whole demonic thing was about, and Eugene simply responds with something that everyone would understand. He just says that his character was going through a villain arc at the time, which is such a Eugene answer. I don't know how I came up with it. On the way,
I actually like that a lot, where it's like, why are you talking all weird, Eugene? He's like, oh, well, he's going through a villain arc. And it's like, nobody talks about it. In his mind, it makes complete sense. He's like, oh, well, that's just what was happening. But everyone else is like, that's a crazy thing to say. I actually like that a lot. I think that's actually good, like genuinely good dialogue. It's a little lampshady, but I think it's good, all things considered.
Out of the prison, Cole revealed their plan to use Eugene to take down the wall, and he said that he would do anything to help out, especially after learning what Delson did to Fetch. Eventually, when they both got to safety, everyone in the group got some sleep, and in the morning, they all met up to discuss taking down the wall with Eugene's help. Eugene explains that he is confident in his abilities and says that Delson made a huge mistake by trapping him for so long. See, these past few years, he's had nothing but time to practice, and he was sure he could take down the wall as well as decimate Delson's forces, and in return, he only wanted one thing. Everyone immediately got ready, and 3 hours later, they were all prepared. And in that time span, they had deliberately spread word that the raid would happen at a certain time, so Delson's forces would know, and they would all group up. But when the time came, instead of seeing hundreds upon hundreds of soldiers line the wall with RPGs, all they saw was one man transform into a giant angel and call himself He Who Dwells. Afterwards, he created hundreds of video angels, a huge portion of which began to dive bomb the wall while Eugene used his massive sword to cause catastrophic damage. After only about a minute or so, there was a huge gap in the wall that was large enough for Eugene to fit through, and once inside, some of his angels began taking down Delson's soldiers while the rest focused on the wall. This went on for a few minutes until Delson finally showed his face, and from the looks of it, he was absolutely furious because he now knew that nothing stood between him and Cole. As Eugene noticed this, he let out a booming laugh because he finally saw Delson face the failure he so desperately deserved. But Delson didn't think it was funny one bit, and they both began to fight. Even though Eugene is very powerful and he was in his He Who Dwells form, he still showed great struggle during the fight, but he was able to cause a bunch of damage to Delson as well as tire him out. But Delson eventually got the last laugh, and as He Who Dwells turned back into Eugene, he stabbed him through the heart using his video claws. As Eugene's very crippled body fell onto one of Delson's concrete structures, Delson noted that he didn't want to kill him completely. He wanted him to suffer for all that he just did. As Delson looked at Eugene's half-dead, pathetic body, he asked him if this was all worth it, to which Eugene responded, "That wasn't the part that will make this all worth it. I still have one last wish." Suddenly, he waved his hand, and Cole, who was cloaked in invisibility this whole time, appeared right in front of Delson and grabbed his hand. This caused massive sparks of lightning to arc everywhere, and they both screamed in pain until Cole was knocked away by Celia once again. Delson got up from the ground and immediately tried to blast Cole with the video, but he no longer could. This caused Eugene to smile ear to ear, and Cole began to stand up to fight Delson. Celia watched as Cole stood up, and she left the scene just as fast as she arrived. At first, Delson thought that she was abandoning him, but then his focus fixated on a giant black cloud that began to form in the sky. Cole watched as this was happening as well, but before he could even realize what was happening, a raindrop fell on his face. Delson cracked a smile as it began to rain harder and harder, and he realized that this must have been caused by Celia somehow. The now decently heavy rain put Cole in extreme pain, but Delson prolonged it by trapping his feet in concrete so he couldn't get away. Eugene watched as this was happening and yelled at Delson to stop, but Delson silenced Eugene by forcing concrete daggers into his arms and legs and continued to revel in both his and Cole's pain. At this moment, when it seemed like there was absolutely no hope for anyone, someone unexpected came to save the day. Riley jumped down from a concrete structure above them and knocked Delson meters away. He quickly created a ceiling above Cole to shield him from more rain before Delson stood up. With a very egotistical tone, Delson asked Riley if he knew who he was, to which Riley said that he knew more than Delson could ever imagine, as he held his hand out, asking for Delson to take it. Of course, Delson hesitated for a second, but then he grabbed Riley's hand and learned that the unbreakable crystal man was Riley Fox, a member of the inFAMOUS tribe. Upon learning this, Delson stumbled back in a look of both surprise and terror as he was forced to relive the memory of the inFAMOUS from someone else's perspective. Riley saw this happening and continued to berate Delson about the absolute horrors that he had brought upon this world and that the only way to right them was to end him. Riley began to rush towards Delson, but in his haste of emotion, he made one crucial error. Once Riley was only a few feet away, Delson stabbed him with the very crystal that he was made of, because now he had Riley's power. Cole watched as all this was happening, and his lightning began sparking wildly out of anger, but he knew that if he stepped 1 foot outside of the ceiling that Riley had made for him, then he would most likely die before he could kill Delson. Eugene also watched as all this unfolded, and he knew that a wound like that, conduit or not, meant that there was no hope for saving Riley, and in his final act of life, Eugene began to send a hellstorm of angels down to them that would buy Cole enough time when it shortly arrived. As Riley's critically wounded body laid on the floor near the edge of the platform they were all on, Delson thanked him for his power and the opportunity to finally end the inFAMOUS. This line was shortly followed by Eugene's hellstorm that completely demolished the whole area as well as blew Cole out of the way and knocked him out. When Cole eventually woke up, he found that he was back in the heights with Jimmy and his men.
Okay, a few things about that. So first off, I think him becoming a giant monster and breaking down the wall, pretty dope. And then also like all the like demons like flying out and they like go and they defeat a bunch of Delson's army. It's also pretty cool. It would have been nice if Delson put up a little bit more of a fight against Eugene. And then I like the invisibility thing, like Eugene, like making Cole invisible or whatever. It takes something that, it's just not expected at all. And even I kind of was like, how did I do this again? And I was like, oh shit, yeah, I made him invisible. So making him invisible, I think, is a cool idea. I think that there are conflicting motivations with Celia helping Delson. She keeps helping Delson throughout this, and then eventually betrays him. And it just doesn't fully line up, like the entire game. Again, if we were to solve this with the whole father-daughter thing, I think it would cure all these problems, and the game would be slightly different, but I think it would be a lot better. All these secret reveals that she has, these secret plans, would make a lot more sense, because it's like, if she really was just here to betray Delson, then she, I just don't really see why she would be doing all this stuff. I think it would just be very obvious that she's going to betray him. I also think that there's another thing. Oh, the rain. The rain was like another one of the wall things where I was like, okay, now I see no reason why the game won't just end. Why the next mission after this isn't just going to be the final mission. So I had to create some sort of problem that would prolong the third act of the game. So maybe she knows she can't beat Cole or the Conduits, and yeah, without Delson. That's kind of what I was thinking at the time, but thinking back on it, it's like it's just the motivations that don't make sense. I think that's fine, but like the point of it is that this whole dynamic is a little just strange, and I just think it just needs to just be completely rewritten. I think all these actions make total sense just under a different type of motivation. I think even her keeping Delson around just to kind of betray him in the end and then take a bunch of power is just also just kind of predictable and stuff like that. So if it was just a lot simpler and just a lot more streamlined and it was just father-daughter, then it would just make all these problems go away. The predictability wouldn't be there because it would be like, okay, this is their dynamic. And in the end, she wouldn't betray him. She would like die, and then Delson would, maybe like go crazy or whatever. Something like that. I don't know. But I just don't like the dynamic how it is now. Now we have to talk about the elephant in the room, which is Riley. Riley's death comes out of nowhere, and it's extremely undeserved. He has had this is the main problem. This is I've said main problem a lot in this video, but this I think truly is the main problem with the entire thing. My characterization in this video has not been very good. I've given some people arcs, but I don't feel they're perfect. Some people don't have arcs at all, and people like Riley, stuff just happens and he doesn't have an arc. He kind of did in the beginning where it's like, okay, he learns to reveal himself and he, kind of comes out of his shell, but then later he just fails, dies. It's like, okay, he sacrifices himself, but for what? I wish I would have just kept him around and just he goes and he's with you through the end. I don't really love that I brought Zeke back just for him to fill the role of Riley, because the reason why Riley dies is just so a cool moment happens. I remember thinking, how am I going to get Cole out of this situation, and what would be a cool thing to do? I also don't know what to do with Riley, so the perfect thing that makes sense for all those things to be solved, Riley dies. Boom. Now, I don't have anything to do with him because he's dead. Also, it's like a cool moment, or it's like a pseudo cool moment because it's like it's not really earned, but then also it saves Cole. So there's all these things that happen that like go into why it happened, but I just in the end of the day I don't think it's earned, and I don't think that it was necessary. The rain I think is not horrible, the actual invention of it. I don't like the way it's revealed. I wish it would be more like a, ha, I got you, Delson. Turn on the rain, Celia. And then Celia would go do it. Instead of, what the hell is going on? Oh, Celia has a thing in the back of her mind that she's been working on this whole time. Nah, I wish it was just they both were working on that as like a backup plan. Yeah, and having two important characters, that's another problem. I'm like, I had Eugene die. The players would be like, "Oh shit, Eugene is dead. That's crazy. That's a cool like end of second act kind of low point type thing." So it's not perfect, but it's good. It's all right. And having Eugene die is like it's an important character to a lot of people, so that would like hit pretty hard. And then having Riley die right after cheapens it a little bit because it's kind of just like, oh well, like first off, that's not really earned, and I just think it hits harder when it's just Eugene actually gets an arc and then he dies, rather than you can see the difference. And I think that's why it's for Riley it's cheapened, because you can see Eugene, he actually had an arc like throughout both Second Son and this. It's where he was like kind of a coward, then he became the bully, and now he's defeating the ultimate bully. And so that's like boom, that's his whole arc, is that he was bullied, became a bully, now he's beating the person who made him into a bully. Done. For Riley, it's, hey man, I was super shy, and then I came out of my shell, and I'm smart, but I fail a bunch, and then I die. And then Zeke comes back and replaces me. And I just think it's not earned, and it's bad, and we will move on.
He first asked how he got there, and Jimmy explained that one of Eugene's angels carried him here before it disappeared. Cole then told Jimmy about what happened to Riley, but to his surprise, Jimmy said that he knew. Before Riley left to help Cole, Jimmy told him that it was suicide, but Riley said he didn't care. If he sat there and allowed Delson to kill Cole, then there was no hope for anyone. Jimmy slightly grinned after saying that Riley was just that type of guy. He would gladly make the sacrifice play so they could win in the long run.
Yeah, that's not earned at all. That's literally not earned. There's been almost nothing throughout this entire game to make that actually impactful. And that's why I hate it so much. Like, I had comments of people saying that Riley's death wasn't earned when the video came out or whatever, and I sort of agreed with them, but I was like, I don't really fully understand yet. But maybe they're right. I was like, I don't know, we'll see. But I was like, but it doesn't really matter. And then later on, as I started to learn characterization and pacing more, I was like, yeah, no, this is actually dumb, and I just did it just to do it because it solved a bunch of my problems. It didn't even make sense.
He even thought far enough ahead to call someone to take his responsibility. Cole began to question who could possibly fill shoes that big as Zeke walked into the room. As soon as Cole saw Zeke, he was hit with a mix of emotions, but the ones that stood out were surprise and anger. He was surprised that Zeke was here, but angry that he put himself in this much danger. As Zeke and Cole continued to talk, Zeke assured Cole that he was not being irrational. He would just be their planning guy who would make cool shit and stay on the sidelines. No undercover operations, and no climbing giant towers. Speaking of giant towers, Jimmy interjected, there was a problem with getting into Delson's now. The rain cloud that had formed during Cole's encounter with Delson had not moved or shown signs of stopping anytime soon. Cole then reveals Celia's absence during the formation of the cloud, and they all come to the obvious conclusion that this must be some sort of device that she whipped up using First Son's technology, and their first step should be to disable it. Cole then mentions the unnamed First Son's facility that they found earlier and decides to first check there because that might be where they're hiding all the missing items from the other facilities, or it might just reveal a way to disable it. Before that though, let's talk about the Row District. And just like the other districts, it's now powered off and Cole has to turn it on just like usual, but that's not what I mean. This district looks completely different from the rest as Delson's fingerprints are all over it. It's absolutely covered in concrete structures, and those can kind of serve as basically just a playground for developers to do whatever they like with map design. Additionally,
I don't know why I didn't use photo mode more. I have since gotten used to using photo mode in games and stuff like that for all of my shots. Like in the what's it called? Outer Wilds videos, I use not photo mode, but a free cam mod a lot to get really cool shots, and it makes the video look way better than just using gameplay and cinematics. So like literally when I go and I'm talking about something, I should have gotten a ton of shots in Second Son because it has a good photo mode and it looks beautiful. So like having a good portion of the video whenever I'm describing an environment, if it's possible to get it in Second Son, I should have gotten it. I don't know why I didn't.
Concrete and buildings are covered in graffiti, video, neon, gold, wire, glass, mirror, basically any other power that Delson might be able to use as a creative tool, because you gotta remember, he's an artist. Also, the eastern side of the island is expanded as there are destroyed military ships like aircraft carriers and destroyers that got punctured by concrete when they got too close to shore. Delson had purposefully left them there as a message to anyone that invasion wasn't an option. If the government wanted their seat of power back, they could not do so by force like they were used to. But gameplay wise, this area would basically be here just to make an expansion to the island that's not artificial. It wouldn't just be an expansion to the actual island and making it bigger. It could be concrete platforms making it bigger, or it could be these ships that are making it bigger, and it would just make it on par with the rest of the islands and slightly expand the scope of the city. The next mission after turning on the power,
I think that's pretty good. Like having the entire row district be very personalized to Delson, where you can see his influence. You can see all the concrete and a bunch of graffiti and gold and all that stuff, especially on his little concrete Space Needle thing. I think that's pretty good. Like it would be a nice change of pace, and you would see exactly like how his, you know, he's had a control for so long, and you would see all of his control and all of his different powers would be hinted at, which would be pretty sick.
has Cole going to the unnamed First Sons facility that sits in the northern half of the Row District. After traversing the sewers, Cole finally finds the entrance of the facility, where he also finds that there are signs of people who have tried to break in, but it looks like nobody was successful. The signs of break-ins consist of people trying to use blowtorches, sledgehammers, and crowbars that are all either dented, bent, or broken. It's also clear from the scorch marks on the door that people tried this for a long time, and as Cole wonders how he will get in, an artificial voice blurts out, "DNA signature match. Please finish the passphrase. Half as long." This voice startles Cole, and he almost destroys the small speaker above the door, which is where the voice is originating from, but he doesn't because he realizes that it's not human. After a moment, he asks the computer to repeat what it said, and it does so. Complete the passphrase. Half as long. After Cole hears this, he semi-confidently says, "Twice as bright?" And the door opens as the computer says, "Welcome back, Kessler." By the looks of it, the lab has remained completely untouched since...
See, that shit for me hits so hard because I love Infamous 1. That is my... When I think of Infamous, that's the main game I think of. I don't necessarily think it's the best, but when I think of it, that's what I think of. I think that heavily, like that is heavily implied in this game, in this whole entire game. A lot of it is about Infamous 1. It's about kind of going back to Cole at his roots. There's Infamous 2 stuff in there, definitely, and a bunch of Second Son. But I think the First Son's influence and like the Kessler references and all that stuff really goes back to Infamous 1. But yeah, you should... A side mission could be defacing his art. Yeah, that would be that wouldn't be bad. That'd be nice. Or yeah, like you could deface it by like doing your own, like not like doing your own artwork, because Cole isn't like all arty, but you could have it be in some other way where it's like I don't know, maybe someone else has like someone else around him does like art or whatever, and they like change Delson's art to make it more like noble or like heroic or something. You love the First Son bunkers. I love them too. I think that it's really cool, and you can see the remnants of Infamous 1 in there. I think I like that a lot. You see the crumbs of the past.
Since Kessler was last year, and as Cole looks around, he sees a board with a picture of himself in the middle, and around him are pictures of Zeke, Trish, his parents, Moya, and John. There's
seeing this room in the physical space. Look at this shit. You can see it on the screen. You can see all the side missions. You can see the map on the left side. Do you see that? You can see the map with all the things. Yeah. Bitch, dude, that shit is crazy. Yeah, but coming into this room and seeing all this stuff would be so cool to see as an Infamous 1 player, I'd be like, whoa, I'm here. I'm in the First Son's room.
There's also another board that outlines the timeline of events from first Kessler's timeline, where he had married Trish, and then Cole's timeline, ending on Kessler's death, which he knew was going to happen. As Cole continues to look around the room, he finds an entire wall that is completely dedicated to glass cases that inside display Kessler's outfits. The player would recognize that all the way on the left is the outfit that Kessler arrived to this timeline with, and as it goes right, it progressively gets more futuristic, with the last one being an empty mannequin, presumably the outfit that Kessler died in. But those are all things that the player and Cole might find interesting. The main thing in this lab, and the thing that Cole really is here for, is the touchscreen computer, basically just a giant tablet, that sat in the middle of the furthest room from the entrance. After unlocking the computer, Cole saw that there were many different folders, with each of them having a different label, but the one that initially caught his eye was titled Surveillance. Cole taps on it, and he's allowed to choose between many different First Sons locations, but he first taps on Pier 12, the location that used to serve as the First Sons main base. This is where he finds that the final footage that...
That's a reference to the comics, sorry. The comics Pier 12 is where he defeats, that's the facility that he and Warden Harms go and destroy, I believe, along, I think, with Pier 6 too. But there's multiple bases. I know Pier 12 is the last one. It's the one mentioned in the comics, the main one. But yeah, that's an interesting tidbit for those who read the comics.
What was captured from it was when he and Warden Harms raided it and destroyed it for good back in the Infamous comics. Cole then hits the...
I yapped about all that just for me to say it in the video. Cool.
The back button and clicks on the development facility, where he sees the final moments of its footage were cut due to an explosion from the beast. Afterwards, he moves to the research lab and finds that the footage still says that it's alive, and he can still see the ransacked room laying still. After Cole notices this, he decides to go back in the footage to find when it was ransacked, and luckily, the motion sensors had marked it as a time of interest. After Cole tapped on the beginning of the time of interest, he saw the door be completely knocked open by some sort of explosive, and 3 origami ninjas walked into the perfectly arranged room before they were followed by Celia. As he continued to watch, he observed her walk around the facility, completely stunned by all the different technology, before ordering her subordinates to collect as much relevant research as possible. Every single person in the room looked around for a minute until one of the ninjas pointed out an interesting find on a blueprint, but unfortunately, the camera can't see it. She also finds the map to the other facilities, but as Cole continues to watch, he decides that that's the final thing of importance for this base, and he moves on to watch the test lab footage. After Cole clicks on this folder, he sees the live footage of hundreds and hundreds of test chambers that have all been opened. As Cole continues to scroll back, he sees just a different perspective of the exact same cutscene that we saw earlier when he was first raiding the wall, when we saw all of the conduit enemies get released from their test chambers and from this facility. But Cole doesn't stop there, as the further and further he goes back, he can see more and more people being dragged in, as well as more prime conduits being dragged in to infuse the civilians with powers so she can build her army. Eventually, after deciding that he just couldn't watch anymore, Cole moved on to the Ray Sphere containment footage to see Celia and her men ransacking the base for parts. As they do this, Celia is heard saying things like, "Take anything they used to build it," and "If this is going to work, we need to know everything they did." And hearing this made Cole extremely worried, and he quickly went back to the computer's home screen before finding the Research and Development folder that held all of the First Sons projects. After Cole entered this screen, he saw dozens of other folders ranging from 1 to 9 and A to Z, but as he found one folder in particular, the R folder, he saw a project titled Ray Sphere Mark II. After Cole thoroughly read the project for a while, he found that this Ray Sphere differed from the last one in 3 major ways. Firstly, it wasn't handheld anymore, as its plans state that it's a 9 by 9 foot sphere meant to be powered by something with more energy than anything the First Sons could have produced. Secondly, it doesn't just draw energy from non-conduits. It draws energy from everyone in a few mile radius and funnels it to the ones that are closest, giving them a ton of power. And finally, the biggest improvement is it doesn't explode afterwards. This device is so energy efficient that it can store energy inside of it, and over a short time, it grants it to the nearest conduits. So this whole time, Delson wasn't trying to hide from Cole like he thought. He was just buying time to build this device to enhance him and Celia. He also realized that Mala was right. This was the reason that they were stealing the manufacturing facilities from the Warren. They were using it to build the pieces that they needed for the Ray Sphere Mark II. Cole knew.
The only problem with this, I think it's not a bad idea. It's actually pretty good. The only problem with this is that if there was a Ray Sphere Mark II, Kessler would have used it. Like if there was one that was even possibly like able to be developed, it would be used for Cole, because Kessler was willing to do literally anything to make Cole as powerful as possible. So if there was something that worked in miles of radius, like a mile radius, then yeah, it would just he would use it. And like them being able to get the blueprints for it and just make it and it works is kind of dumb. One thing I don't get is why the Mark II plans would exist. Yeah, I think the only way that it makes sense is it's some sort of like, I don't like that I took out all the risk from it. I think the only way that it makes sense is if it's like, instead of it being super efficient and has this huge radius and it has like no downsides, I think it should have like a major downside. Like it should be like, I don't know, like it does it, like it works, but at the risk of like literally just destroying everything, like nuking the whole entire place. Something like that. I don't know. There would have to be some downside to it, because just having it be all upside and it was ready is kind of dumb. Or it could be developed after Kessler's time, something like that, where it's like after Kessler left, there was a few people who worked on it. I don't know. Maybe, but that's like the only problem with it. But I mean, there have been worse retcons, so. But it like kind of destroys Kessler's character.
Knew that he couldn't let this device be activated, and he quickly went to the W section to find people who have subscribed to this channel to find the plans to the weather manipulation device, which he assumed was
hold on. I gotta see how many people were subbed.
Him and Celia. He also realized that Mala was right. This was the reason that they were stealing the manufacturing facilities from the Warren. They were using it to build the pieces that they needed for the Ray Sphere Mark II. Cole knew that he couldn't let this device be activated, and he quickly went to the W section to find people.
Oh, come on.
The pieces that they needed for the Ray Sphere Mark II. Cole knew that he couldn't let this device be activated, and he quickly went to the W section to find.
Bro, 1.8 when I released this video. And look at these videos. You got Marvel Needs to Mature, the infamous story that just had a few thousand, Call of Duty Zombies video, which is still pretty good, and then my first two videos, which are just the Terraria one and then the Roblox one, which is just a joke video. It's just a okay, I don't need your little hints. Wait, hold on. Actually, oh, I can do that. Holy shit, that's helpful. Whee. Well, yeah, this is the banner and the logo haven't changed, but everything else has. Now my top 5 are full of everything's over 100K. That's crazy. It's been just over a year.
Find people who have subscribed to this channel to find the plans to the weather manipulation device, which he assumed was causing the rain. He took a picture of both the plans for the weather manipulation device as well as the Ray Sphere Mark II before beginning to log off the computer, but as he was just about to, a folder caught his eye. The folder was labeled.
I also think that this section, I actually knew this when I was writing it. I was like, this isn't very fun to play. So this whole entire this entire section kind of seems like a scene from a show, but not really like a cutscene from a game. You'd have to find some way to like gamify it, like maybe you add a bunch of his logs or something, or maybe like you find a location for a bunch of his like dead drops across the city or something. I don't know, But you'd have to find some way, because if you just had like a list of all of his shit on the computer and you just played them one by one, that'd be kind of lame. You'd have to find some way where it's like, oh, you find a map of all of his dead drops around the city, then boom, you can go find additional dead drops from him that were around the city, or I don't know. But this seems very much like a scene from a show and not a cutscene from a game or like gameplay or anything like that. How did I make the banner? This banner back. Hold on. I've known this for a while. I know how to do this now. Oh fuck. Okay, maybe I'm cooked. Alright, I'll just skip back. Yo! This banner, so how I made it is I copy and pasted. So all these like bruh or whatever, these brus, I took. So first off, I went and I found a few like just good fonts, and then I found a bunch of crazy ones. And I copy and pasted them into a pattern. Basically, I tried to make like a puzzle piece. And then I tried to make like a puzzle piece type thing. And then I copy and pasted a bunch of them. And I fit them all like together. They weren't like super snug, but I fit them mostly together. And then I would just fill in whatever wasn't already filled in with giant puzzle pieces. The only problem, and the reason why it's not filled in all the way, so you can see like the gaps on the side, that's not just because... Well, on your phone, it fills it in all the way. But also, the reason why it's not filled in on the gaps all the way, or on like the side or whatever, is not just because it fills in on the phone. Because on your phone, which is where like 95% of people watch YouTube, it fills in all the way so it looks nice. But because that alone on my computer, that is like 200 text boxes on Photoshop, and it lagged the shit out of my computer. I almost crashed my computer multiple times making this. I had to restart it once when I was like a quarter of the way through, and if I had to restart it at the very end, I would have freaked out. So I just didn't even risk filling up the entire thing. And it doesn't even matter how powerful your computer is, dude. You would have to have like a NASA computer to fill that whole thing up with text boxes. It lags the hell out of your computer. So that's why it's not fully done. I've actually have had some people like talk to me about that, like people in like real life. They're like, oh, nice banner, but like why is it not filled in all the way? And that's why. It literally breaks the PC. Also, I don't think it looks bad because it's not like cut off. It's just like it's like a fade. It's like dense in the middle, and then it goes. And yeah, it's not super yeah, you like the gaps on the side. Yeah, it's not super overwhelming either. And you know, 99% of people aren't going to see it because they're on the phone.
Find people who have subscribed to this channel to find the plan, which was also the last one. Cole begins to listen as Kessler starts his long speech about how this is his last day on Earth and how his plan worked exactly as intended. As Cole listens further,
another thing I'll say about the banner, I have no idea where it went. I saved it, it's gone. So if I want to make it again, because I actually kind of want to change the font in the middle, but if I want to make it again, I have to remake the whole thing, and that took me like 4 hours and almost crashed my computer. So I'm just gonna leave it until I can get an artist to do something. Have I made any other good Infamous game concept ideas? No. I have made another one called Infamous Aftermath. It's pretty dookie though.
Kessler begins to get,
in my humble opinion, it's pretty ass. If I were to remake that today, it would be pretty fire. Or if I remade it back then with 2 more weeks of thinking, I could make it good. But it was super rushed, and I don't like it at all. Some people think it's fine, but I think it's ass.
Get more and more emotional, talking about how he can't imagine what Cole has gone through and what he has put him through. He continues explaining that while he may have chosen to do all this stuff, Cole didn't. This was completely forced upon him, and he would have to live the rest of his life thinking that eternal suffering was all his life would amount to. He ends his speech by telling Cole directly that he deserves more than that, and wishes that after the beast is destroyed, he gets to live his happy ending, because he sure as hell deserves it. Cole is left absolutely dumbfounded as he turns off the computer and slowly backs away from it. On his way out of the facility, Cole passes by Kessler's outfits and stares at the many he must have worn throughout the decades, but the one just to the left of his main one, where there now stood an empty mannequin, stood out. Cole opened the glass case and took it off the mannequin body, throwing it in a duffel bag that he took with him as he walked out of the base. While Cole hated Kessler to his very core, he could now truly admit that what he did was needed for the world, and it did work. Kessler may have been a monster, but he was a monster who created a hero, one that saved the world once before, and one that would do it again. Cole walked into a room that held Zeke, Jimmy, and Mala. He had called them all in to discuss his recent findings, and after hearing about the Ray Sphere Mark II, they were all on edge. If Delson and Celia had this device, then they could take over the world in a heartbeat, and Zeke immediately got to work looking at the plans for the weather manipulation device to try to find some sort of weakness. Almost immediately, he saw on the plans that there was actually 3 of these devices that were needed to make something as big as the rainstorm that's near the needle. Additionally, destroying it wouldn't be very difficult. All Cole would have to do is basically just hit it with a lightning storm. But then, as he said that, he had an idea. What if, instead of destroying these devices, they used them to their advantage? He saw on the plans that there were dozens of modes and types of weather that they could switch to, and if all of them were able to be switched to a lightning storm, then Cole could raid the needle with no problem, using the storm from above to basically give him endless energy. This became the new plan, with each person coming up with some sort of ideas for how they could help out. Eventually, when the meeting was over, Cole took Zeke to the side and took out the duffel bag. He opened it and Zeke's eyes widened. Cole mentioned that this suit contained technology that was far beyond anything Zeke had worked with and asked if he could turn it into something useful. Zeke says that he sure can, and Cole thanks him before going to get some sleep. When he wakes up, the main plan to find and change the weather devices has been finished, but there's one slight problem. In order to protect these devices long enough for Cole to get into Delson's needle, they would need far more people to protect them. Eventually,
and this is the thing I very, very, very much dislike. I really don't like what's about to come up, where it's like the whole, we get the whole city to help us. I think it's very cliche. I wanted Cole to have like some sort of arc, and I wanted it to be like he finally becomes the hero of the city. But again, I just don't think it's all that earned. I think that the people of the city wouldn't really care. They'd just be like, oh my, like this guy, yeah, he's taking on Delson or whatever, but it's like, I don't know, he's kind of, I think Cole already got his whole like heroic redemption moment. This whole game should be about something else. It's kind of retreading what's already been, it's already been done. So I think the game should be about something else, and he should have a different arc instead of just becoming the hero, just this time in a different setting.
Mala gives Cole an idea, and they begin a mission where they climb and liberate a news building, before at the main newsroom, they turn on the cameras and begin a broadcast to the city. In the broadcast to the city, Cole tells everyone that Delson has a device that will kill everyone and additionally make him basically limitlessly powerful if they can't all band together to stop him. He tells everyone to get any weapon that they can and come at a certain time to a certain location where they need to raid Delson's men, using everything they have to weaken his forces. He ends his message by saying that the ones who fight Delson will forever be remembered as...
Yes, that's what it should be. Ashton, so he's saying that the whole city coming to help, he doesn't like it because the Ray Sphere Mark II is going to be used, and if Cole knew that, why would he bring more people near it? I think a better thing to do, like a low point Act 2, would be abandon the entire city, the whole city, everyone leave. Like that should be Act 3 instead of stopping the rain or whatever. I think literally saying everyone leave and he helps people get out of the city, that would be a better way of showing his true character, where he's helping people just leave and get to safety, and then that frustrates Delson, and that literally could just frustrate him to his absolute core, and he'd be pissed off, and that would create conflict instead of, oh, yet again, another thing that just happens that keeps Cole away from Delson. So, I completely agree.
As the ones who stood up to the mad tyrant Delson Rowe. Cole waits on a rooftop as the time to capture the weather devices gets closer and closer, and he begins to wonder if anyone will actually show up to help. Suddenly, Zeke walks up behind him holding a duffel bag, asking what he thinks of the situation, and Cole says that he's worried that nobody's going to help the demon of Empire City. Zeke sighs and then begins to tell him the story of how New Murray felt after he died, and assures him that he is a beacon of hope and people will show up. Besides, what do they have to lose? They're gonna die anyways if they don't. Suddenly, Zeke has a face like he just,
not if you help them escape. It's like, oh, they're just gonna die, so they better help us out. It's like, well, maybe you should help them escape, and then when that fails, then, okay, guys, help us out.
remembered something and tells Cole that he has a surprise for him, and Cole watches as Zeke reaches into a duffel bag and pulls out an odd, slim and sleek wristband / gauntlet looking item and holds it out in front of him. After grabbing it, Cole asks what it is, and Zeke says that it's a paperweight without the next part. He then asks for Cole's amp, and when he has it in hand, he pulls out 3 weird 3-inch ring-looking devices from his duffel bag. He then attaches each of the rings to each prong of the amp, as well as the base of the handle, and tells Cole to put on the gauntlet. Cole does so, and while Zeke is still holding the amp a few feet away, he tells Cole to send a small current through it. When Cole does this, a lightning tether shoots out to grab the amp and reposition it perfectly into his hand. Zeke then tells him that this can work at any distance as long as he can see the amp, and the circular pieces even work as trackers so he can locate it if it becomes lost. He tells Cole to test it out fully, and Cole does so by hurling it like a javelin super far away before drawing it back to him. And right now, just as a side note, if you're like, what is this? Like, again, with the like throwing and bringing it back, that's in like a ton of video games now. This doesn't have to be the idea. I'll talk about that more at the end of the video, but this is just an idea, not the idea. As Cole began to thank Zeke for the gift,
I remember I thought of a random idea. I think instead of it being he throws the amp and then it comes back to him, that could be one of the things it does. But actually, I would like to see it be he in the beginning of the game he gets the power like that, where he can throw the amp and then bring it back to him, and it's just like a regular power. And this could be maybe some Kessler type ability where he throws the amp and it becomes a lightning rod, and the power would be called the lightning rod, and he throws it and he teleports to it. I think that might be pretty cool. Or he throws it and then he can like teleport to it, or throw it and maybe it becomes like a launch point where it's like he throws it on the ground and then it like creates a burst of electricity and it throws him up into the air. It would be a really cool movement and combat mechanic. But yeah, I think that throwing it and just it coming back to him should be like in the beginning of the game, and this should be like a cool power added on top of that. Yeah, and it would like build like a whole moveset around it. Ashton, if you wanted to make them help, then maybe instead of a few miles, it affects the whole country or planet. Yeah, no, that would that could raise the state. If they had to be the Ray Sphere Mark II kills the planet, that might be pretty interesting, because then that would give that actually might be kind of good. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. Ray Sphere Mark II, it kills the planet. So Kessler is like, okay, that's too powerful. We can't use that because I'm trying to save the planet. So we can't kill the goddamn planet. So he goes, no, we'll shelf that. Celia and Delson get it, and they're like, okay, we're going to try it. We just won't make it as powerful. Or maybe it won't be like, maybe the idea isn't that it kills the planet. Maybe originally what it is they make the Ray Sphere and they go, okay, it's the Ray Sphere. And then they look at it and they're like, the problem with this is that it never stops. So when we start it up, it feeds itself energy and exponentially gets more powerful to where it eventually kills the planet. And Kessler goes, okay, that's a no-go. Let's develop a better one. And then he develops the one we see in the game. So this one maybe could be the Mark I, where they see it and then Delson goes, oh shit, I can make myself more powerful. damn the consequences, and he pulls it, and then he uses it, and we can see it exponentially pull power from people in the city, which feeds it power, which pulls from outside the city, which feeds it power, which pulls from outside the country, and that could be what it does instead. So it's not like necessarily it kills the planet, evil, ha ha ha. It's just like he's like, Delson's gonna use it, and then he's like, I'll get so powerful and then I'll destroy it, don't worry. But then he becomes so powerful that he's like, I want to be more powerful, and he gets greedy with it. Something like that. I haven't fully fleshed it out yet. It's just an idea. Yeah, that might be a cool too. Like how the city leaving, like Cole being like, hey, I'll help you guys leave. And either they go, no, we're helping you out. Or they leave and then Cole is like, shit, what do I do? And then they show up. That still might be a little cheesy, but it could work. It's better than him just saying, hey guys, help me out. You're all going to die anyway. And they go, well, damn, he's right.
Zeke interrupts him by saying that it really was no problem. In fact, he had genuine fun working on futuristic tech, and he had always wanted to try to improve the amp, but this way, he got to do both. Cole felt as his phone began to buzz, and after he pulled it out, he read 2 messages from both Jimmy and Mala. They said that they had gotten into position, and they were ready for the raid to begin. Cole took a deep breath while staring at the city around him, before jumping off the building and going to get into position himself. As he got into position, he saw a massive armed crowd below him and realized that these were all the citizens of New Empire City right on time. As he stared at the crowd below, he cracked a smile, then turned and created a giant lightning storm, signaling the beginning.
Does anyone else think that Ionic Storm or whatever in Infamous 2 is a huge step down from Lightning Storm or whatever in Infamous 1? I've always thought that. Like, it's literally just worse than the one in Infamous 1. I don't get why they changed it. Like, they should have just made it the original Lightning Storm but better. I don't know why it only strikes like at like kind of like one spot and it strikes a bunch of enemies. It should be like everywhere, bro. It should be crazy. It just feels like it's nerfed. I don't like it.
Beginning of the invasion. Cole watched as
well, if you don't know, the lightning storm from the first one, every single citizen at a different spot. The lightning strike from the first one is you hold down on the D-pad and lightning comes down straight in front of you. First off, it doesn't use anything but your electricity. So it's just like every other ability where it uses electricity. But you hold down on the D-pad, lightning strikes right in front of you, and it stays there for as long as you hold down the D-pad, and it moves forward. So basically, you hold down on the D-pad, it strikes in front of you, stays, and it goes forward continuously, and you steer it using your controller. So you like move your controller left and right, and the lightning, and you can like guide it places. It's super interesting, and I like it a lot more. It's actually pretty useful because you can like turn it around corners and stuff, and you can like in an environment that's really urban, like in Infamous 1, you can literally take it into alleyways where you can use it in the street, and then if there's like enemies coming out of an alleyway, you can turn it into the alleyway. It's super interesting, and it's a lot better than this game's, where it's just like a kind of one-time use
began
thing.
Making a mad dash towards the island, with all of them somehow willing to give up their lives so easily, so he has time to get to the weather devices and stop Delson. As all the chaos began, Cole made his way to the closest weather device near the Warren District, where the scavengers were fighting for control of it. When the area was eventually clear, Cole contacted Zeke and with his help, inputted a code and a timer that changed the type of weather it produced when the timer hit 0. He then traveled to the one closest to the heights, where he assisted the mob with that one, entering the code and timer once more, before finally he made his way to the last one that was defended by both factions as well as civilians. But this time, this one is a little bit different, as when they cleared the area and went to change the device, there was no keypad. Instead, there was a hole where the keypad should have been and a bunch of wires, and when Cole notified Zeke of this, Zeke panicked and suddenly went quiet. Cole assumed that he was probably just doing a little bit of research or maybe reading the blueprints to try to find out a solution, until after a few minutes, when Zeke was seen coming out of his truck to try to help them out. Cole begins to scold him, telling him that he wasn't supposed to leave safety, but Zeke says that it's just too complicated of an issue for him to explain to others, and that he needs to do it himself. Eventually, after just a bit of fiddling with the wires of the device, he says that he solved it and everyone celebrates for a few seconds, but those are just a few seconds long enough for a concrete soldier who is injured on the ground to get a clear shot at Zeke. As soon as the concrete dagger enters Zeke's back, Cole has just enough time to catch him before he falls onto the ground. Cole instantly screams to ask if there's any medics nearby, and as some rush to him, he stands back to give them space. While he's watching the medics and doctors tend to Zeke's wounds, he can hear the concrete soldier laughing in the distance, and without a second thought, Cole turns to him and hits him with a lightning bolt so hard that it stops his heart instantly. Eventually, an ambulance arrives, and as Zeke is being taken to the hospital, Cole looks towards the massive concrete space needle.
Jay, you're gonna keep listening in? Alright, you're going back to work. Alright, get back to work. Gotta keep the cogs of capitalism going.
And swears he can feel Delson reveling in his pain. The mission ends and Cole immediately makes his way to the next and final mission. Once he finally starts the mission, the sky in front of him shifts from a heavy rainstorm to a completely dry thunderstorm. Cole takes a deep breath as he feels the sudden power rush of this transformation and quickly absorbs the lightning directly from the sky, just like that one mission in inFAMOUS 2. But immediately, Cole could sense that Delson was trying to slow him down by whatever means possible, as right in front of him, a giant concrete monster, nearly twice the size of the ones he fought before, stood in front of him. Even with the storm above and the massive arsenal of powers that Cole had gained throughout the game, this was still a pretty difficult fight, but eventually...
Oh my god, what a good idea. Dead gun, that is a very good idea. I don't know, I think that's kind of cool. If he got angry, dude, you see red lightning kind of start to arc, like, a little bit. It's not like he goes evil or anything. It's not like a crazy arc. But imagine Zeke gets hurt, and he gets pissed, and he shoots, and just for a second he has red lightning. I think that would be pretty cool, actually. In fact, I don't know why they don't play around with that more. Well, I do know. It's because the games are not being made. But I think that's a really cool idea that they could totally do. Like, in the beginning of a game or whatever, you see, he's kind of like jumping between them or something like that. Like he in inFAMOUS 1, if it got a remaster, he like jumps between them. When he's angry, he shoots red. When he's just shooting normal, he shoots like white or whatever. I think that would be pretty sick to see. You see that little hint of how his lightning actually works, how it's connected to his emotions.
He destroyed it and moved to start climbing the tower. Eventually, after a pretty long climb, Cole reached the top of the tower and entered the main observation room that was essentially just a big circular room with very high ceilings that overlooked the entire city. So basically just your typical boss fight room. Suspended in the center of this room was a 9x9 spherical device that was currently being worked on by some origami ninjas. Cole began to yell at them to stop working on it, but as he raised his sparking hand, Celia put a blade to his throat. She told Cole to stand down and put his hands together, and Cole, wanting to keep his throat intact, did so. Immediately after this, both Cole's hands and feet were completely encased in concrete, and Delson suddenly appeared from behind the race sphere. Delson told Cole that he has to admit that he is a damn powerful conduit. I mean, not even he could stop him now, or at least, not yet. Because in just a few minutes, Celia's ninjas would be done with the final modifications for the race sphere, and then he would be unstoppable. But behind Delson's back, Celia was staring daggers at him, as Delson continued to speak about what he would do once he ruled the world, but after a minute, the ninjas make a signal that the race sphere is ready to activate. At this, Delson completely turns away from both Cole and Celia to ask if they are completely positive that it's ready, and the ninjas nod and gesture as if saying, go ahead, flip the switch. Delson cracks an evil smirk and says, then it's time, and suddenly raises his arm before killing the ninjas by sending concrete daggers directly through their hearts. Afterwards, he quickly for the race sphere, and then he would be unstoppable. But behind Delson's back, Celia was staring daggers at him, as Delson continued to speak about what he would do once he ruled the world, but after a minute, the ninjas make a signal that the race sphere is ready to activate. At this, Delson completely turns away from both Cole and Celia
that's weird.
to ask if they are completely positive that it's ready, and the ninjas nod and gesture as if saying, go ahead, flip the switch. Delson cracks an evil smirk and says, then it's time, and suddenly raises his arm before killing the ninjas by sending concrete daggers directly through their hearts. Afterwards, he quickly pivots and turns to Celia, who is literally about to stab Delson in the back, and he traps her arms together in concrete as well as brings her toward him. He angrily says that she is stupid if she thought that she could betray him. He continues his fit of rage by explaining that he found out about Celia's plan to betray him as
Mwahaha, the twist that was so stupid. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I love our new idea that we've made where it's a father-daughter dynamic. But this twist is so predictable, so shittily done. It's just sudden and just stupid. It's just like Delson's been acting like an idiot who's been panicking this whole time, but because he's like narcissistic and he's finally getting challenged. And then suddenly, I knew you were doing it all along. I was the mastermind. It's so dumb.
As soon as she let that army of conduits free, because they weren't meant for Cole. No, that army was meant for him. They were a last resort in case she ever needed to take the mad tyrant Delson Rowe to his grave. But she knew that that alone wasn't enough, so she banked on the idea that she would use his resources to help construct the race sphere, and at the last moment, she would betray him. But
that would be crazy. The Delson says to Cole, I am your second son. It's like, I am infamous, the second son of the conduits. It's just absolutely corny ass line. Marvel awe dialogue.
Everything changed when Cole arrived, and she could no longer guarantee that he wouldn't take Delson down, and along with him, her spot on top. This forced her plan to speed up tenfold, and now, in her haste, she slipped up, and Delson figured out her plan. Finally, Delson asked her how it felt to realize that all she had to do was know her place as second to him, and she would have lived to see the day where a conduit ruled the world. Delson moved Celia back beside Cole and walked over to the lever that activated the race sphere. He pulled it down and snapped it off the device so that his decision could not be reversed. Instantly, the different evenly sized segments on the hull of the device began to slowly separate as a light blue color glowed on the inside. The camera cuts to show the people outside and closest to the needle begin to scream in agony as they slowly begin dying, and their energy is transported to the race sphere that slowly begins to inch up Delson, Cole, and Celia's power. Delson, in his crazed and power-hungry state, failed to notice this, but Cole and Celia did as they looked at each other before they were both able to slowly escape their concrete restraints, and after they broke free, Delson finally turned to them. Without any prior communication, both Cole and Celia began to fight Delson together, and as this fight goes on, the race sphere slowly gains more energy. This is signified by the inside energy going from light blue to slowly transitioning into an eventual deep purple. This final fight lasts a while, with Delson using various powers that he no longer has to absorb. Now, he can simply switch between them at will. He does exclusively use his concrete in the first phase of the fight, but as the phases go on, he does eventually get into other abstract and weird powers that he doesn't use that often. Stuff like mirror, flare, glass, sand, blood, and eventually Riley's crystal. But it's not just Delson who grows in power, as Cole quickly gets to a point where he doesn't need to absorb electricity anymore, and he also doesn't hover like normal. Instead, the lightning around him arcs, and it keeps him in the air, and he can fly at will, kind of like Superman. Celia also grows in power and gets super fast, and when Delson is at his 1/4 health mark, when he is seemingly overwhelmed, Celia makes one last dash to end him, but unfortunately, this ends in her own death, and Delson throws her body to the side to focus on Cole. In the final moments of the encounter, as Delson is on very low health, Cole grows just too powerful for Delson, as he was designed to be the most powerful conduit in the world, and he knocks him to the ground where he stays for the time being. Cole begins to ask Delson if there's any way to stop the race sphere, but Delson just smiles and says that this city is beyond saving. Cole looks around, and in one final last-ditch effort to save the city, he drains all the energy from inside the machine. As he continues to drain it, Delson begins to scream out in agony. He wanted that power for himself, and for his showmanship, he needed to force others to watch him succeed, but that was his downfall. He should have just killed Cole and Celia when he had the chance, but now, it's too late. As Cole was near the tail end of draining the massive amounts of energy from the ray sphere, his body slowly started to become less human and more energy. This all came to a climax when, just for a split second, Cole absorbed so much energy that he tapped into the 4th dimension.
This is the moment. I knew this was going to happen from the very beginning. When I thought of the ray sphere Mark II, I was like, okay, what if Delson gets more powerful? And then I was like, what if Cole also got more powerful? What if he got so powerful that, and then it all clicked in my mind. I was like, holy shit, he sends himself into the future. I was like, it's like a closed loop, so it doesn't really like actually make sense, because it's like, how did it originally happen? How did the original lightning bolt strike him? But it's time travel shenanigans, so you know, it just let it happen. Closed loop is better than, you know, having a closed loop be broken, because closed loops can't be broken.
For some weird and unexplained reason, for things that not even Kessler or Cole could either understand, they for some reason have a secondary ability where they're able to alter time. Kessler uses to travel.
So the reason for this is, well, I don't have a reason for this, but people theorize the reason for this is because Cole's power isn't lightning. It's it's not even electricity, it's energy. So he can tap into multiple forms of energy, and it manifests as lightning most of the time. And so people commented that in my original video. I was like, that's not a bad idea. And then there was like a 30 comment long thread, and everyone was debating what electricity even was, which is what energy was. There was this whole debate about what energy even was. It was crazy. But yeah, there was like this entire like 30 comment long debate. They're like, no, energy is actually plasma. And then another person was like, you idiot, plasma is blah 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 blah. He's like, energy is blah 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 blah. And then they'd be like, energy can't go back in time, it is time. Then another person would be like, no, energy is physical. It's cringe. Guys, it's okay, it's a superhero game. They can just kind of do superhero stuff, like go back in time with their lightning powers. It's okay. The Flash does it, why can't Cole?
Back in time, but Cole, now that he's pure energy, can somehow use it to see time differently. He no longer saw as linear, and with a single thought, he was able to travel through all of his lifetime. Again, in the real world, this was only a split second, maybe a billionth of a second, but to Cole, it felt like minutes. And in these minutes, he was able to look through all of the events in his lifetime. His childhood, his parents, college, when he and Trish dated, the blast, New Murray, and as he kept looking more and more, he saw a mysterious woman that he had never seen before. But Cole wasn't just limited to his own life, and he could also perceive other timelines. One where he saw through the eyes of Kessler, using the power to travel back in time. One where John White stopped him from activating the ray sphere, and a timeline where he was the Beast. But contrary to what you might be imagining,
so two things. There was like that mysterious woman he's never seen before. That's cut from the game. That's cut content. I had a bunch of scenes with a girl that Cole was like kind of talking to, and she's gonna be his love interest. I decided to just cut it just all together, and this is just like my like hint at me doing that. Again, you have to go into this reminding yourself, I didn't think many people would scrutinize this video. I thought a few thousand people would see it, and that would be pretty awesome if that happened. So I was like, yeah, I wasn't thinking about it too hard. I was just like, I'll just do something and then we'll figure it out later. But another thing is, if I had to add an additional alternate timeline that he went to, I would like to see him meet a good Delson as like an actual adult. Like Delson in his 40s, and you see him be the heroic figure and the actual like second son, like the actual like or the actual successor to Cole's legacy. That would be pretty cool.
He didn't just see these things like they were on a screen. He sort of experienced them. He remembered them and understood them. But eventually, when Cole got to his absolute peak, he could even interact with one. As Cole could sense his power fading, he decided to travel to a time that he wasn't able to experience himself, his own death. As he floated above the clouds like a spectator, looking down at his own body on a boat, he saw Zeke looking inside a casket where he laid, and after a moment, he closed it and sealed it, deciding that that would be the last time he saw Cole. As Cole continued to watch this happen, and the boat slowly floated out to sea, he had a weird feeling overwhelm him. A sense of deja vu, but a lot harder to explain. In one word, it was kind of like destiny. Suddenly, he knew what he had to do, and on screen, the player is prompted to hold down on the D-pad. Cole raises his arms, and the camera cuts to the very same shot and angle that the game opened with, when the lightning strikes the boat and Cole is transported through time. Suddenly, Cole is back in reality. His powers have slowly begun to die down as he stops the ray sphere, and now all that's left is for him to finish what he started. Delson's face was a combination.
I think that that's pretty cool. Again, I'll say it. I think that that's a pretty cool twist. I don't like the rest of the game may have its flaws, but I think that is well worth bringing Cole back to give him that moment. Like I don't think it's super contrived that Cole is brought back with a lightning strike if he's the one who sent it back in the first place. And there is a problem with there being time travel, and it's like a closed loop. It's like he causes a lightning bolt to revive himself, but how did he get revived if there wasn't someone to cause the lightning bolt to revive himself? But closed loop time travel shenanigans aside, I think it's a pretty good, because in the beginning you get that little hold down on the D-pad and you initially just think, oh, I'm just doing it. Like that's cool, it's just interactive. And then you see the meaning behind it at the end of the game. I think that's so cool. And it's like kind of like a Kratos grabbing his blades of chaos moment where you're like, oh shit, dude, let's do this. And I like that a lot.
Nation of both amazement and terror as he
Sonny's back at the last minute. We got like 5-10 minutes left. I'm gonna skip the last like 20 minutes of this video just because it's all just me yapping about powers. But yeah, you came in at the very end.
He saw Cole turn to him and stop to decide what to do with him. This is where the player gets a final choice: either kill Delson or spare him. Just to be clear, there's no good or bad ending here, and each decision will basically just be the same general ending, but nonetheless, having a choice here makes the decision a little bit more heavy, and they both fit with the story, so why not?
This is basically my version of Ghost of Tsushima's ending, where it doesn't really change anything, but it does give you a choice, which is what, games. The point of games is that they give you a choice. No other form of media really does that. So I thought that would add that in there, because also, Sucker Punch is known for the choices thing. They put it in Ghost of Tsushima, and Infamous is all about it. So ending it with a choice is, I think, pretty good. Yeah, I'm going to skip the whole gameplay section of it. I actually have to go here pretty soon, so let's just finish this up real fast, and then, yeah.
First, let me just briefly explain what it would be when you kill him, as I assume that it would be far less popular, so I'm just going to kind of quickly get it out of the way in just a couple sentences. As Cole stared down at the once powerful Delson Rowe, he could only see how much pain he had caused, and with no words and barely any effort on Cole's part, a blast of lightning shot down from the sky and completely obliterated Delson, leaving Cole's leather jacket as the only thing left standing. Now, that's not the complete ending, as there is a continuation off of that, but where they both pick up the jackets in both of the endings is basically where they continue off of each other, with the major difference being in one, Delson is alive, and in the other, Delson is dead. So now let's continue with the one where Delson is spared. Without saying a single word, Cole floated towards the once powerful tyrant Delson Rowe and simply held his hand out. "What do you want?" Delson asks. "Not much, Delson. I just want to shake your hand. Nothing more, nothing less." and with no other option other than suicide, Delson grabs Cole's hand and begins to scream out in pain as all of his powers are permanently removed. Afterwards, Cole took off his jacket from Delson's back, and together they floated decently far away where Cole arc restrained Delson's arms to a wall before forcing him to watch what came next. Cole turned towards Delson's Space Needle that also held the Ray Sphere. This device and its predecessor had caused nothing but pain for him and millions more, but now he was going to end it and the building that it sat in. Cole raised his arms and clenched his fists before quickly dropping them and therefore sending a massive lightning bolt directly towards the center of the needle, reaching all the way to the underground core reactor that powered the Ray Sphere. The bolt overloaded the reactor, causing a massive blast that completely collapsed the tower and the few blocks around it. Of course, all the people around had died because of the Ray Sphere, so it didn't cause any extra casualties. And just a minute later, Jimmy showed up and they put Delson in handcuffs. He has a line about how Delson isn't so scary anymore, but Delson refuses to talk to anyone. As Delson is being driven throughout the city, he can only watch as people in the streets celebrate his downfall, and he literally has no power to change it. The final scene shows
They was literally preying on his downfall, and they got it. I like that his powers can be man-made things like neon, concrete, and wire. Yeah, no, I like that too. I think a lot of powers, they're like super elemental. They're like pre-humans. But I think that Infamous does something really cool where they have it be man-made stuff. It's not just people don't just get strength and speed and fire and people get lightning and stuff like that, but like water and like the main elements and stuff. People get crazy stuff like neon, paper, concrete. And then, like there's glass that's mentioned, smoke, which isn't fire, but it's the product of fire. So it's always like element adjacent. It's never fire, it's smoke. It's not light, it's neon. It's not electricity. Well, it is electricity, but it's also video. It's pretty cool, and it's like all man-made stuff, and I like it a lot. It's not earth, it's concrete. Yeah, bone, ink, porcelain, just weird shit like that could be really, really interesting.
Cole floating hundreds of feet above the ground as he stares at the city in front of him. At one point in time, all he wanted was to leave the city, but now he would do anything to save it. The screen fades to black and we get a final stylized cutscene that explains the aftermath of the events of the game. Cole narrates and explains that over time he powered down to a reasonable level, enough that he looked normal, but he was still incredibly powerful. So powerful that nobody could stop him, but of course, he used that for good. First, he cleaned up New Empire City, earning the title the Guardian of New Empire City, which was a nice change of pace. After cleaning up the city, he got the government back up and running, ending the Conduit reign while making sure that conduits and humans had equal rights in the newly written constitution since the old one was destroyed when Delson overthrew the government. Speaking of Delson, he would be serving a multiple life sentence inside of a secret prison that was built solely for his detainment that was in the middle of Alaska. He was also given no visitors, daily checks, and zero outside contact in any way. Cole continues by stating that it took years and years for society to get back to any semblance of order, but everyone was contributing, and now it truly felt like the country was healing. As for his friends, well, he's happy to say that Zeke didn't die, but he did spend a while in a wheelchair before he learned to walk again. Also, his wife had her baby. Cole Jedediah Dunbar is now 3 years old, and they all live happily in New Empire City. Speaking of, with Delson and Celia out of the way, they were able to finally find records that Celia was the culprit behind Maggie Thompson's murder that happened years ago.
That might be the funniest comment I've ever read. Got the government back up and running. Yeah, that's the evil route. Yeah, for real. It's like evil Cole gets his government back up and running. New Cole, he's like, I'll just run it myself, bro. I'll do more than those people.
Jimmy Valentino was now the proud mayor of New Empire City.
He's like, alright, now that Delson's gone, everyone's gonna start paying taxes. And everyone's like, can we get Delson back?
His mob was also disbanded, and a lot of them were diluted into the newly formed police force. But Mala may have played the biggest part in everything, as she was Jimmy's city manager, and she played a huge role in rebuilding the historic district, as well as revamping the Warren into an economic titan, while Jimmy mostly dealt with the vast amounts of paperwork. One of Mala's first ever projects was to create a giant statue made entirely of crystal that would honor Riley directly where he died, in the center of Fox Park. Below the statue was a giant plaque that commemorated every single person who had died raiding Delson's men at the end of the game. And finally, after 2 years of Delson's imprisonment, Cole saw a woman who he had never met, but thought looked eerily familiar. Now, just 2 years after that, they're getting married, with Zeke as Cole's best man. Cole always thought that he was the one who would forever be cursed with suffering and hardship, that he would be alone with that burden. But seeing those people at New Empire City fight for him, he realized that a burden as heavy as the world needs to be shared by everyone. So nowadays, he takes some days off, mostly spending them with his wife and friends, and it's on those days that he realizes he truly did get the happy ending he deserved.
Yeah, that's his arc. Why hasn't it been building to that? It's just, it's a product of me not fully understanding how character arcs work. It's a good ending. It's actually pretty solid. Like, having him realize that it's not just him, but it's everyone or whatever. If that would be fine if it built up to that. If this whole game had been about him delegating power, about him getting other people's help, about how he can't do everything, then that would be a fine ending. And if it like built up to that, but it just didn't. It just kind of happens, which is what that seems to be the main theme of this entire video and this entire story, is that stuff just kind of happen. Oh, it just kind of happens. Just character arcs don't really happen. It's just moments happen. And I've since learned how to kind of approach those in a different way. There's actual pacing that needs to be involved, and there needs to be steps leading up to their character arc and their final realization, conclusion, and stuff like that. And that, yeah, the girl too, there's like a random girl that he marries at the end. That was cut content though. That's why that came out of nowhere. But I should have removed it. But I just thought, I don't know. I just was like, nobody's gonna see it, so who cares? I also was like, yeah, it's just obviously it's like a first draft, so people won't understand. And that's why I actually say in this aftermath part, the very beginning of it, I go, yeah, guys, this is a first draft, and that's what you got to keep in mind. That this entire video is a first draft of what this infamous game could look like. I mean, already just me watching this back a year later with more knowledge. And even if I watched this 6 months ago, I'm sure I'd pick out a lot of the stuff that I've done today. But if you were to go back and just me watching this, picking out a bunch of stuff, this whole game would be structured a lot different. Like, characters would be removed and or changed. Deaths would be completely removed. There might be additional deaths, but probably not. And then I would also have entire like missions gone, rearranged. There would be a lot of things that would go different. And I think that that's like the main thing that I see when I watch this video, is that it's a very much a first draft. Like, the entire premise kind of needs to be rewritten. And by first draft, I do not mean that there's going to be a second. No, you're not going to trap me into making another one of these videos. Maybe in the future I'll do it. But if I do it in the future, it would, to me, it would have to be a huge leap in, like a huge leap in quality. I think I may have made a pretty significant leap in quality, like just by like explaining all the things that have gone wrong, and like it went wrong with this video and stuff like that. But I think for me to remake it, it would have to be way more significant. Also, there's a problem with me remaking it in that it would take months, and that's months I don't got. I have other projects I gotta work on. But you know what? never say never. It could happen, but I'm not promising anything. But it could. Who knows? Prodigal Son 2, yeah. No, I think it would be fun to make and stuff like that, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe in the future, if I could get like maybe some artists involved and we could create scenes, maybe some like voice actors or something like that. Just kind of make it more fleshed out. That would be pretty cool, because then it would be like, you know, something like an actual like a really cool product. There'd be a huge leap in quality from the first to the second, in writing and in execution. But I just don't know about remaking it at this point. Also, you don't know what you don't know. Right now, I pointed out a bunch of problems. I'm sure there's a bunch more that I have not, noticed, because I just haven't learned it yet. Yeah, I can check. I can check for that, Ashton. You're good. Next year, yeah, next year. Maybe. I think next stream, I'm not sure what I'll do. I'm thinking I'm gonna play a game next stream. So next month, I'm thinking about zombies. So if you guys want to tune in to me playing some zombies, I'll probably play some Black Ops 3, maybe Black Ops 2. It'll be either, I'm thinking Horizon or Origins, if you're interested in that. For all the people who became members and are still in here, make sure to check out your benefits. There's a bunch of benefits that you get. A bunch of videos and stuff like that. Ashton, I will contact you and get you that membership, so you can not only watch VODs and stuff like that, but you can watch the other videos. But other than that, this was a fun time. I have been waiting to do this. I haven't watched this video since it came out. So, I mean, I've watched bits and pieces of it and stuff like that, but the whole thing through, I have not watched it. Ooh, that's a good idea. Zombies multiplayer. Maybe I will play, if you guys are interested, I will play some zombies with you guys. I'll invite some of you guys to, I'll probably get some of the members and I'll play some zombies with you guys. But if that happens, y'all gotta know, this is not an insult, but just so you know, we're not going to be playing games a lot. You guys, yeah, we're not going to, if you're not going to be able to like play games with me all the time. If we play zombies together, we'll play zombies, and that's going to be it. Like, we'll play zombies one time, and we're done. But yeah, I can... that might be pretty fun. We could do PS5. We could do PC as well if we want to try, like... Well, if we do PC... Yeah, I could either do PC or PS5. It depends. I'll just ask who has the most. I think what might be really fun eventually, like when we get more people watching and tuning into these streams, is we all fill up a giant ass GTA lobby and we all just fuck around for like 4 hours. We literally just screw around in an online lobby. I think that would be hella fun. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. I'm just so you know, for people watching, I'm skipping this aftermath section. It's a lot of gameplay stuff. I will next stream probably be playing a game. I'm thinking zombies, because I'm a huge zombies fan. I've been itching to play zombies, and I know a lot of you guys like zombies as well, so I will probably play that. I might do something else too, but yeah, so thank you guys for tuning in, and see ya.